The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome to the MPL Arena. Today we will witness a new set of teams that will battle and prove their dominance. Who is fated to rise? And who will fall? Sa ilang sandali malalaman din natin yan dahil mag-uumpisa na ang ating bakbakan. The moment of grace for the hero within to prove himself. Casters, Paso.
Leo here at your service. Naisu back from Morocco. Joseph, welcome back.
Oh, my body might still be in Morocco, but my mind has been on MPLPH for a while now, and I'm glad to finally be back here on desk with you.
This is week 2, day number 2, and last night, in case you missed out, we had quite the jam-packed broadcast. You can scroll through the results in just a bit, but for now, we would like to give a huge shout-out to our official sponsor, Smart. With Smart's Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want with 8 gigs of data for all sites and apps, and you can power your player. Watch, share, stream, everything.
You can also get a free Giga Arena ticket, so you can unleash the inner game in you. This also comes with unlimited TikTok and unlimited text-all networks. All that power for 7 days, and it's only for 99 pesos, so load now.
Last night we had 2 best-of-3 bouts. Yep. Joseph, tell me what are your favorite moments from last night? I know you were in the air technically, and you had time to catch up, but what stuck with you?
Man, you know, honestly,
they were both sweeps.
They were sweeps. I think it's mostly just I don't have a specific time, honestly, right? Because, yeah, part of it I was flying, I was catching up. But I will say this, so far the landscape, I gotta say I'm happy with the fact that Omega's on top, man. When I came in Season 8, I was like, well, my middle name is Omega, so I gotta root for Omega. But now it's the case, they've struggled so much, they're back here, and I don't know if this is a mix of just the Lassen, I don't know if you could say that, there's still kind of like this poisonous venom in them, but it's just great to see, and also I love Chak in the attack, man. He's been insane so far, week 1 up to this point, and that's what I'll chalk it up as. I just love the way Season 14's already started.
As the kids say, we are so back. As well, TNC still winless, and we also witness Team Liquid PH in action. That's who gave them the L there. And of course, Blacks International in the same boat. How are you feeling about our new format? Again, a single point for every win, regardless of a sweep or a 3-game series.
You know what? Every time we get to the point system when we're this early on in the season, I'll say I got to see how it falls into place. I loved actually how kind of dicey things got last season. I know there's like this minor change with it, but I think it also gives an opportunity, I want to say, for the bottom teams to go ahead and really fight on through, especially as we get to the later part of the regular season. So I think it's going to make things interesting, and also, because you can already see, right, match points, there's 4 zeros there. And with that, again, teams kind of have to build up off this. We know there was quite a few changes, at least for some of the teams here. So I think it's more so like it gives them an opportunity to fix things in these early portions and then hopefully come out later.
Lucky for all y'all MPL fans, a lot of these teams that have the zeros in them, whether it be in the former or latter half of their scores, are in action today. So you're going to catch RGPH face off against TNC Pro Team. Falcons AP Bren go head-to-head with Aurora, a dream team in the making. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines go up against Team Liquid Philippines. Someone is walking away here with the win streak intact, and someone's walking away with their first point.
I think it paints the picture, but I'm also keeping my eye on that 7:30 p.m. match.
Woo!
Fnatic versus Liquid. This is already great when we got to see it before, but now let's open up this Season 14 with that great matchup. I can't wait.
Who would have thought, Joseph, you would say that? Fnatic versus Liquid in an MPL Philippines regular season broadcast.
I am super excited for it, and I can't wait to see exactly how it pans out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. We're throwing it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan with our host, Ante Nara. Let's get the show started.
Panahon na para magpakitang gilas ang unang dalawang kupunan para sa unang serye ng araw na ito. Welcome to the Infinix Gaming Tambayan. My name is Antianara and together with me today are Midnight and Rockheart para ihatid sa inyo ang mga kwento na gaganapin para sa unang serye ngayong araw.
Mainit yung laban, lalo yung first two match natin kasi medyo kailangan pa nilang makabawi in terms of points and standing. Pero hopeful naman yung mga naging last performance, especially nakita natin from TNC yesterday.
Yeah, I really love that you brought it up. Actually, binigyan ni Burrito. Textbook, man.
True.
The notebook versus the tablet.
Index. The notebook first tab. Index yung kayo, kay Wolf, pang mayaman kasi.
Kakaiba. But speaking of pang mayaman, magkakaroon din kayo ng ability to get Infinix GT20 Pro kasi ito ang ating official tournament phone for the MPL Philippines Season 14. But now, guys, kailangan na nating pag-usapan. We talked about how both of these teams are textbook players. And nabanggit kahapon sa interview with Chaknu na usually, in this meta specifically, nagkakaroon ng difficulty na hanapin ng mga textbook coaches yung kanilang groove as we enter the season.
Honestly, I feel like hindi naman lost yung identity, hindi naman lost yung identity ng RSG and TNC. It's just that I think they need more time to adapt. Tulad na sinabi ni Wolf, medyo isang buwan at kalahati pa lang silang nabuo. And yung RSG, parang nagkakaroon sila ng konting variation sa kanilang mga lineup. So I feel like for TNC specifically, kailangan nila ma-adapt yung techniques ni Kai Sam, which is TNC. And yung RSG naman, feeling ko talaga, for the longest time, kailangan lang talaga nila yung tapang, yung ready, set, go mentality.
Yeah, because right now, RSG and TNC remain winless as we enter second day of the second week. Pero hindi pa naman huli ang lahat. This is just the second week. But last season, ang RSG, nakita na natin na medyo mabagal sa simula. But then later on, nagkaroon sila ng certain power spike into the regular season. And yung power spike na yun, yung nakita natin as we head on to the latter half.
Yeah, that's something na kailangan talaga nilang intindihin considering that they also might have to encounter some changes later on, which we will see, especially for RSG. I hope they're ready for it, because right now, obviously, it's maaga pa naman. It's pretty early on, but this is interesting to look.
Parang yung RSG, kilala na natin to parang late game lang di ba? Paabuti lang natin ng kalahati ng regular season. Diyan umaarkada yung RSG. But I think for TNC, again, a lot of things have changed. You have Wolf coming in. And marami rin naman ako nababasang comments na very insightful kasi tama nga naman, di ba? With big changes, medyo malaki talaga yung adjustment. So I feel like it's too early. It's still too early to tell. Especially nga, again, nakita natin yung laban nila kahapon sa Liquid. Even though marami nagsabi na parang medyo kulang, you still have to remember, that's the Liquid.
Exactly. Liquid, a world-class team of their own caliber. But ang naging tanong nga natin ay, what should Coach Panda and Coach Wolf do? So ang ano yun, WWPD, what would Panda do? And WWWD.
Sige. Pwede. Pero yun nga, I feel like tiwala, trust the process. Marami na tayong magandang example ng trust the process. Actually, yung lagi natin pinapadala sa international tournaments, yung Liquid Philippines, yung Falcons AP Brand, they really did trust the process. So I feel like with these two teams, TTP lang talaga. Trust the process.
Ang dami nating mga ano.
Oo nga
Oo nga. But now, as we head on, magkakaroon tayo ng tapatan ng dalawang sophomores in the EXP lane. So it's gonna be Nibor versus Heads as they channel their heroes within. Rockheart, can you walk me through how the performance coming from both these sophomores here in the MPL will affect the game?
Well, honestly, I think mas malaki yung medyo expectations coming in from Heads. Although pareho silang sophomore, and I think na-witness mo naman yung transformation din ni Heads coming in from the MDL, di ba? So, I think definitely bigger expectations para kay Heads dito. At the same time though, Nibor, I think even though medyo may konting pasulpot-sulpot lang na performance siya in MPL, I think he did play pretty well and he meshed well with RSG. So I think at the end of the day, it's still pretty level for me.
I feel like yung sinabi mo, yung smart heroes with it, parang tanggap nila. Tama magaling sinabi ni Rakart yung expectations. I feel like this is expectation versus pressure. Kasi yung expectation kay Heads, na-build up siya last season na kaya niya naman magkaroon ng mga heads sa play, mga magagandang moments niya. But I feel like the pressure is also on Nibor as well. Kasi again, may mga variation tayo. We haven't seen yet kung sino yung palalaro dito for RSG. But lagi natin pinag-uusapan na when it comes to these special moments, no, na parang kailangan mo discover or i-rediscover kung ano ba yung identity mo, minsan yung mga coaches parang nag-experiment eh. And we've seen TNC pull up a different lineup before, and we don't know yet if Coach Panda is gonna be doing the same thing today. But if Nibor do ever comes to the playing field, medyo malaki yung space or yung upuan na kailangan niyang punan dahil nga kailangan natin si Nats, nagkaroon siya ng Nats Entertainment. So I feel like there is a big pressure if Nibor does play for RSG.
And for the longest time as well, Nats has been the rock. Diba? He has been the
rock.
The rock.
The rock heart.
Mas bato siya sa akin. Siya yung siya yung pinaka parang anchor ng RSG, and I think it's a really big shoe to fill.
Yeah, so to me, sobrang interesting makita to, no? Kasi makikita natin Heads with a lot of experience and kumbaga pagkababad here in the MPL Philippines. So he definitely needs to step up. And that kind of pressure, how will that fare against a team na kailangan pa din hanapin yung kanilang groove as we head on to the regular season? But of course, ang dami nating kailangang makilala from all of these teams, even though we already know them. Kaya naman kilalanin muna natin ang maglalaro. This is going to be RSG versus TNC Pro Team.
First up, let's get to know our marshals, keeping the integrity and competitiveness in the arena. Jeff, Chico, Pat, and JJ. First up, stepping into the arena to conquer, let's welcome Elad, Tutse, Aqua, Nibor, and Light. Raiders, let me hear y'all for RSG Philippines. Up next, the Wolfpack just keeps on coming and coming and coming. Hungry for the win. It's SD, Hosen, Hatred, Heads, and Escalera. Rise up for TNC Pro Team. And their coaches, RSG Philippines' own Coach Panda, facing off against TNC Pro Team's Wolf.
It's time for the face-off. Coach Panda, Coach Wolf, please step forward. It's the battle of the coaches. Wolf, Coach Wolf, ano ang palag mo kay Coach Panda?
Lamang siya sa experience tsaka sa championship, pero sa paramihan ng Tagalog, umuwi na lang siya.
Coach Panda, ano ang palag mo kay Wolf?
Mas malaki yung panda kesa sa whoop.
Fist bump. Palag kung palag. You may now proceed to your teams. Which coach will get their first victory? Welcome to the jungle of MPL Philippines Season 14. Panel, pasok.
Mas malaki ang panda kaysa sa wolf, and this is going to be RSG Philippines with their classic lineup. Kusei on the gold, Irad sa jungle, Aqua, Nibor, and Light.
Grabe, di ko kinaya yung banter. Pero feeling ko kakayanin naman ng RSG itong laban nila versus TNC. Especially now that we are seeing that Nibor is actually really coming in to play for this game. And I feel like this is something new, this is something fresh. And we've seen RSG do this so many times na nagiging successful naman. But the question is, enough ba yun versus sa bagong lineup ng TNC?
Yeah, honestly, for TNC, I feel like Rakozen, SDZYC, Hatred in mid, heads on XP and Escalera. Again, we have been talking so much about what they need to do, what has been lacking. I mean, definitely we are seeing a lot of evidences, a lot of people posting that, you know what, there are moments where the layering might be off a little bit. And I wonder kung na-pinpoint na nila yun coming into this match.
Yeah, and again, it does come down to how the teams really utilize yung resources nila, yung richness ng knowledge. Alam naman natin mayaman yung dalawang coach, si Coach Panda at si Coach Wolf. Pero yung richness and yung brilliance ng kanilang mga utak. And also, one thing to note is again, yung head-to-head matchup na natin, we have to acknowledge na Light and Escalera, medyo hindi ganun kaganda yung performance nila recently.
Kaya nga kailangan nilang i-regain ang kanilang tempo as we head on to the Infinix keys to victory for Light. You need to shine brighter for your chorus. Escalera, you need to take the lead for in-game execution. Talking about TNC, and for both of these teams, kailangan nyo nang pakinggan at i-apply yung richness na sinasabi ng mga coaches nyo.
Sabi nga natin, medyo underperforming yung performance ni Light and Escalera dito. Lagi ko nga sinasabi na parang may flickering light and low fuel tank for both sides. Pero again, RSG, kailangan nilang ma-utilize talaga yung pagkakakilala natin kay Light. Light is an amazing roam player.
Explosive.
And so is Escalera. Nakita natin yung time niya with Onyx. Ngayon, it's a new day, it's a new match. Kailangan lang din talaga parehas na magamit kung ano man yung tinuturo sa kanila ng kanilang mga coaches.
I think for Light, definitely hanapin mo lang ulit yung spark mo. Yung creativity mo as a roamer. You've been known as one of the best setters in the league before. Like, ang daming teams na even though nahihirapan sila standings, takot silang lumaban sa inyo just because they know that kailangan nyo bantayan tong roamer na to. And for Escalera naman, he has to get back into shape. He has to get back to the Escalera we know. Really non-stop action.
Oh, and alam mo, gusto ko lang balikan, no? We talked about kanina nung introduction ng RSG Philippines that they were a one-time MPL Philippines champ. And kung babalikan natin, nung Season 9 run nila, TNC Pro Team, yung isa sa mga nakalaban nila noon.
Yeah, talagang kita natin yung capability nitong lineup to, especially with SDZYZ coming back. Although I would say still may mga disconnections for TNC. Pero syempre kung ikaw naman si Coach Wolf, diba sasabihin mo, ganun din naman yung RSG. Parang lately may
It's that
disconnection
time, yeah.
din.
Yung boses, ha?
Ganun na nga, yung disconnection na yun, yung kailangan nilang i-push and kumbaga i-mix and i-connect. Oh, disconnect ko. Tama. Okay, Rockheart, what will you say are the things na nabanggit na natin kanina in the keys to victory? But for both our XP laners right now, we want to talk about them. Both Heads and Nibor, what roles do they have to play dito sa ating laban?
I think for Nibor, kailangan niyang i-fill up yung void na nawala. Wow. Yung void na ginagawa with Nats. What do you think about when you think about Nats? Yung unpredictability, yung X-factor. Yung hindi mo ma-predict na bigla nang gagawa ng weird na play na nata-throw off game yung kalaban. Ganun.
Oo. So yung X-factor na kailangan gawin ni Nibor, it's also equally the same X-factor that Heads needs to, kumbaga, ma-imbibe niya as we head on to the draft for game number 1. For both of you, ano kaya yung i-expect nating makikita sa draft?
Ako, masasabi ko lang, ito yung literal na hayop na drafting phase. Talagang magiging matindi yung labanan ng ating mga drafters dito, especially the battle between Coach Wolf and Coach Panda. Marami rin tayong na-acknowledge before, especially Coach Panda, no, dahil lang nga sa pag-utilize ng kanyang notebook. Ang amazing lagi ng drafting patterns ng RSG. But that's also the same thing with TNC. Meron silang seer na hindi mo pa pinipik, hindi pa iniisip.
Alam na niya.
Alam na niya. At may analysis na. Diba? Nauna pa siya. Kulang na lang siya na mag-pick para sa'yo eh.
Parang may app.
Oo, may index eh.
Parang may index.
Na Wolf Index. Kumbaga may Panda notebook, may Wolf Index.
And both of these coaches, we all know kung gaano sila ka-fundamental, ka-stick to the book. But they need to catch their opponents off guard. Kasi kung magsistick lang sila sa book, then they might have read each other's books by this time now.
Yeah, and dito natin makikita actually yung behaviors ng dalawang coaches. RSG, they really are fundamental when it comes to drafting order now that they've seen that both Zask and Zushin is both open. Tinanggal na nila yung isa. They're looking to also be able to play the Zask. Pero dito rin natin makikita yung tendencies ng TNC na sometimes nagpapalusot sila ng hero, which is now TNC just did. Pinalusot nila yung Zask. And most likely, sinasabi ni Coach Wolf dito, sige, Panda, i-pick mo yung Zask.
I dare you. Ganito na nga ang kaganapan right now. But then, Rockhart, what else are we expecting in the draft? Pipiliin ba ng RSG, you think, ang Zask early on into this draft?
I think medyo madali siyang gamitin for Aqua, and I would say na if ikaw si Aqua, in pure RSG, i-maximize mo si Aqua. I don't know if that he's first pick material right now, pero knowing Aqua, sobrang lawak ng hero pool niyan.
Yeah.
One of the most underrated mid laners in the whole league. Pero yun na nga, sabi nila masyadong malakas.
Yeah, medyo mahirap talaga let go yung Zask ngayon, lalo sa strength niya ng current meta. Pero feeling ko, ang iniisip ng TNC dito, pwede naman natin kunin yung Roger since they banned out the Harris. And also, the Ling, there you go, the Assassin for SDZYZ. Nakita natin niyo yung performance ni Ling. Ni SFL, pwede na rin. Ni SDZYZ on the Ling. And kung naalala niyo nung Season 9, yung pinauso niyang Mage Slayer na ngayon, Season Hunter na. By the way, dumaan pa ng Demon,
Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer. Mage Killer pala. Mage Killer to Demon Slayer na ginagamit sa Ling. Siya nauna rin sa Windtalker build. Pero ngayon, yung Ling medyo adapted na naman sa meta. So, makikita natin kung paano i-utilize ito ng TNC. But still, one pick for TNC is still the Roger maybe or the Edith. We don't know.
Yeah, XP sounds like it's better, pero looks like they are gonna go for the Moskov instead. Very early lock-in, Parang hindi sila takot na, you know what, ito yung mga magiging carry namin sa laro na to. I think yung plano nila dito.
Open yung Roger, and you've already mentioned them having the ability to pick it. But why do you think na nag-prefer sila in picking this Moscow?
I feel like maybe ang iniisip ng TNC dito is i-let go natin yung Roger. Pwedeng i-flex na ng RSG into the jungle or to the gold. Pero it's also targeting Kusei Sirupol. Nakita natin yung performance niya last week. Yung almost comeback na game pa on the back of Kusei's Moscow. So I feel like they really are reading into the stats here from Coach Wolf's perspective. Pero there goes the Edith and the Roger. Light special to, by the way. This is one of the most successful Ediths we've seen last season. Actually, sila pinakaunang gumamit niyan
Edith
before anybody else. Pero ang nakakatakot dito sa draft ng RSG is ang tindi ng flex factor nila. Kasi itong Edith na to, pwede pang mapunta sa kamay ni Nibor.
Yeah. So yung ganong possibility talaga here in the drafting phase, yun yung gusto mong makuha. Lalo na kung nasa first phase ka pa lang ng draft.
Yeah, it's really funny kasi pinredict ni Midnight, baka mag-Roger Edith tong TNC. Yun yung last literal naging 2 picks bigla ng RSG dito. And I think with the Aurora lock-in, I think cards on the table na around mid.
Alam mo, yung Aurora na yan, parang enhanced version ng Eudora. I'm not surprised if mag-aagawan sila ng Hylos dito, but knowing Coach Panda, baka iba niya yung Hylos sa second phase. But the one thing that I like about this Aurora pickup is, ito yung sinasabi ng community na bagong counter-engage king. Kasi napakahirap labanan ng Aurora for 2 specific reasons. Number 1, nandun yung ability niya to reset herself para siyang may passive na Winter Crown.
Yes.
Dahil kapag namamatay siya, para siyang Nana.
Pride of Ice.
But also, if you try to engage into a lineup na may Aurora, yung stun kasi ni Aurora AoE, parang roam na rin siya in a sense na nakakapag-set up siya sa sarili niya. We've seen countless of flicker initiations come out from Aurora and yung insane damage output ng kanyang ultimate.
And napanood natin yun last week sa kamay din nitong si Hatred. I think nang 2v1 siya ng Aurora nun. And he was actually coming out on top either pantay or lumalabang siya at bahagya.
And you know, to me, what's interesting about this Aurora pick, I would say, kina-counteract na agad nila yung ability ng side ng RSG na mag-instant kuha ng assassin kasi mapapa-double think sila.
Yeah. Gusto ko lang i-comment tong dalawang coaches natin na talagang very stat heavy yung kanilang draft. Parang yung looking into the history of the team, yung Moscow Snatch, yung Tigreal ban. But still, I feel like yung Hylos talaga dito up for contention since parehas silang minalas. Hindi naman sa minalas. Parehas silang napamalasan ng lason ng isang Hylos. So, may advantage dito yung TNC kasi sila yung first pick ng second phase. Baka iniisip na ni Wolf, pwede natin kunin to, pero hindi. Talagang ayaw nila sa Hylos. Sabi nila, galit kami sa Hylos, dapat kami lang yung hayop dito, bawal ang kabayo.
Okay. Mukhang magkakaubusan tayo dito.
Bawal ang oyabak.
Bawal ang oyabak. Ayan. So magkakaubos lang tayo dito ng roamers for sure, right? I think that's gonna be the biggest point of contention, and maybe that's something that already has planned out.
I feel like takot lang din yung TNC na makakuha pa ng Hylos dito, yung RSG. Kasi medyo awkward nga din naman kapag pinili nila yung Hylos right there, tapos makakuha ng magandang 2 picks yung RSG. Kasi yung Edith flexible pa eh. Pero ang nakakatakot pa rin dito, when they ban out the Hylos, looking sila sa roam pickups kasi may flex na yung RSG.
May Edith na agad silang possibility. So definitely, dito sa last ban ng RSG, would this be an XP ban or a roam?
I think this could probably XP. Feeling ko XP. There you go. Teresa, bakit di natin sa... dapat parang first yun, di ba? Usually first rotation ban yun. I was surprised na up pa siya, pero yeah, right on cue. XP bro, XP ban here. And what about the... Ako iniisip ko dito ngayon. Okay, Nibor can probably use the Edith, pero what if he can take us by surprise, take out picks like the Yuzhong?
Yeah.
Malay mo, may namana. May tapamana si Boss Nuts dito, di ba?
Or yung Arlot. Yung Arlot ni Nuts, we're not sure. Pero for TNC, I think they're eyeing the last pick, the roam here. Maybe yung Cho na Escalera sa last pick. Tapos kuha muna sila ng XP like Yuzhong, as Rockhart has said. Pero pwede rin naman yung Glue. May Glue choice din naman sila dito for TNC. I think may history din naman si Heads with the Glue pickup.
Alam mo, Midnight, may tanong ako. We talked about this before. Ano yung nagpapahirap going up against Azaz?
NHO. I would say ang nagpapahirap versus Zask is yung mga heroes na walang kiting abilities, and also yung mga kaya naman kite pa rin yung composition yung hindi kaya mag-punish. But the thing with Glue is that wala siyang pake kay Zask actually.
Susustain lang niya lahat.
Susustain niya lang, sasabunutin pa niya yung kakampi mo.
True.
And I feel like yun yung lacking sa department ng TNC dito. Pero I do understand the early rush pickup on the show kasi gusto rin nila itago yung role. Kasi pwede may laki sa XP eh. Din yung show. And I feel like this does tell a lot of things with RSG kasi ngayon pwede na sila pumili ng counter-show matchups like the Kufra, maybe the Yuzhong, or even the Arlot.
Actually, I was gonna go talk about that. Yung mga pwedeng counter din kay Zask are heroes that are high mobility.
Oh!
Right?
What?
And there you go. Wow!
What?
Well, classic light picks, I guess. Very, very old school light picks to.
Yeah. Actually, ganda nung Kaja. In a sense na mahirap lumapit if you're the Cho. Di ka basta-basta makakapag-check push. And yung Link, kailangan niya mag-ingat sa kanyang mga Tempest of Blades kapag up pa yung Divine Judgment. I just feel like may chance na makakuha ng early game dito yung TNC. Lalo kapag nakakuha sila ng XP na walang pake dito sa 3 picks ng RSG like yung Edith, Kaja, and Hayabusa. And I do feel like Glue is such a perfect pick. Both Glue and Yuzhong.
Yun na.
Yeah, and the thing also about this Kaja Midnight, correct me if I'm wrong, ay kapag nagkamali siya ng flicker in, tapos na-freeze siya ng Aurora, ang dali ng punish mechanic.
Yun nga eh, may counter-engage eh. Baka manigas yung manok eh. Imbis na niluluto, naninigas eh. Oh!
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Not bad.
Wait, is it an XP Grok?
Makikita natin.
Roam.
Okay.
So, pretty safe. And I think I have to double down ng sinabi mo kanina. Tama ka, Auntie. It's like pretty easy to actually mess it up, which nakita natin nung week 1. Madaming mga miscount, misplay with the flickers. So, 50-50. Hopefully, maganda practice nila.
Yeah, kailangan nga nilang magkaroon ng ability to stop this because this lineup, I would say, sobrang heavy nila both in team fight for the side of TNC Pro Team and for the side of RSG Philippines naman, mas pick-off-centric sila because of this Kaja. But how will this draft pan out against each other? Kailangan nating makita because this is game number 1 between RSG Philippines and TNC Pro Team. Both of these teams have yet to regain their momentum. Kaya naman, ibato na natin sa Land of Dawn with our casters. Uomi and Burrito, please take it away.
Welcome.
It's actually us, Naisu and Leo on the English desk. Thank you so much, Antinara, and our friends over at the Infinix Game Tambayan, Midnight Rock are taking care of the draft. Joseph, how are you liking what RSG, PH, and TNC brought to the table?
I'm liking both, but you know, I think I have to go ahead and opt for the fact that, and this isn't a biased opinion because Wolf is over there coaching, but I do like TNC's lineup. You know, I want to see them be able to get this match off to a good start, get the momentum going. I think they have it. It's just mainly every time I see a Zask, man, I gotta say, like, do you have what it takes to deal with a Zask?
And you're looking at a Zask with Aqua in it, right? And I know Aqua to be one of the best space users and technical mages. Oh no, quick action early on.
already early on, fighting for the Lith Wanderer. Nibber could be in trouble.
Nibber!
Not going to be able to help much just yet, as it's already a first blood here in the hands of Hez. Good start once again for TNC as Hez picks up a kill.
That's what you call a heads-up play.
Heads up.
And I was getting back to it, as I was saying before we were so suddenly interrupted by our teams. When you're looking at Aqua on a Zask,
Yeah.
he doesn't get to use much of the space. Like, he has to commit. Whenever he goes in with his ult, he has to commit, and that's not very Aqua in my opinion. We have to see RSG grow into many different directions, not just because Nats isn't playing for today, but mainly because the meta is changing, right? And this is a RSG with Irad in it. It's a very aggressive RSG.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because technically, like, our meta shifted majorly, what, 2 months ago, I think it was at this point?
Yeah.
It's been a while, but, like, there's these micro shifts still happening.
Yep.
And I love to see that. I love that we're in that phase of the meta where, yeah, some of these changes still happen. And even with this, like, this lineup that RSG brought to the table is still something that, you know, has a little bit of a nicheness to it, because, like the panel mentioned, Light is going to pick up a signature pick like this Kaja, but still with it, I think that's the thing. Like, they have to tailor the aggression here.
Yep. Besides Light, everything else is kind of new flavor for the Raiders. TNC, on the other hand, again, everything's in flux for them. This is their comfort zone, I guess, you know, climbing up and trying to score one over the rest of the league. And you're seeing Escalera on his signature Grok, SD on the Ling, that's an old favorite. And of course you have Hatred on the Aurora, who has been playing Aurora even before Aurora was a thing.
And it's funny because, yeah, one of the first players to obviously bring the Aurora out. But, you know, still serves a purpose. There's the Divine Light Judgment we were talking about. Shadow Kill already going to be used. They pop the Tensor Blades. It's Light that gets punished. Nibber goes down too. TNC, though, how are they going to still adjust? They have to deal with that Zosk. Still holding its front with the Nightmare Spawn, but they're going to force Irad back. But these are pickups for TNC already, and some control around the turtle. And now, once again, Heads will be focused down, taken down. SD goes for the kill. He'll handle Aqua just fine. And now they'll get the objective, most likely.
Oh no, Turtle's still standing.
Light's there alongside Irad. They could stop this in their tracks. They go in, Nibber flickers in. Irad walks up, takes the turtle. Do they still go for more? Hatred's in trouble. They pop the Pride of Ice already, the passive, and now Escalera alongside Irad. There's the wild charge. Gonna be able to knock up two. Still bounding out Hatred. Doesn't have the passive. Careful to draw in, but Kozin goes in and will pick it up. But Irad falls, and Light picks up another, and Aqua too. The Raiders will get something out of the value from that first turtle take.
Some things might change, but if you're thinking of the fundamentals in RSG, no matter who's playing, no matter how aggressive they may be, they may look, some things never change. Look at this, SD still going in. Goes in as well, Tempest Blades up!
Tempest Blades already using, Light will fall. Great usage, Spirit of Destruction as well from Kozin, so this is a battle, man. That's exactly what we're seeing here with these lineups.
I don't think it's a battle, I think this is a straight up fight now. 5 minutes in, 10 kills across the board. Not even 5, folks. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Let's see what the items look like. Again, because of how much TNC got out of that first turtle, you see how Kozin is way ahead of Kusei. Like, I'd say, what, 500, 600 gold? And then you're looking at SD, who got 3-0. 3, and then nothing. And then, well, they did have to surrender the turtle, but he's, what, 200 gold up on Irad?
Yeah.
As a Ling, as someone who is maybe a little slightly more late game reliant, I'm liking where this Ling is going.
It's scaling really well, and that's why I always love, you know, Warcry Emblem 2 has done some good things in our current meta, you know, bringing in that emblem, and you saw 2 over here from the Raiders, and I think that's why when they go into some of these skirmishes, these team fights, it shows, you know, it shows on how they kind of scale up. Now, Kosei, on the other hand, he's been able to farm up for relatively, you know, freely, and he's going to have to shine later on because, like we saw with Kozin, he could just throw in the spear, man. Spear Destruction, here I am.
And I think that's where RSG needs to step on the clutch, maybe consider how they approach the mid-game power spike. They don't really have any burst. They have Zask, sure. They have Light off the DJ, but maybe they want to go for pickoffs first and maybe secure this. Nibber coming in again!
That's what they're going to go for. They went for it, and now Hatred going to fall. They don't worry about it. SDZYZ going to join the fight. Nibber still there on the front side on the Edith, keeping them at bay. They just want control of the turtle pit, and they'll go ahead and do that. And I think TNC Might be left to just giving this one up here.
Dear God, look at the body block. RSG just putting up meat shields from the major objective, and they score one more. 100% of turtles going so far to the Raiders, and now they're moving downward. That is a divine judgment on light. Again, best believe, Joseph, people watching at home, as long as there's a battle spell or an ult on RSG, they're going to press the buttons.
It's most likely going to be from light, right? That's why anytime he picks this Kaja, I'm just like, man, that's a divine light judgment coming through, because the way he plays aggressively with his Kaja and utilizing the divine judgment is great. I mean, a lot of the times that's all they have to do, rely on light to do it. And I feel like that's almost in a sense where, you know, on the flip side, you have a wild charge for TNC. You've got a Way of the Dragon. Like, you have pick-off tools, but can they utilize it?
Yeah, nothing is as sure as this. Divine Judgment once more!
Divine Judgment going to find heads. They get the flicker out, so he has to burn it to survive. But, hey, that's still, you know, this minor win for RSG as they set here on the bottom side.
I think you can count it as a win, but you got to put an asterisk on that, Joseph, because Light spent not just the ult, but also the flicker.
He did.
And I think this will open up the turret.
Yep.
I'd say that's a good exchange.
Yeah, good exchange. You know, they spend that a little bit. They still have tools, too, to kind of initiate the fights with Nibber on this Edith, and they make a play objectively. They get a turret. That's more space to make around the map here. And again, we're talking about the fact that, you know, the next objective being up Lord, they've got kind of control of this, and it's building up a slow momentum for them, too.
Yeah, and I think the rubber band is just about to snap. We're looking at Kosei here, who again has no kills, no deaths either, and is on his way to an endless battle. And he's rocking the Sky Piercer and the Windtalker from here on, so he can choose one of either path, Joseph. Yeah. He farms minions or he farms heroes. He can go either way. He's just waiting for that moment.
He's at the fork in the road right now.
Yep, it's like, which one? Dylan, tell me. Light, tell me, which way?
Which way do I go? And again, at that point, you know, with Lord coming up here, that's where TNC kind of has to check themselves a little bit. And why I say it's so important that you get the setups, especially the fact you have Escalera on this Grok here. They'll exchange here on the bottom side, and we'll see what they focus on.
In the same way, in a swing of fate, TNC is also facing the same story.
Exactly.
Do we now go for fights, or do we split the map up? And it looks like now they're catching up to it. Lord here down to a 10th, 16, the steal!
SD somehow able to get the Lord, and now it looks like they're going to be able to win the fight too as Light gets taken down. Nibber pops the Primal Wrath, but does he have enough damage? He gets thrown into the wall from the Spear of Misery. As the 3 fall from RSG, where did this come from TNC?
A haymaker from down under. TNC caught RSG off guard. And say what you will about the past 3 or 4 minutes, but RSG is only really strong when they have initiative. They can't clap back when they're not ready. Let's see that instant replay here brought to us by Infinix. Joseph, even you and I didn't see it until it just happened. First off, the steal off of SD's Divine Retribution, and then from there, I guess they just
collapsed.
They just throw bodies at it. Even Kusei wasn't ready. Look.
Yeah, it was a beautiful overlapping of things that TNC needed. That's what they exactly needed. Again, as we were questioning, do they fight? Do they go for the objective? They went for both in that exchange, and they get the Lord, and now they'll be able to move around the map a little bit better than they have. So this is the time. Do the Raiders have it in the tank? There's the wild charge again with the damage on the backside already going to pull through. Primal Wrath's going to be popped too as Escalera's in trouble. Nibor already picks up a kill and now heads on the run. He gets cut off. SD tries to save him, but is that who you want to be able to save? SD's still going to be alive, and now RSG has to deal with the Lord in the base as those shields will pop down bottom side.
All right, they'll have to manage here, but kudos to TNC. Again, respect for what they did in that last sequence, stealing away the Lord, taking 3 down for free, but they tried to do it a second time and take pictures too. Didn't really pan out. Again, this just shows how aware RSG is of the situation. They know who the beatdown is, and as TNC tried to swing once more with a haymaker from down under, it just did not pan through. What made that last sequence work out, a chorus of violence. Oh, wait!
Oh, again, Dominator's Descent going to be already used. Tempest Ablaze to follow up. Drops down the Glacier, but Hatred can't escape the damage. As the Spirit Destruction is going to be used. Thousand's going to follow up. He doesn't, as Escalera gets shredded. And Kusei already choosing the kills here. Now he's online on the Roger. Picks up 2. And they're going to focus down the mid lane for the Tier 2 turret.
Again, what makes a chorus of violence possible for TNC, a sudden swing into a dominant position, is a drum beat. You have to have set it up. But if it's RSU's ready to welcome it, if RSU's waiting for you to please force me to fight, now this is what happens.
This is what happens. It's tough because just when TNC found that spark in their flame, it just quickly got doused out by the Raiders. And I don't know, that's always something, you know, about RSG from season to season. You can't count them out. Even when you have that swing play in your favor, somehow, some way, the Raiders are like, no, we're going to turn this around. We got this.
They didn't air it out. The fire was there. There was but an ember. But Aqua was ready to answer back live with a pull.
Light's going to get a pull off again. Escalera. Immortality can be popped. Can the team get there in time? He tries to get away, but the clones will get him as Irad gets the killing spree already, making a double. Lord's going to be worked on. Still gets the triple two. Is he looking for the Maniac from Heads? I don't think he's going to be able to catch Heads, but he has the damage there. They'll get the objective instead, and once again, the Raiders come through in the team fight, in the exchange. They get the objective.
John Darituazon back in MPL Philippines, showing up. Yet to get a win, but here his Hayabusa performing out of his mind. 6-1-5, picking up the Malefic Roar now.
Yep.
Best believe even Escalera, even Heads is gonna have to think twice about, can I really take a few hits from this Hayabusa?
Scary. You know, you saw the preview of the damage alone, and sometimes all he has to do is pop that shadow kill once Light goes in with a Divine Judgment.
They
disperse away from it. Lord's going to work on this mid-base turret. Irad goes to the backside, a huge knockup again, even with the Primal Wrath being expended. But they'll pick up a couple kills as 2 are down for TNC. They'll go back, they'll heal up. They have to deal with the Lord. It's almost down. They should be able to clear it out. Irad jumps in on the backside, forcing them back a little bit longer, and again the pull from Heads as another member from TNC will fall. But only one base turret going down for RSG.
A 3-for-1.
Uh-oh.
Plus a penetration. Looking light, looking for targets.
Still want more here.
Let him go. It's just Escalera waiting on him. Kozin as well. All right, TNC still yet to breathe. An amazing initiation by Nibor. I'm loving it. I'm wondering what the fans think of what he brought out there in the absence of Nats. Because so far, 2-4-7. Again, not a good KDA if you ask me.
Yeah.
But what he did there single-handedly shot up RSG's net worth up to 7K.
Shout out to the fans, right?
Oh, the fans!
That's right. And that's why I was saying, going back, like, you know, what, 10 minutes ago when we were talking about the tools that RSG had here. See, notice how it's either Light when he has the flicker available or Snibor. And they can both do that time and time again. But TNC can do the same thing. That's why you pointed it out. Like, it's more or less the same story for TNC's lineup here.
Yeah, and here's the thing. For TNC, it's not as simple. All right, Joseph, it's not as simple. It's not just because they're down 6 or 7K.
Yeah.
It's more because if Hair ults to get there. For RSG, they're happy with a single Divine Judgment and then maybe 2 or 3 hits from Kusei or Irad.
Yeah.
They can make that work. It's so much simpler for them. But for TNC, the returns are infinite.
That's true.
Because they can walk away with a steal. SD can do that. They can control the map a little better. Because again, you walk on walls with the Finch Poise much easier than the Quad Shadow.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, whoa, what? And the toss up again from the onward.
See, I told you, easier.
So much simpler to make it work here. And now, forcing TNC back again. Does RSG just choose to end the game here with a numbers advantage? 5 versus 3.
They can.
TNC, they got the waves pushing in. They're trying to block it off with the Guardian's Barrier. The Nightmare's going to be dropped down. Dominator's Ascent too. They want to force them off the base. Tempest of Blade's going to be used, trying to clear the waves out. Escalera takes way too much damage as he will fall. But the crystals already going to be worked on as RSG will take...
Ganun lang ng RSG Philippines.
Yeah, very evident na yung TNC, hawak na talaga nila yung early game. And even sa mid game, they found the strive. Alam nila yung composition nila, gets nila yung idea how they start the fights, how they're supposed to win. But it's just that, again, RSG, once nagkaroon sila ng momentum dito, once na nakaharap na sila ng start, yung literal na starting line, doon na natin talaga makikita yung ready, set, go mentality nila.
Yeah, actually, if you play it out in your head and you look at the TNC lineup, you can see the reason, right? Escalera right on front, then go for the wild charge, go for the important targets, which are relatively squishy. But then, it didn't really matter at the mid-game.
Makikita natin ang MVP ng ating game. It is the Hayabusa. on Irad. Pinakita na naman, nag-flex na naman ng mechanics. Ang dami niya kaninang mga outplay sa mga Shadow, even sa first turtle. Let's say, yeah, sure, he died, pero talagang na-micro niya yung TNC, even though, again, no, nakuha ng TNC yung early game. Pero it was just a preview na parang ganito ako kahirap hulihin.
Hindi nyo mahuli yung mga shadow ko. And really, sobrang hirap i-pull off ng lineup ng RSG Philippines, but they made it work mostly because of the fact na kapag nag-go sila, lahat sila mag-go. It didn't even matter na may pang-counter-engage yung TNC kasi alam nila, kakayanin nila.
Yeah, and that's also the upside of having a Hayabusa in this lineup na kapag nag-engage yung RSG dito, unlike the Ling na kailangan talaga finisher yung hero mo, the Hayabusa is very, very different. Mas mataas yung kanyang brawling capability, and I like how RSG initiates here. Every single team fight, laging nauuna sila ni Bor, laging nauuna si Light. It's to set up for the course sa kanilang side.
And I think you have to look back. You think about, uy, weird ka dyan, di ba? Pero it makes sense kasi you're removing a single target lock-on that can make a Hayabusa's life hard. Ang magiging huli lang nila dito, catch nila dito, si heads lang.
Yeah, and it's very honest actually. Very upfront yung approach dito ng RSG na basta makahanap ka ng set. Kasi actually, paunahan sila dito eh. Nakita natin yung TNC nung early to mid-game parts of the game. Kapag sila nag-i-engage, nakakahanap sila ng pickups kasi they give space for the Ling. Hindi na divine judgment si SDZYZ dito. Kapag yung RSG yung nag-start ng teamfight, syempre maiilang din naman. Yung Ling bumaba, baka malatigo yung kanyang leeg. And yung mga initiations, again, ni Nibor, yung mga flicker, onwards, mga earth shatter, doon talaga, doon talaga nagkakaroon ng difference when it comes to breaking out a team fight. As long as they set the momentum for themselves, nasa kanila kasi yung sagot. Kahit yung Brock, actually, hindi na nga nila narespeto nung late game. Literal na hinatak agad si Escalera dito nung makita siya ni Light.
Kumbaga, harap-harap lang kasi capable yung kupunan ng RSG Philippines na i-burst down agad kung sino man yung nandun sa front lines ng kupunan ng TNC Pro Team.
Again, you have to think about yung certain stages of the game where these lineups are actually powerful. I think you pointed out kanina, it was a pretty good start for TNC. Mid-game, they were kind of rolling in as well. Then you come into the fight where Kusei napakawalan na sa lane. Si Irad, free to roam anywhere he wanted to. And that was a moment where RSG really looked like they had an advantage.
Yeah, and also yung itemization ng Irad, it's so smart. Yung cooldown boots with a Hunter Strike, ang kailangan mo kasi dito hindi HP. Huli nga yung kanyang yung Heptasis, meron pa siyang Endless Battle, maximum cooldown reduction yung Hayabusa rito. That means more Shadow. Ang comparison ng Ling tsaka ni Hayabusa, yung teamfight dependency mo is based sa, for Ling, yung inyong Tempest of Blades. For the Hayabusa, it's the Shadow. And the more the Shadows that you have, the more you're gonna be able to fight with RSG.
More Shadow, more kulit. Yun lang yun.
And yun nga nabanggit ni Midnight kanina no, kung papaanong yung continuous damage output na binibring out ng Hayabusa, yung nakapagpabigay ng edge for RSG Philippines as they take the first blood in this game.
Yeah, in contrast, however, kita natin again yung counter-engage ng isang Aurora. Nandun pa rin talaga yung strength. Kita natin yung strength ng TNC nung mid parts of the game. Pero nung na-realize ng RSG, ba't di tayo mauna? Diba? Ano bang hinihintay natin? Nung na-realize nila na pwede nilang gawin yun, especially with the zoning ability of the Zas, nandyan din yung counter-engage ng Kaja. Si Nibor at si Light, kahit saan sila magpunta, basta may makita silang hero, matatara na nila yan. And that's also the advantage, yung binabangkit ng mga casters natin na binuo ni Roger yung Skypiercer. Basta may unang mamatay, tuloy-tuloy yung proc ng Skypiercer. And talagang si Kusei dito, wala na siyang pake kung pipili pa siya ng target o hindi kasi literal, hinahain sa kanya ng RSG.
It's relatively easy for this duo, for Nibor and Light, to actually set up and to layer. Kumbaga, less room for error. The moment na tumama lang yung Flicker Divine Judgment or Flicker Earth Shatter, it really does look like magic.
Masarap din i-highlight actually si Nibor dito, no? Aside sa mga pinag-uusapan natin kanina, may pressure, filling up the void, it didn't feel like there was a void with RSG. Again, marami siyang teamfight na siya pa ngayon nauuna, yung mga flicker onward engagements, and yung pagkite niya sa TNC. It feels like RSG is in their comfort zones. Kasi ito yung nakita natin nung mga time na nag-dominate yung RSG na wala silang pake kung gaano kakalakas. Basta makakita sila ng opportunity to go for the team fight, they will initiate.
Yeah, and really, yung ganong kind of playing right now that really comes with a lot of practice and chemistry na yung XP lane mo, yung magtatangke ng bawas kasi alam niya na nakasuporta at alalay agad yung roamer. And that lineup was specifically built for that. Na sinibor yung harap, tapos ang isa sa mga magka-counter-engage, if ever, and magpa-primary engage, ay yung Divine Judgment coming from Light.
Napaisip ka na lang talaga, no? How long have they been keeping this lineup, practicing it behind the scenes?
Yes.
Di ba? Right? I mean, You have to think, right? How,
Bakit ba?
he knows. He knows.
Ako may insa info ako. Pero kasi ang very obvious naman dito is naglaro na sila international tournament. And pinagdaanan na rin nila yung parang regular season sa tournament na yun. So there were a lot of times for RSG to really practice with this lineup na kailangan ma-make sure nila na if hindi nga maglalaro si Nats, enough yung pag-jump in ni Nibor. And nakita rin naman natin yung glimpse nito last season. Although 3 games lang naglaro si Nibor. Actually, lagi ko kasi sinasabi parang wala namang bago. Parang RSG pa din.
Ganun pa din. Kasi nga naman, even though he had big shoes to fill, mukhang malaki din ang paa ni Nibor.
Size 9.
Letter N pa din eh.
Letter N. Letter N pa rin. But then, for game number 2, TNC naman ang kukuha ng blue side. Just a quick question for the both of you. How will this affect the draft? Bakit may nauuna pa rin sa blue side right now?
I would say, yung ano pa rin, yung threat ng mga Zaz, ng mga Roger, ng mga
first pick
Harry.
agad.
There's a lot of strong meta heroes na masarap first pick. Pero yung mga teams kasi ngayon natututo na magpalusot ng mga hero. It's just that I think TNC wants to change things up or baka may pattern silang ilalabas dito. May variation si Wolf sa kanyang index na ramdam niya na kaya niyang talunin yung RSG. Kasi I think last week mas pinaprioritize ng TNC yung second pick. And it does change up yung variation. But also, what this allows TNC is kung last week puro second pick kami,
Ngayon,
Panda,
puro-
wala kang data ngayon.
Oo, kaya nga, MPL Arena, kailangan nyo nang ibigay sa amin ang inyong freshest look. Dahil naghahanap tayo ng Index Salon Beauties. Ako na muna. Ganon. Fresh look lang. O bakit tumatawa ka dyan, Midnight?
Ganda lang ng transition.
May ganun na pala, nagulat ako. Highlight talaga yung guide ko. Gawang
yes!
index, guys.
Lugi kay Rockart, boss.
Thank you so much.
Lugi kay Rockart, ayoko na. Okay na ako.
Okay, bagong gawa po sa Index ang buhok ni Rockhart ngayon. Kaya naman, MPL Arena, kailangan nyo nang ibigay ang inyong fresh look. Kasi nga naman, Index Salon ay naghanap ng Index Salon Beauties. Oh,
Ayan, i-flex nyo na ang inyong mga freshness. Dahil kayo ay mafe-feature dito. Ayun, ang gagwapo. Ang gagwapo. O, syempre, nonchalant.
For guys din yan, syempre.
yes, for both. Oh,
Ayan,
pretty.
Ayan, panis. Naka-guess.
Yes.
Guess USA. Di ba? Thank you daw sabi.
Thank you.
Ninanarit no?
Ikaw po ang fresh face for
Yun.
today. Ang ganda-ganda naman. And that was just game number 1
Yeah.
for both of these teams. And mukhang right now, nakikita natin slowly binibuild ng RSG Philippines their momentum. So definitely, that's something that we would expect in the coming weeks na ngayon makikickstart, ngayon may-head start.
Yeah. Wow, grabe heads.
Wow, nagulat ako dun
Nagulat ako sa akin. Pero totoo yun kasi feeling ko talaga, honestly, in all honesty, heads step up.
Yes. And speaking of stepping up, kaya lahat ng mga MPL fans right there, kung meron kayong regalong gustong ibigay sa inyong favorite teams and players, magpunta na tayo dito sa MPL Arena at ilagay sa Community Hub Drop Box ang gifts ninyo. Kasi nga naman, pwede kayong magkaroon ng ability na maimbitahan dito lang sa Infinix Game Tambayan para maabot ninyo personally ang mga regalo niyo for your players.
Napaisip tuloy ako, sino kaya ang MPL player na parang may specific na gift na maganda sa kanya? Si Heads, ano kaya ang kailangan niya?
Ayoko magsalita. Baka mamaya wala na ako dito eh. Baka mamaya wala na ako dito eh. Mapapagalitan ako eh.
Ayun na nga.
Muntik na.
Kung meron po kayong gustong ibigay sa inyong mga favorite players, you can do so by giving it up sa ating Dropbox. And again, pwede kayong makapunta dito lamang sa Infinix Game Tambayan sa MPL Arena. Kaya ano pang iniintay nyo? Kailangan nyo nang magpunta dito kasi nga naman sobrang saya manood dito sa venue.
Yeah, may space pa rito guys. So may katabi pa nga si Rockart eh.
Yes.
Ang tanong ko doon, pag si Doming, kasi Pal Doming, pwede mo ba siya bigyan ng pera?
Wala na, boss, ibabalik na sa'yo.
Babalik. Wala kailangan.
Sobra na
needed.
nga eh.
Okay.
Sobra. Ako tatanggap ako nun. Okay lang naman. Diba?
Yung mga ganong klaseng gifts, ang ganda. Malupit yun. Hopefully may creative gifts kayong maisip for next week. Or this week.
Feeling ko si Wolf, masarap bigyan ng keychain.
Keychain?
Siyempre, Wolf. Di ba, bibigyan mo sila ng keychain na wolf. Si Coach Panda, bibigyan mo ng panda. Di ba? Si Leo, bigyan mo ng tigre. Di ba?
Tama.
Leon, pro player pala yung usapan.
Leon.
Utak ko din eh.
Pwede din sa amin. Pwede ba?
Kaya nga, nagre-request kanina si Rockart. Sabi niya kay Doming, pero pwede ding bigyan si Rockart. Kung ano man ang gusto niyong ibigay, dito lang yan sa,
Sa akin yung pera sa akin. Okay, mayaman na yan eh.
Parehas. Sige, okay. Back to the drawing board because we will be heading into the draft for game number 2. Once again, this is still RSG Philippines and PNC Pro Team. Ano naman kaya ang i-expect natin for this draft?
Yeah, if you remember, again, blue side is TNC and the right side naman ang RSG. This does change up the variation for both sides, but I feel like makikita pa rin natin yung labanan ng first pick. Nandiyan pa rin yung Roger, yung Zask, yung Harith. Pero ang ine-expect ko talaga, mabawasan yung hayop dito sa Land of Dawn.
Yep.
Mawawala na naman yung highlights. Oh, TNC. Full respect sa Edith ng RSG.
I actually really like it. At the same time, you know what? Going for blue side for TNC means that they're really going for that really powerful pick. So really expect a pick that can really destroy multiple lanes.
Yeah.
Again, Zask, ginawa yun kanina. Pretty similar. Maybe. Possible idea. Pero baka maba naman ni Panda.
Ang inaabangan ko dito actually, since kapag nakikita nyo itong ginagawa ng TNC, yung first two na wala ka nakikitang Harith, Zushin, and Zask, may ma-open up dyan eh. So RSG, meron silang choice to accept the trade na pwede silang makapagpalitan sa Zushin, tsaka Jushin, and Zask. Kasi lamang na lamang ka dahil kapag nakuha ng TNC dito, yung either one of those mages, pwede mong paresan ng either Roger plus Harith.
Yes, and yung ganong capability, because they are in the blue side, aside from being able to get those heroes, open pa rin naman yung mga sobrang lakas mag-engage like the Jawhead. But I doubt they'll pick that first into the draft.
Normally, Jawhead used in conjunction with other people who have lots of displacement abilities. Great combo kasi you can put a specific target in one location on the map and then they can do whatever they want, right? So, usually comboed with Zushin, right? Zushin Jawhead, great combo.
Lipad ng lipad yun.
ang nakita ko last time yung Liquid yung Jawhead Arlot, yung Hagis Hawi pabalik.
Hagis Hawi.
Isang buong screen yun, boss eh. Isang buong screen yung kakampi mo, sabihin sa'yo, nasaan ka pre?
Tapos nakakatuwa din makita yung Jawhead plus Arlot combo kasi aside from the fact na ibabato siya ng Arlot, pwede mong Arlot tuloy nung Jawhead, pwede mong ibato yung Arlot pamalapit.
Oo, may sarili siyang
magandang flicker.
Baga granada, no? Oo.
Parang ano yan, yung binato sa inyo, tapos hinawi kayo palabas. Parang, well, bakit sa RSG yun? Kasi, di ba, parang yung Jawhead, Arlot, pang raid yun eh. Parang, boss, papasok na kami dito. Pag hagis ng Arlot, may final slash eh.
Tapos may flicker pa. Tingnan na lang natin kung hindi pa kayo ma-displace lahat sa mga ganong combination.
Yeah, open again ang Zask and Jusin. Open din naman ang Roger Harith. Lamang dito ang RSG because they can get 2. Oy, binigay nila.
Man.
Kasi ganito yan. Pag pinik yung Jusin, I think ang gagawin ng RSG dito is Arlot Harith.
Yes. Kapag napili yung Harith, and that's not just a pick for their gold laner Kusei. Pick din yun. Deny pick against Kuzen.
Ang ganda na itong ginagawa ng TNC. Ito yung one step ahead. Kasi, pasasabihin mo, kung ikaw yung nasa utak ni Coach Wolf, hindi ko kailangan first pickin yung Jusin. Kasi kapag pinik niyo yung Jusin, tapos kinuha niyo yung Harith, amin yung Arlot Roger.
Kaya nga, magandang response din itong Hayabusa because if piliin man ng RSG Philippines yung Jusin, madali siyang mapupuntahan.
Yeah, I love this. Aside from the fact that it's very, what do you say, it's very unpredictable to have a first pick Hayabusa kasi why would you, right? Usually, it's a great last pick. Clean it up, look for a prime target, especially in the gold lane. But no, sabi ni Wolf, we got this.
Yeah. I'm curious kung ano kukunin ng gold lane ng RSG dito, if they're gonna go for the Moscow once again for Kusei. Kasi I still do think na there goes the Harith. And ayun nga, Jushin. So, Roger, Arlot is open. But also, pwede silang mag-Jawhead dito. Nakita na natin yung matchup na yan before. Even though yung Jawhead ay pinapalibad pa rin ng Jusin. At least meron kang unstoppable force to force the ultimate of the Jusin para naman displace yung composition dito ng RSG. But there's definitely a lot of options dito for TNC. I know Heads is a good Arlot player. I still think Arlot is good here. Kasi maganda siya laban sa Jusin and Harith. Nandun yung displacement factor. Pero may mga safe choice pa kasi. So baka makita natin yung XP sa second phase pa. Pero I feel like Roger is, just an auto pick here for TNC.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the snatch!
Wow, I like this.
Wala naman pala din na ako kasi may Jushin na. Pero sabi ni Wolf, amin na yung paramis mo, Panda.
Still pretty flexible as well. We can mid it or roam it. Like, this is pretty good. Pero
There goes the Arlot.
there's the Arlot you were talking about.
And during week 1, I believe ginamit yung Paramis na ito. But then, ito na yung sinasabi natin.
The combo!
Displacement galore.
Oh
Okay.
my, okay.
Good
Planado ng RSG to. Ban Hylos Matic. Feeling ko talaga sa RSG, Ban Hylos Matic. Unless willing silang i-XP yan. Pero may mga magaganda kasing matchup for TNC. Kaya I do feel like kung mag-Hylos man dito yung RSG, ila-last pick nila. Which does put them in a disadvantage kasi kapag nag-pick sila ng other hero in the 4th pick, makukuha ng TNC, yung Hylos. Pwede pang i-flex dito yung Harlot. Pwede pa ilagay sa Roam. Pwede pa ilagay sa XP. So might as well focus on the gold ban. Roger and Claude. Both good matchups versus these 3 heroes on the side of RSG. Palusutin nyo na yung Moskov kasi Harith can actually win that lane.
There's also small room for wiggle room. Like, don't necessarily need to go Roger, right? There's so many options in the gold lane. But again, Roger versus Harith really is like the only 50-50 matchup that makes sense right now.
Grabe talaga yung respeto ni no? Ito talaga yung masabi mo yung mga coaches may behavioral pattern pa rin Na, si Coach Panda, fundamentals talaga na, syempre, you have to respect the enemy jungler, ganun. The enemy player. So si Escalera, naka-ilang TNC, uy, ganda ng mga bobbleheads. Si Escalera,
bro.
Si Escalera naka-ilang Tigreal games na. Although, I would say still, medyo shaky yung performance ng Tigreal. Pero sabi ni Coach Panda kasi, no, you still have to give respect. Kasi ganun ang discipline.
That's how he talks, ha?
That's how he talks, ha?
Yeah.
Mas marami na siyang Tagalog ngayon.
Oo.
And to me, interesting din yung Tigreal ban kasi nga, right now, specifically in this meta, nagbago na yung dynamics in using a Tigreal. Kagaya dati, parang ulti before flicker. Pero ngayon, flicker muna bago mag-ulti kasi malakas yung slow ng implosion.
Sagad-sagad yung sagad to the bones.
Magandang
Yung
test
crowd
din yun
control.
sa TNC kasi kailangan maganda yung reaction time yung sakali pag Pero either way,
Interesting.
was not expecting that. Pero again, I was saying madaming possible na gold lane aside from the Roger. And I think Panda said, you know what? Yeah.
Open ang Claude to. Oh, I like this alpha ban. They're forcing out the Julian. And ayaw din nila, kasi yung alpha, maganda rin yan versus Paramis. Although it goes either way, pero madali kasing ubusin yung Netherrealm. Pero with this pickup, I think nakakatukso dito kunin yung Julian. Pero ang sinasabi kasi ng TNC, kahit mag-Julian ka, may Netherrealm answer kasi yung TNC dito.
What if really good assassin matchup on the jungle? What if Lancelot?
Maganda yung Lancelot.
Wala lang.
May naisip lang din ako, what if mag-Bane sila bigla?
Bane jungle.
Oo, maganda yung Bane dito. Counter kay Paramis
Paramis,
sila. Counter kay Paramis, hindi kaya burst ng Hayabusa, lalo kapag wala Skypiercer. Although mawawala lang yung The Mechanic factor na nakita natin ng game number 1. Na-miss ko actually si The Mechanic, the jungler of RSG, si Irad. So makikita natin dito, what is this? Oh! Okay. Marami nga namang dash pero di na yun yung lumang Phobos guys. Pero one thing is certain for RSG, ang daming setters sa lineup nila.
Yeah, anyone can actually set here for RSG almost.
Oo, ganun nga Parang ang nagiging trajectory ng draft for RSG ay lahat hindi magkukulang ng crowd control.
Yeah, ang nakakatakot lang dito is baka yuzongan sila. Baka kay light tong Arlot, tas mag-yuzong si Nibor. Other choices are the Dyroth, kung gusto mo ng flex. Tapos Claude or Roger? Roger. XP, I think Yuzong's still the best choice. May Glue pa din naman. I still think Glue is a nice matchup versus Phobos and Harith. But they go for the Kaja once again. XP Arlot indeed for Nibor.
Okay. Medyo the tables have turned dito in this matchup. This time around, Akaja with, Hayabusa close by. Again, kind of just removing the counters.
Tingin ko talaga Bane
Bane, you think Bane?
Si Edge pala yung Arlot.
Tingin
Bane,
ko
no?
talaga
Ganda ng Bane.
Possible.
Tingin ko Bane,
possible.
Bane, Helkert, Hanzo.
Di ba?
Ayan na! Ayan na! Ira!
Welcome back!
Woo! The Mechanic is in the house. I would just say, okay, let me just clarify. Medyo di ako fan ng Lancelot pickup. Ang daming shenanigans itong TNC. Ang dami nilang catch. Meron silang Arlot, may Paramis, may Hayabusa. These 3 heroes are quite nice versus the Lancelot. Pero minsan, sabi kasi ni Coach Panda, you have to believe the player.
Yes. You have to believe the
player
mechanic.
kasi.
You have to believe the player kasi. If you don't give the tiwala, they cannot play that well.
Yes.
Ang dami ng Tagalog na naman. But this is game number 2 between TNC Pro Team And RSG Philippines, will TNC be able to bounce back? Or tutuloy-tuloy na nga ba ng RSG Philippines ang pag-arangkada ng mga Raiders? This is what we will witness, and these are your lineups and the draft. But for the meantime, let's take it over to our casters.
Welcome to Mobile
RSGPH at
Legends.
match point, bringing in a little bit of the spice. Fovius is in the land of Dawn. Game 2, facing off against TNC Pro Team.
Man, you know what? I'm just going to throw it out there for all my Gord mains. When you saw Fovius' new portrait, it kind of looks like Gord a little bit. You know, I don't know if they're going to be eventually related, but hey, he's bringing him to the field. I think Fovius in general, what I've seen competitively, he can still be that nuisance, right? Now they've changed things a little bit around with him. That tweak a little bit, even with his ultimate Infernal Pursuit now here. But still, it's going to work good against this lineup, I think. It's another front line that they can utilize, especially with Light. And so far, man, Jawhead 2 has been making waves, you know, for a lot of teams.
I'll call it a frontline asterisk because he's not actively engaging.
Yeah.
Right? Here's a quick look at the rest of the emblem sets. It's a couple of war cries for TNC, and a majority of RSG rocking the Impure Rage. So this shows that TNC, they want to come in bursts. They want to come in and go off of their initiative, while RSG, I think they want to make these fights last a while. Look at this. See, TNC not even entertaining the idea that we're going to go in early because they need to wait for those spikes.
I'm already a little worried, though, man, too, for TNC because Jushin been picked up here. Obviously, we know already, if you've been watching the competitive scene, how crazy she can be, especially early on.
She got unlocked.
As soon as she...
Versus Kozin.
Wow.
And it's as if the first 3-for-1 did not happen at all. Joseph Irad got away with a triple.
And a sliver of health.
And a turtle.
And a turtle.
All that.
That's like someone walking up and just taking everything from you and walking away.
I'll take a number 5 large for a penny. Thanks.
There's a discount today, right?
There's a little something for you too. What? All right. RSG, the pendulum swinging back and forth. Now the Raiders are in control. TNC looking at the items so far. Kozin again. Now this time TNC can start counting their blessings.
Yeah.
At least Kozin didn't die. At least he wasn't part of that hubbub.
That's probably the comms after all that. Hey, at least Kozin didn't die. Because if he did, and we saw that happening over here in the top side, that would have been even more disastrous for TNC. So hopefully, that's a reality check for them at this point, because with that swing going in far of RSG, I mean, it's nothing major in terms of economy when you look at the numbers, but that momentum, that swing in their favor, and the power spikes that this lineup can have is the problem here for TNC.
Which is what we initially said anyways. RSG have the early to mid, and then once TNC can figure out how they can get better pickoffs off of the Divine Judgment, off of these hard lean-in Nether Realms, then that's when they win. But that whole scuffle in mid, the only reason that happened is because RSG went in too deep under a tier 1 at minute 0.
At minute 0. A little far too zealous in the early part. And so for TNC, I mean, knowing how this last, couple minutes have gone, you can see they kind of take a step back a little bit. Like, let's slow down, farm up what we need, slow it down, and then get in position for the next objective.
But what makes that dangerous, what makes that a less ideal approach is Nibor is slowly ramping up. This is a scaling XP lane. We don't get to see that as often anymore. And look at this. As long as somebody dashes, as long as somebody triggers the Infernal Pursuit, he's fine. I should choose my words. He's happy.
He's happy.
Because he's also rocking Vengeance.
I was going to say.
He would be okay with, like, heads and SD going on him.
Yeah.
He can just click the Vengeance and just start pursuing them infernally.
Yeah. and at that point, you don't have anything of it to do but to just kind of watch the Fovius in the airtime. And that's already an objective once again here. RSG will go ahead and secure that one. There's really, at this point for TNC, it's kind of like, how do we get into these team fights or skirmishes? How do we utilize what we have here too? And some of it, at this point, you picked up the Hayabusa for a reason. You've got the Kaji. You got to play around it. Might be in the mid lane right now. Fighting it forward. Beacon versus the Nether Realm. All coming to head here as Light's going to be the one to fall in under the turret. They get brought in with a wave as they go in with the Infernal Pursuit. Nibor still looking for more, possibly, but he might get cut off from his team. Pops the Vengeance. Pops the Infernal Pursuit. What is that? Nibor still alive against it all in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret. Irad Does he actually pick up the kill? No, Heads is going to be fine, but man, talk about Nibber on this Phoveus.
He's like a 5-year-old hopped up on Nesquik on a trampoline. You see how much he jumped and saved himself in that last minute, that last second. Vengeance kept him alive to trigger another one, and I'd reckon there was a Brave Smite trigger there as well.
There was some Brave Smite there, definitely.
Unstoppable Force!
Unstoppable Force, tossing up Escalera. He'll pop the flicker. They're going to try to get him off here. Heads, though. They can't pick up the kill they're looking for, but they might stay up top.
And they're still going. Kusei, Synchrovision coming in. And the dash. And look at the back line. Aqua coming through, looking for one.
Okay, Heads goes in. Final Slash finds two, but they pop the Nether Realm already into the beacon too, forcing them off the turret. I don't even think they want to fight here. Archie just wants the objective, and they're going to choke out nearly everything from TNC.
I can smell the awkward discipline that TNC have to pull out of nowhere because they can't dash.
Yeah.
Like, they have to choose how they use their mobility spells so that Nibor don't jump on them.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to paint a picture in my head what awkward discipline looks like.
I can't press this button. I can't do this.
I can't do this.
Stick to me's just go. Stick to me's even a bad idea.
Yeah, it is.
Because Infernal Pursuit's gonna jump on all of y'all.
And that's what's tough. And again, why almost in a way it's like Phoveus just is this pseudo tank almost. Like, because of the threat that he has, you have no option but either to face it or retreat from him.
Which makes the choice, which makes the fourth pick on red side all the more a stroke of genius, because look at TNC's lineup, Joseph. There's no real burst. Like, unless you hit him with a suppress, unless you hit him with a Divine Judgment. I don't know who that young lady was on screen, but
she's absent, by the way. This one right here.
Loving the beautiful faces, loving the couples in the stadium. But what I was saying is, there's no real punishment for Phoveus.
Yeah, there isn't.
Nibor can just dive in and like, do what you will, man.
Oh, that's us.
That's us. I love it. Again, this is the Infinix Zone, really up close and personal with our teams, our players on stage.
I think even the audience is wondering the same thing. You know, how do you deal with the Phoveus? They might even start to pick them up in their own games because of what they're seeing here.
I'll tell you what the answer is. As long as it was not mid-fight, luckily it was not during a pivotal moment, and we have the final turtle spawning. We see Irad coming up close. And yeah, no, TNC understands the situation now. They know that what happened in the mid-game ramp-up was devastating, and we need to recalibrate, find another go, and luckily, they have the Kaja. Luckily, they have the Arlet, so big swings and fights are very much possible.
I think the fact that they even just kind of clearing these waves here, I know they just use a Final Slash, but I'm not sure, like, do they not want to fight the First Lord? Would they rather kind of temper it off and wait? But I know it's going to be back up here in just a second, but RSG's going to go ahead and start up the Lord already.
Lord here, approaching half health. That is Nibor on the scene, pushing through 4, and he jumps up.
Once again, there it is, onward into the throw. His head's going to be the one to fall. Can't even use the Final Slash for the fight, because again, the stall work is there from RSG. Objective secured. They might force a fight here once again around the buff too. See if SD can actually still grab that. A whole lot of members of RSG waiting on this side of the jungle.
Not exactly sure what the best case scenario TNC was looking for was, because it resulted in heads rolling. I'm pretty sure that wasn't according to plan, and I'm still wondering what the plan was, right?
Exactly.
Like, you're down 4K, 5K. You know that your front line isn't complete. Who was the best case scenario to get hit with a Divine Judgment? Nibor alone, single-handedly, can force so much from TNC. I'd reckon it's best for TNC to just stay inside their base for now. Close that gap, and then maybe get to the 13, 14-minute mark, then we can talk.
That's why I was saying, I almost thought that was the plan. Like, I know they used the Final Slash to clear some of the mid waves before that Lord was taken, so I'm thinking, all right.
That should have been it.
TNC's like, all right, we're just going to wait, because we obviously need way more time to build up here, because, you know, even looking at the items, they're not there yet. They're not tanky enough even to deal with just Nibor over here aside from them.
Yep, all the more looking at Nibor, who just picked up a casual Dreadnought armor, a War Axe, and a Thunderbelt. So he's got that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? Like, every time he just hits someone with an enhanced attack, he's just going to get all the more chunkier, which I think now TNC got the idea right. They're making themselves scarce.
Yeah.
They're hiding themselves from this Phobius. They're hiding themselves from RSG because they know that RSG wants to go hunting.
Man, it's just, again, the Jawhead's doing such a great job too here. It's just, the unstoppable force with the injector alone is just, it's like an Edith. You know, it might be a little more finesse to use it if you want to land on the right target.
TikTok
but
plays.
Yeah, it's pretty much, you know, we've seen it time and time again in the hands of Light here, doing amazing things for these, starting these team fights up.
Yep, if you'll throw back to as early as 2021, right?
Yeah,
Season
2021.
7, Season 8, he would play the Jawhead like a madman.
Yeah.
But now it seems a little nostalgic as we reminisce on older days in 2024. 10 minutes and 45 seconds in. I'd say TNC's doing the right thing, right? Stay inside your base, maybe get onto buffs that you can.
Yeah.
What little of the jungle and the waves that RSG will allow for you to get. But I can see how maybe frustration will start building. You know, like you're impatient and you're playing a Kaja. You want to find kills.
Your whole job is to get the pick off, right? But even, let's say you get the pick off, who is it most likely going to be? Probably Namor. Like, he's going to be the frontline guy for the most part, and maybe Light. But even if you get the Divine Judgment on the right target, does TNC have enough in the tank to get the kill and then turn things over?
Which all the more allows for us to peek into the psyche of RSG. Joseph, you see how none of them picked up Purify?
None of them. They don't.
So all of them have this confidence and trust that you're not gonna catch me.
Yeah.
We're gonna pick fights better than you, and you're not gonna catch me. We're gonna be on the. This is all in aggression. And now they're going straight for the Lord. TNC now, I think, this is what we were looking for about 2 minutes ago. Not to touch it at all.
Yeah, and I think RSG, again, knowing that TNC's kind of on the fence of should they actually contest or not, RSG is known to punish. I mean, look at this massive gold lead that they've gotten themselves now at this point. And so for TNC, you know, it's literally bringing a water gun to this gunfight here. If they actually try to contest this, I don't think there's any business dealing with it. So it looks like that's going to happen as RSG takes this Lord, secures up here. And so for TNC, it's buckling down at this point, you know, hoping that, all right, can we withstand this eventual push from the Lord? You can see them, you know, SD is going to go up top, try to push in some of that wave a little bit, put some pressure somewhere. But I don't think even that is really going to prep them up for that forced siege coming out from RSG. The forced raiders, you know, the raiders coming into the base. That's what they're so good at.
They're going to pillage.
Yep.
They're going to raid and pillage.
They got Ragnar Lothbrok over there.
That they do.
I don't know which one it is, but they all are.
There's a couple, like there's the Vikings and the last game. Regardless, 13 minutes in, and I would wager we're losing at least 1 or 2 inhibitors.
Yeah.
But luckily, TNC has good wave clear. I'm going to choose my words here, Joseph. Good. Because all they need is hatred to Ghost Bursters in, and then they win the fight from there. I don't know, man. They could lose right here and now.
They could definitely lose. You're going to lose that mid-base turret. RSG now setting their sights on the top. Might be going for a fully exposed base here. Nibor also picks up the winner's crown. They might want to force this fight here. They're going to try to clear out the Lord, even though it takes a couple of shots, and now, once again, Winner's crown's actually going to be popped quite early.
Mid-air.
A little bit of a distraction, too. Half health on the base. RSG, what do they want? Do they still want to go for the turret? It looks like they're going to plant themselves between the team here.
Oh.
There's Light once again with a flicker in. Toss them over the head. They get the Nether Realm out too. And SD has to run away. Multiple flickers going to be popped in the base at already half health. They'll secure the series. But it just didn't work the same.
I would love to pick Wolf's brain here. But then again, our well wishes go out to TNC, to the whole of Phoenix Army. They're still winless in Season 14.
Still winless. Again, you know, every week, every match, you got to go back to the drawing board, whether you win or lose, honestly. That's how you adjust from time to time.
And here they take their bow. GG, well played, TNC Pro Team. We hope to see you bounce back sooner than later. But you know what they say, it's only rise. They just keep coming and coming and coming.
Yep, only rise. On the other hand, like you said, RSG will go ahead and secure themselves that first point for the series here, for the season, actually. So great for them.
In just a bit, we'll throw over to the stage with our winners, RSG Philippines, with the lovely Maracino.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. GG. GG RSG, congratulations. Irad, great Hayabusa, nung game number 1. Pagdating ng game number 2, actually, you know what? Hindi namin na-expect na magla-Lancelot ka because may mga viable assassins na available like Julian. Yung iba, baka matakot sila mag-Lancelot sa meta ngayon. How about you? Bakit hindi ka takot mag-Lancelot?
Madali lang naman po eh.
Madali lang. What was the Lancelot pick? Kasi available yung Julian.
Siguro po sa draft din po namin kasi mage na po yung gilid namin. Tapos kailangan po ng physical. And ayun po, mas maganda po yung Lancelot kasi po mas marami pong dash and may mga dodge skills po siya na pwedeng madodge po yung ulti ng Kaja, ganun.
Sana makita ka namin na mag-Lancelot more. And maybe, alam mo naman kung sino nang sinasabi nila na number 1 ang Lancelot, baka ikaw ang mas magaling sa kanya eventually. At naman, para naman to kay Nibor. Nibor, how is it coming to MPL Season 14 for the first time?
Masaya po.
Hindi ka ba nape-pressure because you know what? You have big shoes to fill. Filling in the shoes of Nat. So how is that like? Hindi ka ba nape-pressure doon?
Hindi po, confident po ako sa sarili ko.
Ay, confident. May payo bang binigay si Nat sa'yo?
Opo.
Ano sabi niya?
Ano daw po, lakasan ko lang.
At malakas ka naman. Congratulations. Ito naman para kay Coach Panda. Coach Panda, how would you rate your team's performance comparing Week 1 to your first match ngayong Week 2?
Siguro 7 out of 10. Medyo mataas din. I'm trying to be positive this season kasi sobrang strict. So I'll try to smile more. Okay naman. Lalo kay Nibor. It was a really big pressure for Nibor to fill in the shoes of Nats. Pero the thing is, he really worked hard. Tapos may tiwala ko talaga kay Nibor. Kaya niya mong filling yung role ni Nats.
Oh, ganda ng sinabi ni Coach. May tiwala sa'yo. Now, keeping to the positivity, this is the first season na Wolf has become a coach. For somebody entering for their first season, what advice would you give Wolf right now?
Keep spirit because mayroon din ako experience dati sa season 7 na puro talo nangyari. But the thing is that just trust the process. At the end, the result will come. Again, yung regular season na yun, it's okay to talo as long as pasok ka sa playoffs. Kapag nasa playoffs ka na, I'm sure that you will have amazingly improved compared sa week 1 and 2. So, good luck.
Thank you, Coach. For sure, he will appreciate that. At alam ko, itong si Irad, meron kang gustong batiin.
Meron po. Salamat sa family ko na pumunta and sa girlfriend kong dumating. Tsaka sa father ko na ayun, yung inspiration ko yung father ko and yung mga kapatid ko.
Nasaan yung family mo?
Andun po sila.
Hello, family! Ayan, kumakaway sila ngayon. Alam mo talagang added motivation yan para sa kanya to perform even better today. And they got the win. At ang ating MVP of the game is... Can you guys guess who it is? Let's take a look at the screen. Nibor, congratulations! Post ka ulit. Gawin mo ulit. Okay. First game, first series in Season 14, MVP kakaagad. How does that make you feel? Does this add more confidence?
Opo. Mas masaya po.
Masaya. And what else? Anong dapat ang asahan namin sa'yo sa mga susunod na laro?
Expect more po. May mga maganda mapakita ko.
Expect more! At ngayon, of course, you can join your team back once again. And now, ito ang ating ginagawa kada MPL match. We reward one lucky fan with 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations to our winner. Come on up. Hello, what's your name?
Mark po.
Mark, may gusto ka bang sabihin? Meron ka bang favorite player dito na gusto mo magbigay ng mensahe?
Actually po, sobrang lakas niyong 5. Pero yung idol ko po kasi dito hindi naglaro, si Nats. Pero may gusto lang po ako sabihin sa isang player dito na napakagaling. Si Aqua po. Para po sa akin, isa sa mid laner na hindi masyadong pansinin pero sobrang galing po talaga. Mid laner din po kasi ako.
Alam mo, totoo yun. Even the talents, even the casters, they always say that siya yung hindi masyado nakikita pero ang laki ng impact sa laro. Do you wanna go say hi? Do you wanna shake his hand? Aka, shake his hand. Ayan. Thank you so much. And you know what? Dahil napakaganda ng mensahe mo, you get to walk with the team for their walk of victory. You can stand right beside them, and you can also do their bow. Congratulations once again to RSG Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Once again, everybody, GG! GG!
Sweep TNC Pro Team, but of course, we all know this performance from Nibor entailed for him to be the match MVP.
Grabe, alam mo sabi nga ni Justin Bieber, Nibor say Nibor.
Pero,
Sige, ikaw na. Okay na ako.
pansinin mo sa stats niya, bro. Hinibor died.
Tama! Di ba? Nibor! Pero grabe, kasi sinasabi natin, ang laki ng shoes na kailangan punan. Pero sabi nga ni Antianara, baka malaki nga yung paa talaga.
Size 9.
Size 9.
Ni Nibor. And unfortunately for TNC, tinanggap nila ang paa, which is dapit. Nadipit sila ng RSG ngayon.
Sige.
Wala analysis.
Sabi.
Pero gusto ko lang din i-highlight, no? At talagang dito mo makikita yung prowess ng RSG, yung capability nila mag-engage, yung ready, set, go mentality lang. Wala silang pakimin. Si Irad, sinasabi natin, medyo mahirap nga naman maglaro dito sa lineup na to. Pero
Yes.
sabi niya, madali lang kasi essentially kapag walang crowd control masyado yung lineup ng kalaban, ay madali lang mag-Lancelot. Pero ang problema kasi may paramis. Pero na-abuse niya yung fact na kulang yung crowd control. Pinirmahan niya, yung TNC. Literal, sinulatan niya.
I think a lot of us in the panel were very much in agreement. It's very difficult to actually take out, look at that paper, right? On paper, there's a Faramis on the lineup. It's very difficult to actually deal with it. But you know what? I'm actually amazed by RSG na nagawa nila ng paraan. They were able to actually wait for the NetherRealm to time out, wait for the perfect time to actually go against TNC here in this scenario, and in a relatively fast amount of time as well.
Tsaka ito yung mga specific moments na talaga, yung iba minsan yung on paper sa yung actuality. Kasi yung Paramis pickup dito ng TNC, even though it was good, parang pag umabot kayo sa point na medyo nagkaroon ng lead yung RG rito, even yung Juicin, it was untouched. And nakita natin yung ginagawang pag-zone ng RG kanina, literal yung Jawhead tsaka Juicin lang, hindi makalapit ng TNC.
Talagang lagi silang magkasama, and because of that combination, it made it hard for TNC Pro Team na humarap ng humarap knowing na mababalibag sila every single time that they'll try.
Yeah, and talagang pagdating ng late game, actually si Kusei nga dito hindi niya masyado na showcase yung strength ng isang Harit kasi paano nga naman niya i-showcase literal yung jungler niya nakikipag 1v5 dun sa TNC. Parang alam mo yung pumipirma na parang guys, sarado na tong game to lalagay ko na yung pangalan dito, ito na yung signature printed name.
I agree. Ito yung game na hindi kailangan masyado mag-effort ni Kusei just because there's no targets to hit. Everyone's going down early on in the fights. So he didn't really have much to do afterwards, and yeah.
Tsaka ito, again, si Nibor dito, siya pa yung mataas yung damage output kasi again, yung Lancelot Weapon man, ginagawa niya rito, inuubos niya yung oras ng TNC. Pero nakita natin yung nangyari sa mid lane, yung nangyari sa base ng RG, nag-i-engage siya mag-isa, nag-winter crown pa sa mukha ng TNC. And even though it was changed recently, alam naman natin ang Phobis nakakailang pag di mo siya kaya patayin. And umabot tayo sa part na napakataas ng sustain ni Nibor, especially with the Vengeance.
Lalo ngayon na yung Phobius, siya na yung nagmamarka ng kakaldagan niya.
Oo.
So hindi mo na kailangan mag-dash, kaya kanyang ultihan ng ganun-ganun lang.
Ano na siya? Strong independent warrior.
Yes.
Sabi niya, hindi na ako dependent sa inyo. Kakampi ko sarili ko.
Grabe. Pag namarkahan ka, bato, balibag lantern, boom. Kasi wala na.
Tuloy-tuloy na
Tuloy-tuloy
nga yung pagragasa ng RSG. And really, the entire lineup made sense. Kaya nga nasabi ni Irad na madali lang naman kasi talaga mag-Lancelot.
Madali lang naman pala. Nakita naman natin kanina, 2 minutes pa lang.
Pumipirma na
Dumadash na sa mid. Sabi niya, guys, ito yung page 1 ng contract. Okay, mamaya yung page 2, page 3, hanggang page 7 tayo dito. And yung RSG, kapag umaabot sila sa mga objectives, again, nakita natin yung concept na ang hirap nga naman lapitan nung Johet tsaka nung Juicin. And ang naging dilemma din siguro ng TNC is very engage-dependent yung kanilang lineup. Kailangan makahuli sila dito from the Arlot, from the Kaja, and even yung Faramis. And essentially yung Roger dito tsaka yung Hayabusa, they have to wait it out. Kailangan nilang maghintay sa mga engage na pwedeng i-provide sa kanila ng kanilang mga setters. Unfortunately, again, kahit yung Lancelot, hirap silang labanan. What more pa yung mga important cores, which is yung Harit tsaka yung Phobius. Yung Phobius nga, hindi nila ma-takedown. And yung Harit, never nila naabot-abot. Actually, yung 2 deaths, Nico say, medyo ano lang yun, parang yung kapag nasa gitna ka na ng teamfight.
Yeah.
Pero yung mga intentional engages coming out from TNC, wala silang, I think I never saw one intentional engage against RSG na Harit or Lancelot yung target nila kasi essentially, they have to fight it out against Irad and Nibor at the same time.
The front line they have is not tanky. It's not a tanky front line, pero it's a front line that you cannot ignore, right? Which is exactly the point of Midnight here, where you have to answer it or else you will get overwhelmed, and we did see that a lot in this game.
Yeah. Kita siya nung doon sa mid lane nung nag-engage talaga yung RJ, denive ni Irad and Nibor. At the same time, yung TNC, si Nibor, nakapag-vengeance pa, nagamit pa yung kanyang Infernal Pursuit. Ganda nung pagkaka-layer actually nung kanyang mga spells. Talagang sabi niya, hindi ako pwedeng mamatay dito. And again, tulad nga sinabi ni Rockard, Nibor died. Diba? And naging malaking sakit siya sa ulo ng TNC kasi parang hindi na nga enough yung damage sila, hindi pa enough yung crowd control. And in turn, hindi magiging enough yung teamfight prowess ng TNC versus RSG. It's just that itong victory ng RSG medyo landslide to na parang you'd expect it from minute 5 kasi kita mo talaga may inherent problem on how TNC deals with the lineup of RSG.
Yes, and Nibor died. Kaya naman napapasabi tayo ng Nibor sa Never. And welcome back sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Still with me today are Rockheart and Midnight. But now, we are joined by RSG Philippines super fan and Mara Aquino.
Yeah.
We're bouncing back, man.
We're bouncing back.
Yeah.
Hey, how does it feel na, di ba, we've known you as the guy na, ngayon trending na siya.
What's up?
Oh, di ba? Oy, kamusta? Nanalo kayo?
Ngayon po, syempre, alam naman natin yung RSG. Last season, nangyari na to na kung saan, medyo sketchy yung run. Na kung saan may times na matatalo sila, ganun. Pero, ano pa bang asahan natin? Babawi kami. Every single time.
Wow.
Single time. How does the community feel? Nagbabalik si Irad ngayon. Welcome back, Irad.
Siyempre, sobrang saya namin, men. Parang nafe-feel namin yung nakaraang season na kung saan nag-excel talaga si Irad. And ngayon, para kay Nibor, nakikita ko yung nangyayari rin dati kay Irad na kung saan bago lang din si Irad noon and ngayon bago si Nibor. Kaya niyang sumabay ngayon sa mga XP-laners. Si Nibor, men, malaki potential niya na mag-boom sa buong season na to. So, hands up, and malaki ang inaasahan namin sa team.
Paano yung boom? Paano yung boom?
Hindi lang ganun Ganon.
May tanong ako. Si Coach Panda ranked the performance of RSG today as 7/10. For you, how will you rank it? And rate it?
Ang sa akin lang naman, always 10 sila para sa akin. I mean, syempre kung bilang fan po, malaki po ang inaasahan talaga namin sa kanila. Kahit manalo, matalo, men, support at support lang para sa akin, 10 yun, men.
How does it feel ngayon? Di ba sabi nga ni Coach Panda, mas mabait ako ngayon. So, how's the community responding na hindi na siya as strict?
Sa ngayon po, mas marami po kaming activities pagdating sa community. Sali lang kayo sa mga activities na pinapagawa namin sa unang-una sa group namin sa Facebook, and also may mga palaro rin po kami.
Ano mga palaro?
Nagpapalaro kami ng
Ano pa?
5v5. 5v5. Kung saan mararanasan nyo yung sobrang intense na mga laban namin. Parang katulad sa MPL, di ba? Nangyayari yun sa community namin. So, stay tuned lang kayo sa mga announcements sa groups and sa page.
Anong group, anong page para lahat ng mga fans natin dito pwede silang mag-join sa'yo?
RSG Philippines, unang-una. Yun yung pinaka-page ng RSG. And also RSG PH Raiders na kung saan pwede kayo sumali sa mga palaro namin, ina-announce namin paano. And yeah, that will be it. Yeah.
Okay, dahil nandito na nga tayo, kailangan mong imbitahan lahat ng Raiders to come to the MPL Arena so that they can experience everything na ina-experience mo.
Yon, shoutout nga pala sa mga Raiders and sa mga gustong manood, PM nyo lang ang page lalo na sa mga kilala naming mga tao doon sa group. And pumunta kayo, men. Sobrang saya dito. Kailangan pumunta kayo, iba ang level kapag nandito kayo sa arena.
You heard him. But up next, we will be witnessing a very wonderful matchup between FCAP, Falcons AP Brand, and their co-opponent, Aurora MLBB. But of course, sa lahat ng mga Franco mains dyan, okay, may request muna ako bago tayo magpaalam, no? Kailangan mo munang gayahin ang hook ni Franco.
Ano sinasabi ni Franco?
Nagalit lang siya eh. Pag kumakain ko, pag kumakagat eh.
Kinagat na lang eh.
Nagwawala lang siya.
Yes, but for our Franco mains, it's your time to shine dahil available na ang bagong MPL exclusive skin, Quantum Vanguard ni Franco sa shop. Kaya naman hook your enemies ala MPL players and get it now. Grabe, sobrang excited na ako makita kung ano mangyayari mamaya.
Excited na rin ako. Pero wait, pwede bang may balikan ako?
Yes,
Kasi
go.
nakikita na natin si Johed. Bakit hindi natin nakikita si Johed before? Parang mukha namang effective siya, di ba?
I mean, marami pa tayong feeling ko din natin nakikita kasi yung mga teams, yung iba nagtatago pa dyan. We've seen it outside of
Lakas ng Pinas!
Bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umihilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team. Tapos, new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Muntong Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Muntong yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back, guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML, ng MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagtutournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-engage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umihilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na so. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Montong Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Montong yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. At syempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Nung nag-champion ni Archangel, ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML, ng MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi ako naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Coming at you with a capacity crowd here in Green Sun Hotel in Makati City. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 14. At your service, my name is Leo. Naisu here, joining us for the rest of the evening. Joseph, we just witnessed the first matchup. Your thoughts?
You know, I'm still hoping that TNC can get that point, man. And again, I love Wolf, obviously, and I think his drafts are good. It's just unfortunate. I feel like there's a struggle with the team for TNC, but also great for RSG to get that first point of the season.
The Raiders got their first win. TNC going 0-4. We send them our well wishes, but let's look forward to the next matchup at hand. It's Falcons AP Bren, the defending world champions, going up against the Northern Lights, Aurora MLBB. I personally predicted that maybe Aurora pulls a fast one over FCAP. What do you think?
You know, I love my FCAP boys. I love to see them rise through the ranks and adversity, you know, coming off their international tournament too.
I'm hearing a butt.
But I already threw it out there, and I love to see this lineup from Aurora, man. I love what we've done so far, what they've been managed to pull together, and I think it's the makings of an all-star team. And I've been very vocal about this ever since Season 8. Team and Kite, love them. Love that player. Love how this kind of paints a picture of the lineup they have, and it's a very powerful lineup, I would say. So I can't wait to see it now that I'm here, how it pans out.
A solid 3-game series between the super team in the making up against our defending world champions. Would be great to follow up that sweep by RSGPH over TNC. I think that would be a great palate cleanser because we're in this for the long haul. Treat this like your 8, 9, 10 course meal throughout this lovely Saturday night. We got one more best of 3 coming your way after this matchup. But folks, I'd suggest you strap in, grab a snack, grab a drink, and tell your buddies, tell everyone that it's going on. Like, share the stream right now.
Share the stream, and I think this is going to be hopefully 3 games. Like, I want to see these two teams take the 3 games. I feel like, you know, FCAP, there's already, you can say a lot about them, but we got to see put through the test here for Aurora.
Definitely their hardest bout yet. Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to talk more about the matchup.
Bakbakanayan ang aabangan natin sa pagitan ng Falcons, AP Bren, and Aurora MLBB. My name is Auntie Naren. Together with me today are Midnight and Rockheart, and welcome to the Infinix Game Tambayan. Mainit ang laban na aabangan natin ngayon, and sobrang excited na akong ihatid sa kanila ang lahat ng ito.
Serious Black to. Serious Black Gaming. Seryoso itong matchup na to. Mainit kasi marami nagtatanong hanggang saan ba yung capabilities ng Aurora MLBB and kung ano nangyari sa Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah, some people will actually say this is the true test, right? If they're actually at that level right now where people are hyping them up to be and, you know, watching them like beat these other veteran teams, like definitely this is the benchmark.
Oo, kaya nga makikita natin ngayon ang pagtatambalan, both Super Marco and Doming. This is the battle of bulletproofs. Nabanggit na natin, Super Marco has always been the bulletproof. And siya din yung isa sa mga nataguriang most game wins with 0 deaths.
Ito yung exciting sa MPL Philippines na every time napapasok tayo sa regular season ng isang MPL, yung mga champion, laging may team na hahabol at testing kung gaano kakatindi. And isa na dyan, si Domeng dito on the side of Aurora MLBB. For the longest time, lagi natin hina-highlight si Domeng na parang pasunod na isang malupit na GOAT laner. And ngayon, isa niyang kino-contest is yung title actually ni Super Marco na binuo niya na matagal na. Pero last week, pinatunayan ni Domeng out of 4 games, 3 game hindi namatay si Domeng.
Wow, that is interesting. And again, everyone who watched Domeng nung nakaraang seasons niya, tingin ko ito naman yung sagot, no? Like, I think you just add the perfect teammates to Domeng. Kitang-kita talaga yon. And I think it really will give you good results.
Ang malupit kasi dito, again, yung stats, no? Although medyo skewed kasi nga natalo dito yung Falcons AP Bren. Pero sobrang consistent kasi ng stats ni Domeng. 39 KDA, taas ng kanyang GPM, yung average kills. Kahit yung last, kasi wala eh. 1 lang eh, di ba? Alam nga naman pag nag-divide ka sa hindi mataas yung lalabas. And for the longest time, hindi lang din yung bulletproof title ang kinokontest ni Domeng. Natawag na siyang Domeng Nation kasi mataas KDA niya. Nagkaroon na rin tayo ng Paldoming. If I remember correctly, no season 11 at no season 12, he held the highest GPA for 3 weeks. So talagang matindi dito yung headliner for Domeng. And lalo pat mainit yung pasok ng Aurora.
Ayun nga. Actually, that's again, nung losing sila nun nung losing yung team nila, pero yung GPM niya, yung individual stats niya, nagwawala. And dahil nga sa stats niya ngayon, siya ba ang susunod na?
Standard. The next standard nga ba si Domeng? Kasi paulit-ulit nating nababanggit even in their previous tournaments, nakikita natin na Domeng is one of the better Beatrix players. Ito, nakikita natin dito sa ating screen how he was really good in using the Beatrix na at the time was the meta hero for gold laners.
Yeah, that was actually Falcons AP Bren and Omega. Pero again, ito yung Rora versus Blacklist International. Kita natin yung, again, yung consistency ng performance dito ng gold laner ng Aurora. It's very hard, honestly, to kill Domeng. Marami na rin ako nakakausap even sa amateur scene. Even nung amateur pa, si Domeng, isa siya sa mga mahihirap kalaban sa lane and isa siya sa mga pinaka-consistent mag-split push, mag-farm, to meme fight kapag yung Beatrix niya, gamit niya, tumatama din lagi yung sniper. So talagang matagal ng build-up to for Domeng na yung uprising niya, it's inevitable.
Again, you have to think about how he's able to do this with a roster na halos lahat ng members mo is star power talaga. So the fact na nagagawa niya yun here, it really does say something. And again, they're gonna have to prove it against a top caliber team, Falcons AP Bren, na talaga namang umiikot na sa buong mundo.
Yeah, medyo malungkot lang din, no? Kasi last season nakita natin again yung rise ni Domeng. Kaso Ginanay was fell short. Pero this time around, ito talaga yung true test. Kasi last week, napakainit. Nung entrada ng Aurora ngayon, ang kalaban nila is Falcons AP Bren. Alam naman natin yung kalibre nitong team na to. Sabihin na natin, sure, natalo sila ng Smart Omega last week, but Smart Omega is number 1 team right now.
Yes.
So marami talagang heavy contenders dito, but also this is the test for both sides. Kasi you have Falcons AP Bren na kailangan pigilan yung championship curse kasi we never know, it might be starting right now. But Aurora as well na parang ito na yung talaga, yung true test na, guys, hindi kami nagkaroon ng fluke last week. Talagang totoo to.
Kaya nga,
True stone.
masasagot na natin ngayon. Because if Aurora were to win against Falcons AP Bren, masasagot na natin ang katanungan kung sila ba ay championship caliber team. Mind you, they're going up against the current world champions in the world.
Yeah, world world. Guys, world. Hindi mid-season. World, kasi tandaan nyo, nasa M5. We have M5 para sa English.
We're M5, okay?
Yeah,
World
so
champs.
yes, this performance coming from Aurora MLBB being undefeated as they go up against Falcons AP Bren ay makikita natin considering na nagwo-world tour talaga ang Falcons AP Bren, M5, MPL Philippines Season 13, MSC 2024, and even ESL Snapdragon. Nandun sila sa lahat ng grand finals na yun.
Yeah, again, as much as parang ang daming title na binaboast dito ng Falcons AP Bren, you still have to wonder kasi enough ba yung naging period in between seasons for Falcons AP Bren? Kasi yeah, sure, MSC nahirapan sila. After nun, nakadalawang tournament sila under their belt. But right now, yung mga kalaban nila fresh. Parang parang index salon, di ba? Fresh na fresh yung mga players sa kabilang side. So, dito talaga malaking challenge for Falcons AP Bren kung nakapag-reset na ba sila.
And speaking of kalaban nila, yung kalaban nila, 4 sa 5 miyembro nila. MPL PH Season 12 Grand Finals, Rene J. Edward, 9 Grand finals appearances.
Siyam grand finals
9.
appearance from Edward. Yue, ang dami na rin yung grand
14
finals
seasons
appearance.
lang tayo.
Oh my gosh. MPL Philippines Season 11 and Season 12. Kaya naman kilalanin na natin ang ating mga players. MPL Arena, please give it up for your team lineup in just a while.
Let's welcome up on stage our marshals in charge of this bout. It's Jeff, Chico, Pat, and JJ. First up, on stage, the kings of the world make their way into the arena, and they show the super team in the making the true power of chemistry. Welcome, Ogwin, Kyle Teasy, Flap Teasy, Few, and Super Marco. Give it up for Falcons AP Brand! And their opponents. The light shining brighter than ever for a team that's built to dominate. Are we witnessing the rise of a new super team? Let's welcome Yue, Doming, Demon Kite, Edward, and Renegade! Lights up for Aurora MLBB! And their coaches, Falcons AP Brand Zone Coach Trevor, and Aurora's own Coach Master the Basics.
It's time for the showdown. It's the face-off between Super Marco and Domeng. Please step forward. Si Super Marco may backup. Ayun, may backup din tayo. Super Marco, ano ang palag mo kay Domeng?
Feeling ko, mas lamang ako sa kanya sa height.
Mas lamang, patingin. Mas lamang sa height. Mas lamang sa height. Domeng, ano ang palag mo kay Super Marco?
Mas lamang ako sa weight.
Palad kung palad, fist bump. Good luck. It's the showdown between two bulletproof soldiers. Who will best the other? Let's enter the Lanadon panel. Paso.
Ang daming kinalala mga ng parehas nating kumanan, but still, for Falcons AP Brand, they will retain their similar lineup that took them to the World Championships.
Ito talaga ang example ng trust the process, ang epitome ng tried and tested formula ng Falcons AP Brand. Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Few, and Flap TZ plus Ogwin. Hindi ko na ba't sinabi yung plus, pero gets nyo na yun. Dahil namaster na nila ang laro ng Beast, and ito ang dahilan bakit sila naging world champion ng M5, and still nakikita natin na talaga it still works, no? Even though again may konting dapa last week, pero this time kailangan nila bumawi laban sa Aurora.
At para naman sa Aurora, again, they went in guns a-blazing. Medyo maging mababa expectations ng mga tao nung nagsimula yung season, pero pinakita nila na kaya ng power of friendship ang game na to. And again, it's the lineup that took us all by surprise.
Yes, and alam mo kung babalikan natin, no, before this season started, nagkaroon ng isang off-season tournament yung Aurora MLBB wherein they debuted.
Yep.
And lagi kong sinasabi, it's just mind-blowing to me how they were able to recalibrate and to regain the composure entering this season kasi ang strong ng start nila.
Yeah, actually, lagi nga sinasabi yan, lalo kapag kay Renegade, kapag off-season, paglalaro sila. May nagtatanong din sa akin one time, ang lagi ko sinasagot, abangan nyo kasi si Renegade pagdating ng regular season. Kasi iba si The Hitman kapag nandito na sa MPL stage.
Oh, and yung ibang ito nga ba ang ating makikita as we head on to the Infinix keys to victory for Falcons, AP Bren, dominate, doming, don't donate deaths. And for Aurora MLBB, they need to be able to sustain Super Marcos, super moves. And for both of our teams, they need na bigyan ng mahirap na oras sa mga gold laners.
And this is one of the tatlong keys to victory pang gold lane. That means talagang dun yung magiging focus natin kasi definitely, one of them will definitely fall here, di ba? Imposibleng walang deaths pa yung gold lane nito. Someone is gonna have to come up on top.
Ito yung masarap na matchup actually kasi alam mong medyo immune yung dalawa sa kanilang mga posisyon. Pero wala kang magagawa. Dito sa matchup na to, hanap butas talaga. Hanap pa ng butas yung dalawang side. Kaya super important for both teams na talagang makapitalize nila na may ganito silang klaseng player.
Isang lamang sa height, isang lamang sa weight. Sino kaya ang magka-come out on top? Because both of these teams, both of these players specifically, are top caliber. Nakita na natin how they perform time and time again. And kailangang i-develop nila lalo yung ganong kind of confidence sa mga sarili nila and to the rest of their team.
I think the important thing to note as well, hindi din naman pwedeng yung player lang. I think one of the reasons kung bakit hindi sila namamatay din is ang gandang alalay nila. Yung alalay from the roam, obviously the rotates, it's gonna be super interesting later.
Oo, kaya nga makikita na natin in just a while kung paano nga ba pagaganahin ng parehas nating kupunan ang kanilang mga draft because this is game number 1 between Falcons, AP Bren, and Aurora MLBB.
Dito na magkakalabanan. Then ang ating mga masterminds, si Master the Basics, and pati na rin si Trevor, na alam nating parehas malupit mag-setup ng kanilang mga draft. One thing is looming in the minds actually of Falcons, AP Bren, no? What do you do with the Hitman? Kasi ang dami ng title sa kanya, the Healman, the Hitman, naging kahit ano pa man.
Versatility.
Nandun yung versatility. Pero ang kailangan din naman isipin ng Aurora is yung mastery ng Falcons AP Bren na ano na sila? Parang nonchalant lang sa mga picks nila. What works, they will pick it. Pero kahit sabihin natin makounter nila sa draft, ang kalaban talaga nila dito is yung masterful execution ng Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah, for Falcons AP Bren, hindi na nila masyadong iniisip. It's like second nature to them and we've watched them over so many tournaments this year and the last year, literal world tour, kumbaga.
True.
Talaga namang parang ano na alam natin, kabisado natin yung mga heroes nila. And I wonder if they can give us something new here today.
Yeah, and yun naman, I guess, yung magiging edge ng koponan ng Aurora MLBB. We haven't seen them play na sobrang extended amount of time so they can have their opponents off guard.
Ito na, isa sa mga bulletproof heroes ni Marco on the Roger. Now, Aurora, pwede pa naman silang kumuha ng gold lane dito pero wala na yung usual na clapback sa Roger which is yung Harith. Pero knowing Doming, nandiyan pa rin naman yung mga pal-doming heroes niya, yung mga Claude, yung mga Carry. And last week, remember, nag-pull out din siya ng Bruno, if I'm not mistaken, na ginamit alongside of Matilda. So there's still a lot of flex room on the drafting pool of Aurora dito. Pero grabe ang tindi nung first two. Zask and Arlot, dahil nga nilet go naman din ito ng Falcons AP Bren.
Gusto mo tuloy yung no-death streak?
Ano?
Mag-Ruby Gold Link.
Ay,
totoo. Pwede.
Pwede ba?
Actually, pwede nga din ilabas to ng Falcons AP Bren, no? Knowing na ginamit din nila yun last week. Although it didn't work that well, pero it's still the same setup. Meron kang Roger na possible mag-jungle.
Yes.
And ang kinagandaan sa early Ruby phase pick is pwede mo siya i-flex. Pwede mo ilagay sa XP, pwede mo ilagay sa Roam, and pwede mo siya ilagay sa Gold.
Yeah, so definitely that kind of possibility for the side of Falcons AP Bren here in the first phase of draft opens up a lot of opportunities for them na i-maximize yung lineup na meron sila.
Okay, it is looking like the same setup. Kinuha nila yung Jawhead, pero this time around, they will go for the Valentina. At least meron kang pang-copy nung Dominator's Descent and of course, pati na rin yung Final Slash. Now, curious ako kasi Aurora, last time we've seen them, talagang may flexibility nga again kay Renegade, no? Napakarami niyang hero pool. So, you'd consider na parang i-flex pa nila si Renegade up until the last phase. Kasi if you remember, even nung time ni Renegade sa last team niya, which is Blacklist International, madalas, actually hindi nga madalas, halos lagi, last pick si Renegade. So, they are going for the Moscow here na gagamitin ni Doming. They still are lacking the jungle and the roam picks. So, yun yung kailangan butasan ng Falcons AP Bren.
Ang prayo dito ng Aurora dapat Violet.
Tama. Tama.
Inisip ko.
Paisip ko
Yan ang bagong ube.
Bagong ube, literal. Pero in all seriousness though, I think what's one way to shut down the Jawhead, maybe one of the main heroes of Renegade as well, the Matilda, you know? Try to save the one who's flying in the air.
Or, Tigril.
Pwede.
Diba?
Yun na nga. Kasi makikita natin kung magiging the hitman ba si Renegade or the healman. And this is what we were talking about. Kailangang puruhan na ng kumpanya ng Aurora MLBB yung jungler ng kabila, which is why they banned the Nolan. And ang response is to ban the Tigreal.
Oo, talagang sabi ng Falcons AP brand, Renegade, kabisado namin kayo. Max, joke lang, magre-reference sana ako ng S7 eh. Pero wala na yung Tigreal. So only options for Renegade is yung mga nagamit niya na before. Nandyan yung Grok, nandyan yung Matilda. Pero again, napakalalim ng hero pool ni Renegade. Nandyan pa rin naman yung ibang heroes niya. Pero yan, shoutout sa Royal Duo na sumusuporta rito sa Aurora. Again, for Aurora, medyo malalim pa ang kanilang hero pool. Boss! Silang, boss!
Teka na, na-stun ako dun for 5 seconds. Teka, so obviously Renegade-centric pa rin naman ang target dito ng Falcons AV Brent. You know what? Deserve na deserve. I think they really do deserve to have him focus down. And again, pag napabagal mo siguro sa Renegade, sabi nila maybe they'll also slow down the whole map rotation.
Nagtanggal ang assassin dito yung Aurora. Tinanggalan din sila ng Julian ni Demon Kite. So there's still the chance na makita natin dito yung jungle, pero I would say parang mas maganda i-flex yung last pick dito for Demon Kite. Kasi maganda rin yung maganda rin yung factor na parang tinatago mo kung ano yung pinaka-importanting component ng inyong lineup. But I would say baka magkaroon pa rin talaga ng priority ng preference dito yung Aurora na i-last pick dito si Renegade. Oh! Okay.
Spicy.
Guys, kilala si Demon Kite dyan. Kung maalala nyo, yan ang dahilan bakit naging rookie of the season siya nung season 8, yung kanyang Benedetta.
Ganda dito, they're playing it close to the heart, close to the chest. And knowing na, everyone's comfortable on these heroes, it should be a really easy composition to actually pull off. On the other hand naman, is that more of a counter or is it more of like they're trying something new here for Falcons AP Brent? I feel like Phobius is starting to rise.
Yeah, I feel like it's just comfort. Kilala natin ng Falcons AP Brent. Even nung di pa meta si Phobius, ginagamit na nila to. And it's just nice to have it against these heroes na medyo dependent sa kanilang ability na mag-close ng gap, which is yung parang inherent territory ni Phobius kapag gusto mo lumapit sa kanya. And of course, yung comfort na meron kang Claude sa kamay ni Super Marco, yung super objective-oriented na gold laner for Falcons AP Brent. Now, Aurora, nandyan yung Cho, nandyan yung Matilda.
Grok.
Or makita tayo ng mga Franco, Grok, mga
Kaja
heroes. Even Kaja ni Renegade.
Yeah, Matilda will be picked. So, the Hitman will become a healman for this game. What do you think about this draft? Kasi ako parang because of this lineup ng Falcons AP Brent, kaya agad ng side ng Aurora MLBB na kumbaga gumawa na agad ng gulo early on habang wala pang power spike yung dalawang marksmen.
I like the draft actually because these are drafts that are designed to have prolonged fights. Kumbaga, hindi ito matatapos ng 12 minutes for sure. It's gonna end probably up to 18, 15 minutes and they have a lot of tools to escape, they have a lot of tools to engage, and they have a lot of tools to just keep the fight going, walang madadali early on, which is nangyari din last week.
Yeah, and meanwhile for Falcons AP Brent, kailangan nilang masustain yung lineup na meron sila because again, this is game number 1 between Falcons AP Brent and Aurora MLBB heading on to the Land of Dawn. Casters, please take it away.
And away we go into game 1 of this best of 3 bout. Falcons AP Brent facing off against Aurora MLBB. Leo and Naisu here at your service.
Mobile Legends. I love both of them, man, and it's hard to choose one because the fact that Demon Kite's playing a Benedetta in the jungle, I can't wait to see it matched up against someone like Kyle Teasy.
That's right, Kyle Teasy here playing here that's a little more well-received in the jungle in the current metagame. And Renegade did not waste any time. Checked in on Falcons AP Brent's jungler. Few in trouble.
Oh, few. Already utilizing the flicker there to stay alive. So close call there, I would say. You know, Aurora almost getting that first blood, but good enough pressure with the lineup they have. And I think that's one thing to point out too. Especially when you look at the emblems they have. You know, they're going to be able to play in with speed. They're going to be able to play in already with the fact that they got the Zask, man. We've said so much about Zask from tournament to tournament, and now here, even in the MPLPH, causing a lot of ruckus for a lot of teams that have to deal with it.
By the commotion whenever the Zaz gets picked up. Kyle Teasy there. Footsies with Demon Kai, who's still yet to reach level 3, by the way. So far, so good for Falcons. AP Bren. Something to note, this is the second time we're seeing a Phovius in week 2, day 2. Prior played by an MVP performance by Nibor. Now it's Flap Teasy who's rocking it. How many dashes is that, Joseph? 1, 2, 3. That's 4.
That's 4.
Potentially 5 if you get pulled in by Matilda.
Yeah, so he's like, if Nibor was happy earlier, this is like ecstatic. It's exactly
joyful.
The sound I was thinking about here, you know, because
jubilant.
And I wonder if he's going to run the same build too. But I know he has the Vengeance, he has the Brave Smite, and I feel like that's enough. Like
that alone
to make it work for that pick.
And you can play around with the items.
Exactly.
From there, talking about the lane-to-lane matchup here, I give the slight advantage to Yue here. It's tough. See, look, like Few just tries to get in there.
Few gets his own though,
and then he gets. Wait.
Oh.
What? Whoa.
Hold on, he's already going to use his own Dominators. Instead, is going to force the Wingman out of here. As Renegade is going to be the first to fall, first blood, and that's going to be an objective too. Going to the hands of FCAP. Very clean. This is, nonetheless, that's expected from the current world champions, I would say, and very clean play in the early part.
Impressive. That was a multi-layered approach. I mean, Flapteezy was part of that, and then all this while, Kyle was taking the turtle, and then again, you notice that Few pulled the trigger on his own stolen ult. Wow, it all happened in what, 2 or 3 seconds?
Yeah, very quick.
That's chemistry.
That is. That's what most teams are after, right? That synergy. Ogwin, though, going to get spotted out here. Going to go in with the Unstoppable Force. But wow, he even flickered. Was looking for his own ejector, but not going to be able to find it. Still here, fighting for, you know, the little bit of objectives or the space resources that they can find here. And look what it's gotten, FCAP. Up 1.5K ahead already at this 3-minute mark.
I'd reckon the majority of that is on Flap Teasy here. And on Kyle, look at that, the jungle and the XP. I'd say at this point early on, 3 minutes in, light years ahead. That's huge.
Yeah, with that too, it's I'm kind of wondering, like with Aurora's lineup here, they have a very clear thing in mind, and I would say it's utilizing momentum that they can get with Benedetta, utilizing the utility that a Matilda brings, and then hoping that we talked about the panel. I should say the panel talked about it. The gold matchup. You know, that's where we have to highlight the battle of the bulletproofs.
That's right.
And so far, Super Marco already starting it off.
Oh, run, Renegade, run.
Yeah, Renegade, you're gonna have to get back now.
DK!
Fighting for the purple. Demon Kite in trouble. Will get taken down in his own jungle. Kyle Teasy just kind of showing him, hey, I'm here.
Looks like the gold lane matchup is the only real place where Aurora might be able to step toe-to-toe. Check it out, because even the XP lane, all these vengeances by Edward is countered by the no cooldown Infernal Pursuit.
Yeah, it's tough.
And look at this, Ogwin on the pursuit.
Ogwin this time around, certainly going to be used. Renegade waiting for the rest of the team to show up. I think he's just going to go ahead and get some poke down. Turtle's up now, so we'll see. FCAP with a healthy lead here already at this point in the game. Transitioning up to this space of the turtle. We'll see what Aurora decides to do.
Second turtle, mainly favored for FCAP. Renegade still waiting on his Certain Eagle to come off through. There's an Infernal Pursuit thrown out, and the SOD.
Yeah, I don't think you don't want to show up there. You know? Just a little spot, but again, Domeng's better off with the way things have been going these first 5 minutes. Just get that gold lane experience, man. Farm up, do your thing. You know, and you can see they even went with a swap right here. So Domeng is going to be on this bottom side now against Flap, at least for now. We'll see how they play it through.
Despite the swapperoo, Domeng is still down by about 300, 400 gold, and he really needs to catch up. Luckily, his roamer is the babysitting kind of roamer.
Yeah.
Imagine if it was the other way around, if he had to play with the Jawhead and force out aggressive pickoffs. And all this while, Super Marco making the most of the absence of his counterpart, getting the first push, the first turret down up top.
So he always gets that first turret. And again, you know, they'll probably have a switch of their own, but right now they're just going to keep Domeng downside. I kind of feel like Aurora's in this position where they don't know what to take right now. Like, they're kind of falling behind, and it's happening pretty quickly because, you know, just in a matter of minutes, that gold deficit has grown even more at this point. And so it's going to be difficult finding yourself in fighting contention for the objective.
This is ginormous. 4K at 6 minutes, give or take.
It doubled in like a minute and a half or so.
correct me if I'm wrong, but this might be the biggest gold lead we've seen in all of Season 14 just yet. 2 weeks, 2 days in, Falcons AP not giving Aurora anything. Check this out. Look at the back line.
Bottom side, they want to go for Edward. They're going to toss him up a little bit longer. Fighting under the turret, they will get the flicker out from Ogwin. So actually, Aurora there to help each other out. Thwart off the initiation. Few, though, also holding on to his own Dominator's Ascent, and nothing will happen of it. But that's what FCAP can do. They can play with the lead they have, put pressure in these lanes, and if they don't get anything, it's fine. We'll go ahead and rotate back up. A turtle's going to come up soon.
Luckily, Aurora put in enough effort, spent the right amount of ults to push off Falcons AP Bren, protecting that Tier 1 and Tier 2. And now the turtle spawns in what seemingly seems like its third or second time in the upper quarter.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, Aurora cannot contest.
Yeah, they're better off not doing it. That's going to be a quick turtle, too. Counties will secure that one. And so, you know, back to the same picture here. Just farm up what you can for Aurora. Try to hold on to the Tier 1 turrets the best you can because you already lost the top one. And then hope that, you know, you have fighting power in Doming. That's really where it seems like it's lying here.
Here's where it's tough. Doming is slowly but surely losing control of the economics of this lane matchup. He's down almost 1,000 gold.
He's only got a Crows inside.
And it's shrinking. The space for him to farm is shrinking because now look, they're going to try to push bottom lane, and that's going to leave just Tier 2s standing safely for Doming, the quote-unquote next standard. How does he respond? Because again, being part of the standard means knowing how to play from behind.
Yeah, this is that test right here, right? The game number 1 already in the series is Aurora playing massively behind 5,000 gold. Renegade just picking up the Flask of the Oasis too. That might help a little bit, but is it enough to deal with the lead? Conceal going to be used by Ogwin. Look at the pressure here just on the backside by him just showing up alone as Aurora tries to hold on to that Tier 1 mid turret, and they will for now, but still, FCAP looking to make another possible play elsewhere.
Taking their time, slowly but surely, Falcons AP Brand knows that their pacing is fine, that they're not forcing themselves out of anything. And the fan of Flapteasy, again, Flapteasy picked up the Phoveus here at that same spot that RSG did in Game 2 of the first match today. That 4th pickup after seeing a lot of dashes from the opponents means whatever Aurora comes up with, Falcons AP Brand has a plan within a plan. Yeah, it's a plan F, you know what I mean? Like after plan A and plan B.
It's plan FCAP at that point, you know?
Deep.
You got it all. And I think the panel's right. Like, we're going to see Phoveus come through more and more as the season goes because it's a great answer to a lot of things. And, you know, there's very specific things that will deal with the Phoveus. But right now, when you pair it up with a Jawhead and you pair it up, the icing on the cake is literally the lead that they've gotten themselves, it feels almost unstoppable, you know? And I'm not talking about the Jawhead ult here.
Yep, it incentivizes push-forward combat. Now 1v1 could be you coming in.
Look at the damage. Already Domain going to be forced back. That might be some information that FCAP can use already as they kind of plant themselves around this Lord here. Aurora once again on the answer. Conceal already going to be used, but Edward go ahead and stop that in his tracks. Demon Kite should be fine. He's got the eye for an eye. Should be able to get out of there, but they're going to kind of force him to do something a little bit. Now it's the question, can we get into this Lord or do we just let it go? And it looks like that's the answer as Aurora just watches as Lord's going to be freely taken like the majority of this game already by FCAP.
As painful as it is for the Auroras watching at home, this was the right call to make like Elsa, to let it go. Because again, you can't fight Falcons AP Bren with this kind of economy. You're down almost 7K, 10 minutes in, they push their first turret down bottom.
Yeah.
And, okay, I don't want to be the kind of person who criticizes with perfect vision, right? But I don't know if the Matilda was the best call.
Yeah?
I'm going to say it now because... Oh, wow! Whoa! Whoa! What?
Well, that was bulletproof Marco. Picking up a kill off cam as we were just talking about. Demon Kite the one to go down.
He put the bullet in bulletproof!
That's tough to deal with. And
what was that?
You know, while we wait for this base defense, what would have been better than the Matilda?
Something that has initiative. Something that forces the opponents to respond because the Matilda was very reactive. And that's not the Hitman I know. That's not how Renegade plays, as far as I'm concerned. But that's just me. That's my opinion. I don't know what you guys think. Sound off in the comments below. Let us know what you think. Aurora could have done better because right now, it looks like they definitely need to go back to the drawing board. FCAP is getting away with everything and anything they want.
Well, here's the setup into the base, forcing it down with this Lord. First one, and already the flicker comes in from Ogwin. He's gonna take a couple shots himself, but UA's already out of the picture, and they clean it up a little bit further while Kyle Teasy jumps on in with the Roger. And I think that's gonna be possibly it, unless still Rora will defend. They lose a couple members, and FCAP kind of just decides on what they want to get, backs up, and now faces this mid lane turret in the base. What can they do? Once again, Demon Kite trying to clear the way with the lethal final blow. Super Marco jumps in on the backside, but that's all Rora can do is just watch as FCAP takes everything.
Bulletproof Marco cut the wave straight through. Top and mid have been compromised. And what Falcons AP Bren could do here is just let the waves flow so that they're in a better position to take advantage of this Lord coming up in a minute. Joseph, to answer your question, what is Aurora left to do? Well, number one, they have to manage the waves very well, right? Which is easier said than done. Their lineup, I'd say from a 1 to 5, I give a 2.5.
A 2.5.
If I'm generous, a 3. Because look, like, one other thing that we can say about this lineup is it wants fights to last.
Yeah.
You want this team fight to last maybe 8 or 10 seconds. For Falcons AP Bren, right now, 10,000 gold ahead, that's eternity. Like they can't afford to do that.
So I was gonna say, you know, if you want your team fights to last, you don't get in a 10,000 gold deficit.
Nope.
You know, that is the least opportunist thing that you want to happen. And look at this, Yue already popping the Dominator's Descent. On the defensive, do they have any fire back here?
Nope.
Even with that initiation, Lord's going to be up.
Take it easy.
Joins the corner.
Renegade.
Renegade could be in trouble as Kyle Teasy going to jump in too. Picks up the killing spree. Rora once again facing this economic difference in terms of item, goal lead, and everything else. Space to move around in. They're forced to just back up into the base. Edward goes in with a final slash, but it's only Flap Teasy. And that's just going to be a go signal for the Lord here for Kyle Teasy.
Falcons AP Bren lose nothing. There is no cost to playing it the long way around, taking the scenic route. And there, Dominic throws out the SOD, but only to really see that Kyle Teasy did indeed confirm the kill on the Lord. All right, so I'm going to talk about, again, you saw how Benedict doubt. Maybe Renegade was just really buying time. Maybe he knew he was going to die and used what little he had left in the tank to allow for you and the gang to retreat.
I think at that point, man, it's just Renegade being like, well, we don't have much else up our sleeve. Like, we just got to make this happen. And sometimes it's him playing that role. Like, he's got to kind of buy time by sacrificing himself on the front side and hoping that, you know, every second pretty much stacks up in possibly turning something around. This Dire, though, it's going to be very difficult as all the base turrets are now going to go down. They go in once again. Injector going to be used. Fighting around the crystal. Lord's still going to be up here too. Flap Teasy takes a ton of damage, but Renegade will be taken out once again. Edward goes in with the final slash. They will be able to punish Flap Teasy. Super Marco on the backside though, as Yue goes down to a few. Lord still has to be cleared out here. And it looks like Rora will be able to do that. Kyle Teasy though, jumps in again. Can't do what he wanted to as he goes down. Rora will be able to live a little bit longer as they took down 3 members of FCAP.
Aurora MLBB refuses to die. Bodies lay across their base. Kyle, Few, and Flap are down. And suddenly, Falcons AP Bren's gold lead seemingly cut in half.
Oh, man.
How was that possible? I mean, number one, for sure, Doming kept himself scarce. He put himself out of FCAP's range. And Marco!
Oh, that was close.
All right.
Kept him at range.
And they took down Flap first, because Flap was the almost instantaneously. Oh, here we go. Talk about Flap.
Flap's going to go in again. Ogwin was there too. Goes in with the unstoppable force. Was looking for the toss-up. Takes a ton of damage. The immortality's going to be popped. Edward waiting for the rest of the team. Domeng will be able to pick up a kill. Vengeance already going to be popped. Goes in with the Inferno Pursuit. Flap Teasy gets the airtime. He'll get another kill on Renegade, and it just falls apart for Rora. And now the waves are going to be pushing in. It's only Domeng. It's only Demon Kite. Goes in. Spear Destruction gonna be used. How do they defend this against the full force push in? And they get wiped down and shut down as base is gonna be worked on. An F-cap.
Ayaw magpalaro.
Grabe yung ginawang pagsakop sa mapa ng Falcons AP Bren. And yes, mababa yung kill score. But wow.
Wala eh. Ito yung pure macro eh.
Pure macro, hindi nila kailangan to make ng kills. The moment that you see them going around the map, alam mo na hindi kills yung hanap nila eh. Ang hanap nila, yung gold. Where is the gold coming from? Where it's going to? And who's controlling it?
Kaya nga, ang ating MVP of the match, please give it up for Kyle Peasy using the Roger. What a performance! Ang galing ng pagkalmot ng Roger na yon.
I would say nag-enjoy si Kyle TZ sa pagpa-farm habang sa paglalagay ng pressure sa mga lanes, sa mga towers, yung kanilang decision-making pagdating sa kung sino hawak ng opposite side lane ng Turtle, ng Lord, and pa rin na rin yung, yung pagsama niya sa kanyang mga teammates. And of course, yung natural build-up ng Roger, although this is very classic naman na, no? Pero yung Windtalker, Thunder, Warrock, Thunderbolt build-up, talagang pag nakuha niya yung item na yan, parang yun yung bagong Trinity kay Roger. Nandun na talaga yung aggression ni Kyle TZ. Kung baka sumasama na siya lagi, para this time hati naman sila. Super Marco, kanina pa ako nag-farm, ikaw naman.
Ito yung pinoint out kanina Midnight habang nanonood kami. Like, pag nag-proc yan sabay-sabay, may natutunaw eh, may nawawala sa mapa eh. And I think we saw that time and time again. And it's impressive na ang aga nang nangyari yun. It really activated very early on.
Alam mo, ang ma-appreciate mo sa laro ng Falcons AP, Bren, naiintindihan nila yung essence ng pressure, naiintindihan nila yung essence ng faster rotation. Kasi every single time nakikita natin yung Falcons AP, Bren, ano lang yan eh, two-step process lang yan eh. Try, lipat. What I mean by try and lipat is, try to get a kill. Kapag nag-react na yung kalaban mo, lipat ka na kagad. Kasi laging laging kang one step ahead. Kasi kapag nagre-react yung teammates mo, laging sila na yung may choice. Laging sila na yung may decision kung saan naman yung next na course of action. And very prevalent sa mga Turtle and Lord fights. Nakikita natin lagi si PLAPTZ. Kapag may nakita silang hero na nagpapakita, inuulti ang kagad. And ang isa pang maganda sa Falcons AP, Bren, hindi sila nagko-commit sa kill. Basta lumayo na yung Aurora sa Turtle, okay na yun. Wala nang purpose para kumuha pa na extra kill.
And in this specific moment, when you thought na Aurora could actually bounce back, si PLAPTZ sabi niya, I'm done bro. Tapos na ako sa business ko. I'm gonna go attack you guys. And once he stepped in, he looked unstoppable.
Kaya nga, this game, grabe yung space na binigay nila kay Super Marco. Both all of the heroes of the side of Falcons AP Brand. Kaya kung babalikan natin yung ating naging keys to victory, that movement na nakapagbigay sila ng space sa gold laner enabled Super Marco to dish out damage. And in the end, in this game, he remained bulletproof.
Yeah, umabot tayo sa point na yung dalawang gold laner natin, no, talagang hindi namamatay, untouched basically. Pero in all seriousness, lamang din talaga dito sa composition of Falcons AP Brand when it comes to actual late game power. Kasi may double marksman, first of all, ang Falcons AP Brand, and there's no actually direct answer from Aurora dito kay Super Marco. Walang hard CC. Ang chance lang nila pwede makuha dito is yung final slash ni Edward, which did happen. Pero again, yung mobility na meron ng isang Cloud, talagang yun yung nagagamit para makapag-pressure ng either ng team fight or ng split.
And also, that's what happens, no? If walang hard crowd control ang kalaban, the tendency for the Claude is to either pick up the flicker or the sprint, hence enabling him to move freely around the team fights.
Yeah, pero yung takbo nga ng game, parang it didn't matter eh.
Yeah, it really didn't. It felt like they were just ahead, one step every time.
Alam mo yung feeling na kapag naglalaro ka ng RG, parang hopeless yung situation. And it's not because...
Bababa na yung phone mo, ganun.
parang masarap ibaba yung phone. And it's not because kasalanan ng Aurora. It's just that kapag may ginagawa dito yung Falcons AP Brand, of course, they need to react. They need to go wherever they need to go. Lalo, first 5 minutes, kailangan nilang alagaan si Demon Kite. And again, yung relentless na aggression na nanggagaling sa Falcons AP Brand, willing silang bitawan yon. This is the definition of macro gameplay. Pag nag-react na, you don't have to go for the kills. Kailangan mo lang makuha yung objective. And once you get what you want, balik ka na sa next step mo. Which is, again, umabot tayo ng mid-game, umabot tayo ng late game na lamang yung heroes dito ng Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, a lot of points here. It feels like they're playing off a checklist. Like, if this does not happen, go here. If that happens, go here. There were just moments where Aurora was trying to disrupt that checklist. And somehow it did work. Like, at 15 minutes, 14 minutes, But then again, there's always a redundancy. Kumbaga, di ba? May redundancy. Pag pumalpak to, ito yung gagawin natin.
Tsaka dito natin makikita yung strength na medyo OP, na yung Thunderbelt. Napakadaya niyang item na yan. Pagdating ng mid-game, imagine mo yung jungler naka-Thunderbelt, ang hirap labanan, laki ng HP, taas ng magic and
May hybrid defense.
May ano pa yan, pag nag-wolf form yan, may dagdag pang hybrid defense. Ang hirap labanan ng Roger, lalo wala namang pang-engage dito yung Rora. Tapos isipin mo, yung Phobos, tatalon din sa mukha mo. Pag tinignan mo yung item, pag nag-item check ka, pag nag-item check yung director natin, may Thunderbelt din.
Makikita natin talaga na because of that, yung sustainability plus yung fact lang na may vengeance even, Flap TZ, doon sa huling team fight, siya yung kumbaga nag-soak up ng damage but also siya din yung nag-dish out ng damage and he left buhay!
Every time bababa yung Phobos, nakikita ng Aurora yung HP niya eh. Ang kapal eh. Ang laki nung, alam mo yung ang daming linya. So parang kung ikaw Aurora, guys, paano natin papatayin to?
Ang hirap talaga ng kinahinatnan ng entire game. And it wasn't even na parang nag-fail yung Aurora to do something. It's just that Falcon's AP Brand continued dictating everything from beginning up until the end na the only choice for you ay mag-react doon sa ginagawa nila. And paano ka nga ba makapag-react kung ipit na ipit ka na? But that's just game number 1. Pero may malalaman muna tayo from our host. Kaya let's throw it over to Mara Aquino.
Kasama natin ngayon ang super fans ng Aurora. Meron tayong Mommy Lucelle and Daddy Chris. Kamusta na kayo?
Okay po, okay na.
So, alam natin, kanina nga, cheer kayo ng cheer for Aurora. Sino nga ba yung players na sinusuportahan nyo? Favorites?
Siyempre, V-Wise fan talaga kami. Die-hard V-Wise fan talaga.
V-Wise?
Oo.
Ikaw, Daddy Chris?
Supporta tayo kay Rene J.
Kay Rene J. Rene J. Okay, bakit nga ba, paano nag-umpisa yung support nyo sa kanila? Alam ko meron kayong, I know that it's been a while since you watched MPL. Kwento nyo naman.
Bali, we're a parent of a PWD. Yung son namin has CA. So,
CA?
matagal, means cancer. Yes,
Cancer.
brain cancer. Matagal kaming nasa hospital at na medyo that time nagpahinga kami sa pag-support ng MPL. Pero ngayon, we're taking our time off para manood ng MPL at supportahan syempre ang Aurora.
So, you've been watching MPL the entire time at dahil meron kayong anak na may cancer, you took some time off. So how long have you taken a break at how is it now na nakabalik kayo watching live dito sa MPL?
Siguro mga 7 months din po kaming wala. Tapos pag-shine nung Aurora yun, nag-shine uli kami sa panonood.
Oh, that's so nice. So nakakatulong talaga yung MPL and even V-Wise with you guys.
Yes, sobra. Blitz era pa lang ni V talaga. Sinusundan na namin sila kahit saan sila nagpunta, na kung saan mang team sila noon. Kasi sumusunod talaga kami sa kanila. Kaya salamat, sinusuportahan ako lagi ng husband ko. Buti hindi niya ako sinasabunutan sa pagbili ng mga merch ng V-Wise.
Ay, binila mo naman ako.
Oh, that's so sweet. Ito yung bonding moment nyo. Bakit nga ba MPL yung nakakatulong sa pag-relieve ng stress para sa inyo?
Bali, dito talaga kasi kami parang naging yung parehas namin nagustuhan talaga siya. So kunyari, nanonood ako NBA, minsan di naman siya interesado. Nanonood siya ng mga pageants, so minsan di rin naman ako interesado. So dito kami nag-meet sa MPL, so ito yung common ground namin.
Oh, that's so nice.
Kaya,
so it really bonds you guys together. It's so nice hearing your story. I love that you're here to support Aurora and you're still supporting V-Wise. Ngayon, sasabak na muli ang Aurora sa kanilang game number 2. How about tulungan niyo ako na bumalik sa ating panel? Panel, pasok. Alright? In 3, 2, 1. Panel, pasok.
Maraming salamat sa patuloy na pagsuporta sa MPL Philippines. But that's just game number 1 between Falcons AP Bren and their opponent, Aurora MLBB. Kaya naman, MPL Arena, it's time for the Smart Gameplay Post. Hashtag ito nga ang The Power of Smart, kaya gayahin ninyo ang player post na nasa screen para manalo ng redeemable in-game code.
Sino kaya this time? Ayan! Ang post ni Flap TZ. Ayan, dalawang kamay, guys.
Double yan.
Dalawang kamay, double hands. Ayan si Kuya.
Ayan.
Naghugas yan.
Ayan Siya ulit Hindi, iba pala. Oh, ayan. Itaas yung mga kamay nyo. Taas yung mga kamay nyo. Yan, taas yung kamay nyo.
Nonchalant mode, nonchalant. Parang flat.
Di siya nakasmile, di siya nakasmile.
Pati yung pagka-poker face. Congratulations!
Serious block. Medyo kamukha pa nga eh. Medyo hawig pa nga eh.
Kuya, salamin nga, salamin.
Bakit yung mga nananalo sa sa mga gameplay post natin, no? Laking kamukha ng mga player.
Multiverse. And congratulations kasi nanalo ka ng redeemable in-game code. Hindi pa siya tumitigil
Oo, talaga
sa
naka-hold eh, no? ang tawag ko dito ay isang obedient person.
Talagang pinaninindigan.
Oo, yan. Shoutout sa'yo, kuya. Isa kang tunay na maninindigan.
Yes. Buti ka ba, kuya? Marunong tayong manindigan. Ganun nga po ang kaganapan. But then again, going back to what happened in game number 1, off the top of my head, an adjustment that Aurora MLBB needs to make for game number 2 ay yung meron din silang ability na in a way mag-take up ng space. Kasi yun yung, kumbaga, kinuha sa kanila ng Falcons AP Bren in game number 1.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Yung last 2 picks ng Aurora, it's probably the weakest last 2 picks that they've ever done in the draft. Kasi yung Benedetta, I kinda get it. Kasi parang pwede naman, pasok naman, physical damage hero, and also very fast rotating jungler. Pero parang hindi talaga siya hindi pa talaga. Kaya may reason bakit hindi pa natin masyado nakikita yung mga Benedetta junglers. Although siguro na-practice sila before, pero it didn't feel like it fit the composition of Aurora laban sa Falcons AP Bren.
And this is the draft of game number 2. Aurora MLBB takes the blue side, which means that they get to get the first pick here in game number 2.
It's funny because Benedetta's technically an assassin, so technically pasok naman siya sa criteria right now with really fast farming heroes right in the meta. But yeah, you're right. I feel like the presence of that hero specifically has had a hard time shining, especially with that obvious hook pick.
Yeah. Open na naman yung Zask. Open na naman yung Zask ni Yue dito. And they are still gonna take it here for Aurora, Falcons AP Bren. Walang Roger, pero may Harith.
Yes.
Si Super Marco and also
Ruby.
Yung Ruby. Oh, Edith. Actually, yeah. Edith. Maybe even Harith. There you go. So nakuha nila both. Actually, you wouldn't want to pass off on the opportunity to get the Edith din kasi medyo masakit sa ulo mag-Harith kapag nasa kabila yung Edith. Babalibag ka niya 24/7. Pero still, for Aurora, nandiyan pa rin naman yung mga Arlot. Nandiyan din naman yung Claude ni Domeng. Actually, nami-miss ko yung Claude ni Doming, no? It's a good matchup, I would say, against the Harith. Hindi naman lane to lane, pero yung macro-wise lang. Pagdating mo ng late game, medyo untouchable ka. Even though mataas ang damage output ni Harith, pero ang kinagandaan kasi ng Claude is pwede mo naman piliin yung mga team fight. So, pag nakita mo ni Summon Force, labas ka na.
Yeah. And yun nga din yung goal, no, for both of those kinds of gold laners ay mag-dish out lang ng damage. But speaking of space, how else can you make space than to pick a Moskov na malakas mag-split push?
Yeah, literal, fly through space, lipad-lipad, here and there, go for different parts of the map, get that gold, and then go back. And once more, itong Hayabusa na to, I feel like this would have been a great pick as well earlier. And I feel like I'm excited to see Demon Kite play this.
Yeah, binabakit na natin ito dito. Feel ko, andyan yung Aurora, Louis, Few. Pwede rin naman mag-Valentina.
Pwede.
Nakita na natin yung matchup na ito ilang beses. Pero, ayan, Nolan. Actually, yung kinuha nila dito laban sa Hayabusa. Very interesting. Usually nakikita natin yung Hayabusa, yung pinipick into Nolan. Kasi kaya ng Hayabusa i-match yung Nolan kapag nagkakaroon. Yung usual na nakikita natin yung jungler na nagpupunta na X-Plane for the split and of course yung farm. But again, Falcons AP Bren, pinili nila yung Nolan into this Hayabusa. And I do get the idea kasi at this point, seeing these 3 picks, mas malakas early game ng Falcons AP Bren definitely. So expect for an early group up mula sa Beast. And most likely, makakita din tayo dito ng XP from Flap na gustong-gusto sumama. I'm actually looking forward to an unexpected glue pick mula dito sa Falcons AP Bren.
Unexpected. Well, at this point, you know what? I like what Falcons AP Bren is doing na they're not overthinking the draft, right? I feel like these are heroes na paulit-ulit medyo recycled at the same time. Very, very powerful. And it's easy to insta-lock these heroes, to be honest. And I like that what Falcon Adrian is doing in this scenario.
Yeah, interestingly enough, similar yung nagiging drafting pattern dito ng Falcons AP Bren. Pagpunta ng second phase ng draft, most likely si Renny J talaga yung unang pinupuruhan because of the Stygrill ban. And we all know just how capable Renny J is if gagamitin niya tong hero na to.
Basically, ano to, hit the hitman. Kumbaga, wag mo siyang hayaan na makapag-setup for Aurora. And I feel like a Grok ban is gonna follow suit unless gustong kunin to ng Falcons AP Bren. But again, naban na yung Valentina dito sa side ng Aurora. They're expecting na kukunin to ni View on the second phase. Pero marami pa rin namang available. Nandiyan pa rin naman yung Lilia, Aurora, or yung Louie. Talagang si Renny J. Yung binabanatan dito ng Falcons AP Bren.
Ang tanong ko dito, anong tawag mo sa nag-hit sa Hitman?
Ano?
Hindi, tanong yun.
Akala ko may pick-up line.
Meron akong kasamang joke mamaya-cancel ako eh.
Hindi,
Mamaya na lang. Sa atin na lang.
Ipon muna bang penalty.
Press 1 kung gusto nyo rin marinig. Joke lang.
PM niya yung page ni Midnight.
PM niya yung page niya, yung page ko. Pero heading into the second phase, medyo mataas yung mataas yung capability ng Falcons AP Bren na makakuha ng hero na hindi kaya shot ng Aurora. Number 1, nandyan yung Hylos. Nandiyan pa yung kabayo, guys. Reminder lang.
Oo nga.
Nandiyan yung kabayo na pwede gamitin ni Flap TZ. Meron pa rin namang glue, tinanggal na yung Phobius. Or yung favorite nila, Yuzong. Diba? Effective pa rin naman yung Yuzong or yung Terizla. Comfort lang and signature to ng Falcons AP Bren. So there is a high chance na kunin nila yung Yuzong / Terizla. And Hylos na nga yung kinuha.
Yan na nga. It's actually pretty easy kasi number one of the priorities of Falcons AP Bren here is to hunt down the Moskov, which Dome proved earlier that it's gonna be so hard to hunt him down even with heroes like the Jawhead, right? And number 2, you also have to create a good front line para maprotektahan Super Marco, keep him bulletproof.
Gusto ko lang sabihin yung heroes ng Falcons AP Bren, blue and yellow.
Blue.
Diba? Machi-machi sila.
White.
Ano to? Super family. Ay, hindi. Ano pala? Onyx
Magkakapamilya nga.
Iba.
Onyx pala.
Puti yung mga damit eh.
Ito yung tinatawag The Hive.
The Hive.
Diba? The Hive.
Yellow.
Well, puro purple din naman actually yung Aurora, di ba? The new ube.
Yes. And alam mo though, interestingly enough, sa entirety ng MPL Philippines so far, week 2, 2 weeks in, Hylos has only lost 2 games sa mga times na na-pick siya.
Out
so
of
definitely,
5 games?
5 or 6 games.
Yeah.
Ang taas ng win rate ng Hylos right now.
Okay. Here are a few. Andiyan pa rin yung Louie. Andiyan pa rin naman yung Aurora. Aurora does look good here, knowing na kulay blue din siya. And
Yun pala yung naging basis.
Ganda ng analysis eh, no?
Tsaka Aurora against Aurora.
Tama! Tama! Ang galing mo! Ang galing mo. Why not use Aurora versus Aurora? Ay, hindi.
Fairness.
Sabi ni Pew, I break the cycle. Tsaka, favorite din kasi ito ng Falcons AP Bren. Again, ang signature ng Falcons AP Bren is comfort. And kung ano yung tingin nilang gagana sa composition in terms of team fight, objective-wise, yung talaga pipiliin nila. And knowing na medyo team fight heavy and gusto mag-engage ang Aurora, ang ganda nga ng sagot nung Paramis. Imagine mo yung kabayo na ka-Netherrealm.
Naku! Imagine mo, unkillable hero layered with another way to shield
May revitalize pa.
Grabe talaga. Yun nga, revitalize pa.
Yeah, and alam mo, napag-usapan namin nila Midnight and Rockhart here sa panel how ultimately, we would like to say na si Few is a really aggressive mid laner. So kung paano niya to i-apply as he picks this Aurora, yun yung kailangan nating makita. But this is game number 2 between Aurora, MLBB, and Falcons AP Bren. Will we finally see a change? Yan ang ating aabangan. Kaya naman, casters, take it away.
And away we go. Game number 2 with Aurora up against the corner. Falcons AP Bren at match point.
Welcome
Joseph,
to Mobile Legends.
did this draft improve any from game 1?
I think it did, man. When we look at it, especially for Aurora, we got a couple of things on our wish list that we talked about earlier. You know, Renegade is now on a Hitman-esque hero. He's going to be going for those setups much better than the Matilda we saw previously.
I hear you.
I think even me, personally, for Demon Kite, he didn't have a good game on the Benedetta last game. So Hayabusa, a little up his sleeve here, should be able to pull through. Obviously, all depends on how they get this game going for game number 2.
That's right. And for Falcons AP Bren, I guess it's back to regular programming, especially for the Faramis. I mean, it's not exactly tier S or tier A anymore, but the way Few plays it, you have to change your scale. Looking at how hard they can lean in to these team fights, you have a Hylos, you have a Harith, and again, the aforementioned Faramis, and of course Flap TZ on the Edith. I think Aurora have their work cut out for them. Looking at these early builds, interesting how off-camera now Super Marco can kind of bully Doming here. Like, that's rare that a Harith can actually win an early game bout against a Moskov.
Yeah, against a Moskov nonetheless, but again, anytime you talk about FCAP, you have to take whatever your scales are and your standards and change it a little bit, right? These are, they've gone through the test of time, I would say, for this lineup from FCAP, and it shows in a lot of the way they play. And even if they're not getting kills, their macro gameplay is still on point. I know there was an initiation on the bottom side, but I'm not sure. Okay, I was going to say, I'm not sure if they would actually convert that to a kill again. This is a Charisla. Body of Smith passive is going to play a part in that.
Yep.
And Turtle's now up, though.
Interesting decision for Abun Jingjing. Edward has to think, hey man, do I heal or do I stay here for level 4? Kyle with the secure, and Renegade and Demon Kai can't do nothing.
Yeah, so quick on that. Again, it was, you know, it looked like Demon Kai wanted to go for that, you know, 1 versus 1 Retro battle, if that. And again, that's why you have a Hayabusa, too. Usually you're able to pull things off like that, but...
Wait. Are we looking at the same game, Joseph? Because look, Kyle's at level 6.
Yeah.
DK at 4.
Yeah, he got slowed down. I mean, he just hit the level 5. But I don't know, man. It's partly due to the fact that Hylos brings so much pressure to these lineups. Domeng also really low. Going back to the point. Oh, look what Super Marco's managed to do against Domeng on this Harith.
Who's bulletproof now? And now Kyle's going to start taking away little camps away from DK. This is going to hurt. You know what? I reckon. I double down on that. Maybe it's the Hylos too. Maybe it's just Oakland is asserting dominance.
Hylos is so detrimental to a lot of teams that want to get the momentum going early on because of just how, you know, tanky he is, how naturally annoying it is to deal with the Revitalize.
So stout.
Yeah, he's what is he? It's what is it called? Centaur?
He's a centaur.
He's a centaur.
That's right. It would be a misnomer to call him a horse.
That's right.
He's a horse man.
He's a horseman.
A magical horseman.
There's a little trip down geography.
Of course. Checking out this XP lane. I think this is one of the lanes that can actually win for Aurora. See, because look, Edward. Oh, wait, what? No.
Again, going for this play against Edward. That's not going to be enough this time as they trade. Possibly on top of the map again. Glorious Pathway going to be used. Trying on the defense. Ogwin, you just can't kill him. Demon Kai goes in.
Whoa!
Oh, Demon Kai gets punished instead. Ogwin able to escape the Dominator's descent from Yue. Somehow, some way. Oh, he's going to get cut off. Few has to pop the Nether Realm. Going to get punished a little bit longer, but was it all part of the plan? Super Marco there, luckily, to keep them from going down. FCAP picks up a couple of kills. Renegade. He's trying to give him that vision, but okay, he's going to be able to get out of dodge. But man, FCAP, though, slowly pulling ahead after all of that.
That's the Earthen Force. The passive keeping him topped up and ready. Luckily, Anolan deals physical damage. What was that? Top to bottom, coast to coast, Aurora conceding a couple of kills. And wait, Kyle TZ, clean, secure on the second turtle of the game. Man, I was just about to say, it happened again. I was just about to say, if anything, it's Edward who can hold it down, right? But in the face of 2, he commits the flicker, commits the penalty zone, dies, and the next thing you know, we're jump cutting up top. And then it's Aurora leaning into a death for Demon Kite, and now it continues.
Edward, the focus constantly here. And you know, he's tanky, right? He's got the Charisma. This is what we see a lot of times. Kind of forced to almost go 1 versus 2 in a lot of situations. So just going to hold down that top side the best he can. Domeng here alongside Renegade. This has been the case for Aurora for the series. Renegade really trying to pay attention to Domeng here. Let him have that gold lane experience, get farmed up, get to where he needs to be, and hopefully, you know, he's a nuisance to FCAP later on, but this is on a similar path than what we saw in game number 1.
Yep.
You know, the lead that they're building here.
Uncomfortably so, given that we're at 5 minutes in, about 3K ahead for Falcons AP Bren, and not a single kill nor objective for Aurora. I feel for Edward here, because look, he's gone from lane to lane, top to bottom for the past, what, 2 or 3 waves now? And I think I would rather have it the first way around, the way you explained it. The dead lane dilemma. Like, I'd rather him just deal with the dead lane, deal with 3 people, so that Dominic can breathe, but that's not the case.
And that's why, again, when you really watch FCAP, especially Ogwin, his rotations and his responses to what the opposing teams, whoever that is, whatever region that is usually on point, and that's what makes it so difficult for teams to actually convert, objectives across the map. And even this, trying to cut things off here. Still holding on to the Tier 1 turrets, at least for now, though. But FCAP, actually, the way they play, they're okay with that. And they'll go ahead and go toe-to-toe for this objective coming up here in a couple seconds.
That's right. It's a silent confidence. It's inevitability that FCAP are playing with. The final turtle has already spawned at less than half health. Nothing that Aurora can do to contest.
Yep, you trade that. It will be a trade, turret, bottom side for a turtle. But that's getting troublesome because now you're at a point, once again, FCAP has all three. They're going to get a turret of themselves, and they'll push the play. Even there on the bottom side, it looks like Domeng's going to be the focus. Also, Demon Kite there with Flap TZ. But I think they just have to back off. Again, look at the response from FCAP.
Hold up. Joseph, did you see that?
I saw it.
DK pulled the trigger on the shadow kill, and Flap barely felt it. You see that? What is on this Edith?
That's the armor of this, I don't know,
Phylax.
Primordial.
His name is Phylax. The armor is named Phylax.
Well, that's pretty much what it does. I mean, look at this. Confident enough to go ahead and just stay there, too. A lot of times, whoa! Yue just got deleted under, look at that, under the Tier 2 turret.
Squished,
Aurora.
not just Zask, but also this Nightmare Spawn.
Oh, this is looking dire here at this point, Leo.
It's very similar to Game 1.
Very similar. And you're just going to, all the Aurora fans out there, you really just kind of scratching their head at what is the game plan. Honestly, for Aurora, it looks a little disconnected, disjointed even.
Where was this Aurora in the opening weekend? They looked so strong to start off. And to answer the question, there it is. It's the Warrior Boots, the Thunderbelt, and the Dominance Ice. That was enough to single-handedly catch a face full of Shadow Kill. Now Demon Kite's in trouble. Look at this.
Oh, no.
Can he shadow his way out?
Oh, he pops the Shadow Kill, but again, at what cost? He's going to try to get away, try to at least get something out of it, but instead just gets taken down. Demon Kite still struggling in this game, number 2. Possibly a play here, wild charge, penalty zone, everything going to be thrown at Flap. He will pop the Primal Wrath, but finally going to be able to go down. Super Marco firing back. They couldn't pick up Edward, so at least Aurora gets on the board. But FCAP, knowing the Lord's up here, will they go ahead and start it up?
They have all the reason to in the world. The purple buff first up for Kyle TZ. Marco dealing with that wave that Doming brought up. Something to note here, maybe there is one weakness for Falcons AP Brent's draft here, despite being 5K ahead, 3 kills up, 9 minutes in, is there a very short-ranged lineup.
Yeah.
Like, as long as someone from Aurora maybe gets, 4 or 5 units out of range, Falcons AP Brent have to make the call. We let go now, or we chase.
Yep, and with that, it's going to be very difficult into a Lord fight here. Renegade goes in with a wild charge, will be able to find 2. They're going to force the fight under it. The glorious pathway already going to be dropped. Kyle TZ hunting down Renegade. Won't be able to catch him. The Demon Kite somehow gets the Lord. Goes in, but finally gets taken down. It's only Demon Kite that falls. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but a huge objective pickup for Aurora.
Hashtag worth. And all this while, it was off of Doming pushing a wave up top. They not only stole away the major objective about 10 minutes in, but they also took down Flap TZ, who up to that point, could have thought was immortal. I thought Flap wasn't going to go down ever.
I didn't think so either, man. But, you're wondering, what can they do with this? What can they do with this power play that just kind of came through from them? I know, when we look at the Lord, it's probably going to be dealt with really quickly with how beefed up FCAP is, but they can still make moves around this, and that's what Domeng is also trying to do. Still trying to possibly finish up that top turret.
And that was only possible because of Renegade's wild charge.
Yeah,
it all started off with that huge, big ticket ult right in the Lord pit, and that's a SOD throw now. Domeng coming through, helping that Lord secure that push. Oh, forcing out an answer from Few. Oh, wow, look at this. Aurora's pushing in, Joseph.
Aurora's pushing in. They get a couple of turrets. A wild charge again. Going to be able to find Flap TZ. Has the Nether Realm to help him out of the fight. They're all stacked up, though. And they go in a little bit longer. Domeng has to flicker out defensively. Edward's going to get taken down. Look at the damage coming out from Kyle TZ. Flap TZ will pick up a double. Aurora wanted to fight, and FCAP said, yes, let's fight.
They couldn't finish the job. You see how they were all clumped up, as you mentioned, and then Demon Kite, a moment of hesitation led to a lifetime of regret. You'll see here in the Infinix instant replay, Demon Kite was almost there, and they were able to pop the Netherrealms, get them stacked up, but Super Marco wasn't part of that whole hubbub, and that allowed for Falcons to threaten Doming, pushed him out of effectivity, and then Deke is like, yeah, maybe not anymore. If I came in maybe a second earlier, maybe, but not anymore.
And again, that is just painting the picture of how far behind economically Rora has been the entire game. Even when they have great setup potential, they find a choke point, FCAP still punishes because of also how durable and tanky the lineup front line is. And so right now, they're going to try to do their best to hold on to what they can. Kyle TZ going on a Renegade, wild charge defensively. And Demon Kite going to be forced off the purple buff as well.
Falcons AP Brand committing Grand Theft Purple, further choking Aurora out of their resources. Only 2 turrets remain for Aurora, and honestly, that's a surprising turn of events because off of a single comeback, like, you can't even call that a comeback team fight victory for Aurora because they only really got 1 kill. But look at what they did with that 1 opportunity, Joseph. Look, they took down all of top, they took down all of mid, and it's just that lone tier 2 that's standing for Falcons AP Brent. So I wouldn't call it quits just yet for Aurora. I think they're in better shape now, definitely, compared to game number 1.
Yeah, Aurora still has a fighting chance. We even saw a glimpse of it in game number 1. You know, there was this little bit of hope, a little bit of shining light for Aurora.
Inside the base.
Inside the base.
Whoa!
This time around, Flap TZ goes in with a flicker, onward combination, pops the Primal Wrath. Renegade goes in with wild charge. Flap TZ falls. Domeng throws the Spear of Destruction. Is he going to follow it up? Double kill, though, for Kyle TZ. So he just stays in the lane. He might push a little bit further. Can Demon Kite do something? He's going to get closed off from Few.
What?
No, Demon Kite goes back in!
Oh!
Why did he go back in as he gets taken down? And FCAP will go ahead and take the Lord.
Let me present a few theories as to why he went back in, Joseph. Number 1, I'm not exactly sure what the state of the shadows were, but maybe he had 1 more a little bit off, so he was going to take 1 and then rope-a-dope. Number 2 is maybe he thought he could kill Few and then maybe just, you know, get 1 kill free and then get out of there. But again, this is why Hylos is such an in-demand hero now. In the current jungle assassin metagame, a hero like Hylos who has not just the sustain, not just the zoning capabilities with his ult, but a single hit stun confirm makes it all the worse. It's happened, what, 3 or 4 times in this game alone onto Demon Kite.
It's literally probably the hardest thing to play against as an assassin jungle, you know?
It's a panic button. Like, I just need to press
bonk,
bonk, bonk. That's it.
That's it.
Trying to get away now, Ninja.
Hylos has been the answer ever since teams started really drafting him in to competitive play, and you can see why he's so valuable in the current meta and why a lot of teams just opt to ban him out. But this time around, you got to deal with it. And so we'll see you once again, Rora on the defense, backs against the wall, 8,000 gold lead for FCAP. Punching it in, Renegade, he's the tank. He's got a wild charge on the defense. Demon Kite already using the shadow kill. Turret's going to be demolished here on the top side. Lord's still quite healthy. Spear Destruction going to be used. Domeng trying to defend in the base, though. Clear out the Lord. Hold on to what base turrets they can. And for now, they only lose the top side.
All right. Luckily for Aurora, this was a weak point defense. Like, they did not have the battle spells, and now they can wait for their ults to come off cooldown, and then maybe they can re-engage. But right now, it looks like Falcons but not giving them a chance!
Penalty zone already going to be used. A couple shots out from Domeng will keep FCAP at bay. And even then, you're seeing the struggle here, man. The struggle of Renegade. He goes in looking for a possible setup, but then he gets brought to half health so quickly. Kyle TZ, pop the winner's crown, has the immortality, buys that up quick. It's going to be popped. The rest of the team's there. Renegade looking for his own setup. They get the glorious pathway out. He's going to miss. Renegade won't be able to find it. But what Rora does is keep themselves in the game a little bit longer. Super Marco against it all will jump in against Demon Kite. He gets punished by Edward. Can they turn it around? Few will be able to get out of dodge. Domeng flickers forward, fires off the shots. Few's in trouble as he takes a couple, 2 shots. He will fall. It's 3 down. Few's back up with the passive. The turret of the tier 2 is going to go down. And Rora eyes the base turret of FCAP. But it's Oakwood and Few.
They're still going. They're still going. Aurora do so much with that shutdown on the Kyle, taking out Few and Super Marco in its wake.
This is back to it, Leo. There's more hope in game number 2 for Aurora than there was in game 1.
And if anything, they could have won game 1 if only it lasted maybe 2 more defenses, 2 more team fights like that. Falcons AP Bread now.
Wow.
Their lead got snapped in half. They're looking at a 2,000 gold lead and now a Lord.
Here it comes, Kyle Teasy, who's going to be able to win the Retribution battle. It gets reset a little bit, still under half health though. They might want to take this very cautiously, and now 4th health on the Lord. They're going to press the situation. Kyle Teasy, they drop down the glorious pathway, still going to go for it, and Kyle Teasy will get the Lord. And now the fight's going to break out. Renegade already immortality going to be popped. Domeng has to flicker out too. Oh, he's going to get cut off possibly here. He's in trouble. It's only Domeng gets cut off from the team. Flap Teasy will jump in. Domeng playing around the bushes. But what can you do? Pops the Wind of Nature. Fires off. But Super Marco will win the bulletproof battle as he picks up the kill.
Super Marco taking down Domeng in that final moment. Could have been the nail in the coffin. 2 down, 3 defenders, Yue, DK, and Renegade. A Lord up top. Bottom lane about to crumble as well. Falcons AP Red could get away with a sweep.
Bottom turret already going to go down. Lord is up here. Rora on the defense. Glorious pathway once again to cut him off from the defense. Demon Kite tries to clear the waves. Renegade gets deleted off the map. Lord still up, and that's going to be it as the base is worked on. And FCAP will clean up through and sweep the series.
Chemistry superiority. Falcons AP Bread, a team that has been together for the better part of 2 years. Showing us exactly why they are the reigning world champions.
Again, you want to see the epitome of synergy and brotherhood. This is the team to look at. Every single decision they make in game is with each other. The shot calling is just impeccable from them. You see it time and again, the way they move around the map, the way they make those minor decisions mid-game even. And this is definitely the FCAP that a lot of people have gotten to know.
The best pure athletes in this young sport of ours. DGWIB played to Aurora. They've gotten a hot streak.
Yep.
But it comes to an end here at the hands of Falcons AP Bread.
Again, you know, Aurora had a lot of good moments here. I think that's always what you have to take. What did you learn from this sweep? Pretty big loss, of course, getting swept, but so much to learn here, so much to adjust. And
AP Bren on stage.
Congratulations to Falcons AP Brand! Flap, sino nakakita ng post tungkol kay Flap kanina? Nagugas ka na ba?
Tapos na po.
Tapos na? Patingin,
Success.
patingin ng kamay mo. Okay. Nagugas. Let's talk about yung Phobias pick mo. Is it more viable now after the revamp?
Sa tingin ko po, opo.
Okay, mga tips naman. Kasi syempre, kinokopya yung mga ginagawa nyo dito sa MPL pagdating sa RG. Ano ang mga tips mo sa lahat ng mga ating manonood?
Sa Phobias po?
Yes.
Wag lang kayo lumalim masyado, tas isipin nyo muna yung gagawin nyo bago kayo tumalon, isipin nyo muna kung ano mangyayari, kung mabubuhay ba kayo or hindi.
Tsaka, maghugas para hindi madalas.
Opo, maghugas din kayo para smooth yung paglalaro nyo.
Para smooth. Silky smooth. Thank you. Now, Kyle, alam mo, ang tagal na kitang gustong tanungin tungkol dito. Alam mo ba nagkakagulo tungkol sa #1 jungler? Sa lahat ng mga tinanong namin, #1 ikaw. Would you consider yourself #1 ngayon? #1 jungler?
Di naman po sa pagmamatas. For me, I think, opo, kasi...
Bragging rights!
Kasi po, may reason naman po kung bakit po nila ako binoboto as a top 1 jungler kasi puro champion po kami nung nakaraan na
Best in the world! Okay, sige nga. Siyempre, ikaw yung number 1 ngayon. Kahit nga si Carl TZ, ikaw nilagay ng number 1 eh. Kung maglalagay tayo ng ating top 3 junglers, dito lang sa MPL muna, who would that be? So number 1, Matic, best in the world.
Carl TC.
Carl TZ number...
Para sa akin top 1 si Carl.
Wait, Carl TZ, sabi mo is number 1 si Carl?
Bukod po ako.
Bukod ikaw. So number 2?
Number 2 po si Andoryu. Tapos number 3 si King Kong.
Wow, that's so nice. Si Andori, number 2. Okay, so yan na. Yung best in the world, naglagay na ng top 3. Pag wala siya doon, yun ang kanyang top 3. You're doing so well. Best in the world. Na, ito naman, si P naman. Few. Ayan, nag-cheer. Few. Alam mo, to be honest ang daming nagulat sa resulta nung last week. Can you tell us ano bang nangyari doon? Was it fatigue? Kasi nag-world tour na kayo. Alam namin wala kayong masyadong pahinga. What exactly happened nung last week? At paano mo masisigurado na hindi na mauulit yon for the next weeks forward?
Na-chuck mamba lang kami.
Na-chuck mamba?
Na-omega timer kami. Tapos, ayun, feeling ko naman hindi fatigue eh. Kasi maayos naman yung laro namin. Nakalamang din naman kami sa omega. Tsaka, kita naman sa laro ng omega ngayon na sobrang lakas nila. Tapon nga sila ngayon.
Ang lakas nila ngayon. So what else can we expect ngayon sa Falcons AP brand? Kasi alam namin, yung mga teams talagang kayo ang pinag-prepare. Because again, best in the world. So how can you ensure na hindi mangyayari yung what happened last week at tuloy-tuloy na itong momentum nyo?
Same lang, ganun pa rin gagawin namin. Siguro bawas lang talaga kami ng error. Kasi doon kami natatali kapag ano. Magagaling kasi mag-punish yung mga Pilipino na team eh. Kaya pag nagka-error kami, sure comeback talaga eh.
Ayan, yan ang gagawin nila for the next weeks forward. At ngayon, it's time to announce our MVP of game number 2. Who do you think it is? Let me hear some names. Okay, tingnan natin kung tama kayo. Let's take a look at the screen. Oh, Gwen! Oh, what? Patingin. Paano? Ayan. Oh, Gwen. Ano naman gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga supporters nyo?
Thank you sa mga nanood dito sa venue, lalo na sa Aurora fans. Sobrang dami nyo kasi napuno nyo yung venue. Sobrang salamat. Tsaka thank you rin sa Aurora. Yun yun. Sa supporters ng AP Brand, Falcons AP Brand ng pala.
Paano sila magsusuporta sa Falcons AP Brand? Paano?
Magugas sila ng kamay.
Magugas sila ng kamay. Paano nga ba nakakapag-change ng yung motivation and mindset kapag nakikita mo punong-puno ang MPL Arena?
Nakaka-excite maglaro kasi anong daming tao. Tsaka marinig mo yung cheer nila every time na may mangyayari. Yun.
Di ba? Kaya pumunta na kayo dito sa MPL Arena. And you know what, guys? I want you to meet our lucky fan of the day because dito sa MPL Season 14, we announce ang winner para sa ating 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations to our winner! Yan, tumatakbo na siya. Hello! Wow. Hello! What's your name?
Ivan.
Ivan, taga saan ka, Ivan?
Tagig.
Tagig? Bakit ka palayo ng palayo, Ivan?
Nanginginig ako.
Bakit ka nanginginig? Okay.
Galing akong work.
Galing kang work. Huwag ka na mag-work.
Rest day naman, so okay naman.
Ano pa ang work kung may 3,000 diamonds ka?
Bonus na lang yun.
Bonus. Huwag ka, alam mo, mas matutuwa ako kapag tumabi ka sa favorite player mo. Sino dito ang iyong favorite player?
Flap TC.
Flap! Okay, Flap. Flap, tabi kayo. Okay. Ay, ganun ka daw, ganun. Okay, bakit si Flap TZ ang idol mo?
Kasi yung performance niya kanina sa Poveus yun.
Anong gusto mo? Anong gusto mo sabihin? Ayan, face to face. Ito na ang chance mo magbigay ng message kay idol.
Ano lang, disiplina lang. Continue to be disciplined sa laro and also, agad kayo nyo maglaro. Kinakabahan ako.
Alam mo, hindi nyo nakikita, pero hinahawakan ko siya ngayon para siyang motor. Nanginginig talaga siya.
Malamig dito, sorry.
Malamig.
Ayun! Alam mo, I'm gonna give you this chance. I'm gonna give you this chance to take a bow beside Flap TZ with your favorite team, and you're gonna take the walk of victory with them, all right? Congratulations, bigyan ng diamonds! You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory! Yan ang ganap dito sa MPL Philippines Season 14. One lucky fan will win 3,000 diamonds and will get to walk with their favorite team. Halimaw ang ginawa ngayon ng Falcons AP brand. Lots of things happen in that matchup. So we're gonna break it down for you and we're gonna head back to our panel. Pasok!
Gusto niyo bang mag-perform kagaya ng performance ng Falcons AP brand? Pro tip, wash your hands. What a performance coming from Falcons AP brand. And yung MVP natin of the match, Master Ogwen, really showed how masterful he is kahit ano ang gamitin niya in the role.
Binakit natin kanina yung Netherrealm na may baliktad. Yung kabayo na may Netherrealm. Tapos si Master Ogwen pa yung gumamit. Ayun, nakita nyo naman yung abs ni Highlands, nagbubuhat ng 150 pounds yan.
Kabuhok nga eh, oh.
Nagbe-bench press ng 150 pounds. And kita natin kanina yung annoyance na naramdaman ng Aurora. Although nagkaroon naman ng sagot kasi nakaharap ng way to split push yung Aurora, nakakakita sila ng mga team fight na masarap i-take. It's just that again, ang dilema mo kapag kalaban mo yung Hylos is yung sustain na meron siya. And ginagamit yon ni Ogwen kanina to really just stand on the front lines, get vision. And again, similar to game number 1, force reactions. And nabibigyan niya ng malaking space dito sila Super Marco, sila Kyle TZ to just either secure objectives or generally just farm.
Actually, the layering that we talked about earlier was somehow pierced to some level by the plays of Edward, especially in that specific scenario where there was a chance for Doming to actually free hit. Pero ang problema doon, obviously, nagawa naman din ng paraan, especially on the bounce back na kita mo nga naman talagang mahirap gumalaw pag may kabayong nagwawala sa harapan nyo. Even though, again, some of these lords were actually quite 50-50. There were some moments where, you know what, pwedeng magwala si Doming dito. FCAP knew the drill. They knew the mission. And Doming, walang malakas sa apat in that specific moment.
Yeah. Although, ano pa rin naman, no? Yung KDA ng dalawang gold dinner natin, it's still, ano? Kasi one death eh, diba? Kapag one death, similar to 0 yan eh. Pero gusto ko lang highlight yung ginagawa ni Ogwen kanina. Talagang, alam niya piliin yung glorious pathway targets. Alam niya kung kailan susugod na susugod. Kasi minsan yung makakakampi kong Hylos sa RG, re-recta sa likod eh. Parang, bahala na. Pwede na to. Si Ogwen, alam niya kung kailan rektahan sa likod. Alam niya kung kailan yung harap lang. Kasi, yung kailangan mag-timing din yung revitalize, kailangan niyang ingatan din yung harit. Kaya ang ganda rin ng buhay ni Super Marco sa mga teamfights.
Kaya kahit itong game 1, alam mo yung hindi niya kailangan yung dumapit ng dikit. Alam talaga ni Ogwen na distansya lang, ma-zone yan.
Yes.
Diba? Iba talaga eh. Iba talaga.
And this is really one thing na kailangan nating sundan, no? Elegant Gem is the first thing you buy for a high loss, and then pwede ka nang mag-proceed into defensive items kasi yung passive lang naman ng Elegant Gem yung kailangan mong abangan, especially if you are a high loss na naka-revitalize also.
Yeah, kumaga ang daming naging problema dito ng Aurora. Number 1 na dyan, syempre yung kabayo. Tapos dadagdagan mo pa ng Netherrealm. Parang dalawang kabayo yung kalaban ng Aurora. Tapos isipin mo pa, yung burst damage, yung pwede mang galing kay Kyle TZ. And of course, ang isa pa sa mga magandang ginagawa dito ng Falcons EP brand is again, very similar to game number 1. Fina-force lang nila yung reaction ng Aurora, yung shadows na nanggagaling mula dito kay Demon Kite, yung position ni Grok. Actually, si Kyle TZ kanina, every single time na makikita niya yung Grok na sisilip lang, binaburst niya kagad eh. And nangyari yun even sa late game, nakita niya yung Grok, pinasok niya kagad, pinadugo niya yung Grok, nag-wild charge palayo si Rene J. And kapag nangyayari kasi yun, yung nagkakaroon ng ghost signal yung Falcons AP brand, to just go. And again, ito talaga yung identity ng Falcons AP brand. Pag pwede na, wala na magtatanong. Gina kagad.
That's right. And to be fair to Aurora, you know what? They knew what to do with the first layer before the Netherrealm. They knew how to play that game. Pero after everyone survived the initial onslaught, the initial wave of skills, I think that's when, you know what, parang feeling mo na ubusan sila ng bala, and then that's when Falcons AP Ren could actually overtake.
Yeah. Ano nga maganda pa dito actually, no, yung damage output nila skilling din. Meron kang Faramis, meron kang Nolan, meron kang Harit.
Yeah.
And ang maganda is naitawid nila yung early game. Even though maganda rin naman yung lineup ng Aurora when it comes to dishing out damage. But again, medyo setup dependent sila eh. Unlike yung mga Nolan Harit na basta nasa vicinity ka,
Kayang bawasan.
palag lang.
Yes. And grabe din yung added crowd control na nabibitbit nung buhat coming from Flap TZ and Ogwen, even yung tuhog nung spear ng isang kabayo. Kasi kapag the moment na may crowd control in the middle, ang dali na for the rest of their members na i-burst down yun.
Ito yung stats na masarap tignan. Grabe yung total heal nung buong team. Halos times 5 yung heal ng Falcons AP Friends. So imagine mo may disparity na sa damage output, may disparity pa sa soak up ng damage kasi nga nandyan yung high lows, nandyan yung glorious pathway, meron silang ways of naturally regaining
Sa
HP.
healing pa.
Tapos meron ka pa Netherrealm. Ano na?
Doble, triple. Yan ang pinakita natin. But here we are in the Infinix Game Tambayan. We're still Antianara, Midnight, and Rockheart. But now, we are joined by Falcons AP Bren Pando and Master Ogwen. Kumusta the game? How was the game?
Ay, magaling. Maganda.
Sino?
Magaling yung kampi ko. Lalo na si Harit. Dumashin sa mid.
Wow. Naghugas ba ng kamay?
Oo, naghugas ng kamay.
Sinisigurado ka lang.
Yeah, so how was the game for you? Parang bouncing back from what happened last week, right? Paano yung naging thoughts niyo going into this game? Considering na maganda din yung momentum ng Aurora MLBB from last week.
Tingin lang namin nung last week, nung tinignan lang namin. Okay naman yung laro namin nung last week. Tapos nung this coming week naman, inisip na lang namin laro namin. Kasi yung late game decision talaga yung nagpatalo sa amin nung sa last week eh. So feel ko okay lang naman yung laro namin, wala namang pressure.
Okay. Pando, how are you providing support to your teammates now? Especially from last week. Ba't parang nagulat ka?
Para provide. Wala, ako tinuturuan ko lang sila ng mga dapat gawin. Sabi ko, buti nga ginawa nila yung ultimate defense tactic kanina eh.
Anong ultimate defense tactic?
Tawag namin doon ultimate defense tactic.
Defense tactic?
Diba nag-choke na?
Ultimate defense tactic.
Pag nag-choke na sila, gawin natin yung ultimate defense tactic, mag-regroup na ulit tayo.
Wow!
May mga ganong calls, di ba?
Tama, di ba?
Tama.
Nag-choke sa red, Bapo yun, nag-choke. Nag-init, uminit. Pag sinabi na ni Ojin yun, lalamig na lahat sila lahat.
Yung ibang team kasi doon, well, generally ang tawag ng mga cases doon yung nag-overheat. So parang pang-reset yun.
Diba? Shot ko rin, diba? Oy, game, ultimate defense na.
Ultimate defense na.
So yun yung
ultimate
way nyo.
defense regroup.
Parang football yun eh, no?
Yeah. Yun yung way ng Falcons AP Bren para in the middle of the game, kapag ang init na ng lahat, pwedeng kalma muna tayo.
Yun.
Ang
UDG.
ganda!
UDG. In short, UDG.
UDD na.
Ultimate defense regroup.
UDR! Medyo nagkaka-problema
UDR na.
UDR, okay.
Feeling ko nagagalit yung coach yun doon eh. Ba't yung dililik yung start na?
Oo nga, strat yan ah. Uy.
Sorry. Okay, sa lahat ng mga teams natin, alam na natin ang ultimate defense. Ano yung Regroup.
Yan.
Okay, pero gusto niyo bang manalo ng 90,000 diamonds? Kayo gusto niyo?
Oo, gusto yun.
Gusto, Dias.
Gusto ko yun. Ako.
Player na yun ah.
Punta na dito sa MPL Arena at i-post ang live experience nyo sa Facebook and TikTok with the hashtag MPLS14 Live Experience. Again, hashtag MPLS14 Live Experience, and you need to make sure na nakapublic ang post mo at itag ang official pages ng MPL Philippines kasi we want to see your experience here.
Meron ako last question kasi last week sinabi ni Ogwen na nakakapag-bench press siya ng 150 pounds. Pando, ikaw, ano ang bench press record mo?
Hindi ko alam eh. Ilan ba ngayon?
Kaya mo rin yun?
Kaya mo, baba pa yun. Yan sinabi yung totoo. Kunyari lang yung 150.
Magkano ba sa kanya?
Ano yun? 6 to 8 reps yun.
Manis.
Pero yung max rep.
Wala. Max rep yun, nag-max rep.
250 ba? 250?
250? Hindi ko kaya yung 250. Pero what a game from Falcons AP Bren. And thank you, Ogwen and Pando, for winning the game and gracing us with your presence here. Once again, this has been Antianara together with Midnight and Rockheart. Itong Infinix Game Tambayan. We will be back after a short break.
Lakas ng Pinas! There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now. Work, life, and more.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14. We're down to our last best of 3 matchup. Leo here at your service alongside Naisu. Real quick, let's look back at the events that transpired in tonight's broadcast. It's RSG and FCAP finally getting their first wins.
Yep.
And that means Aurora suffered their first loss.
They did. And, you know, hopefully, again, they can adjust. Because I believe they still have a game tomorrow, I believe it is.
Against the big one, against Omega.
Against the barangay that is unstoppable right now, of course. But this matchup, of course, that we have ahead of us, too, I think is something that a lot of people are excited to see unfold. I know I am, too. And I don't know, man. I think, just real quick, point on the last matchup that we saw. Aurora, I know we're saying like they're building a super team and everything, but if you look at the last match, they have a lot to work on as they adjust before tomorrow. So hopefully they're able to do that. I mean, there's a lot that they can learn against a team like FCAP. Every team that's gone against FCAP, whether here or internationally, has been able to improve so much.
And the standings will not tell you that. You had to have watched the match. So please, when you have time, check out Falcons AP Bren versus Aurora. Now, looking at how Smart Mega stands tall, there's a couple of teams that tail them. It's Fnatic Onyx and Team Liquid PH. They'll be in action up next. A best of 3 between the both of them. And you see those zeros towards the L's?
Yeah.
Someone's going to get a 1. Someone's going to lose. Someone's walking away with their streak ended.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, even at week 2, you know, you've done phenomenal things up to this point, but eventually someone's got to take the L. Someone's going to have one of those zeros turn into a 1 here. And it's going to be one of these teams, and I think either way, they've showed us a lot of promise, I feel like. I mean, again, it is early in the season, so hopefully they find the adjustments that they need to get that win streak still on par here between either of these teams.
That's right. The Auroras have already had their hearts broken. I think at this point, the Phoenix Army are just hunkering down, sending their love to their squad. But now it's the Sonics and the Cavaliers' turn. And it's our panel's turn at the Infinix Game Tambayan to get their yapping on to break down this matchup.
This series is the battle of the undefeated. After this game, makikita na natin kung sino ang makalalampas nang wala pa ring talo. Isang magandang buhay, my name is Antinara. Kasama ko ngayon si Midnight and si Rockheart. At ito, ang Infinix Game Tambayan sa kung saan susubukan nating himayin kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari at nangyari sa mga serye natin para sa araw na ito.
Alam mo, yung mga sweep kanina, feeling ko, ano yun eh. Sige, fine, gano'n tayo ng mga close games, pero still, naging dominating yung performance ng mga nanalo. Pero, kung hihingi ka ng Game 3, feeling ko dito maganda eh.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like this is a game-free Abol series. And I think na...
May ano, dash. Abol.
And yeah, I feel like this week has been a week of benchmarks. And definitely this is the benchmark, right? Because they are the crowned MPL PH champions, right? So it's going to be a great test here for Fnatic Onyx.
Nabanggit na kanina ng ating mga casters na this is going to be a battle between 2 assassin users. And we've already mentioned na Carl TZ is part of the top assassin users in the league. But so is King Kong. So is the King of the Jungle. So as they go head-to-head, sino nga ba ang mas komportable sa paggamit ng assassins?
Alam mo, actually, matagal kong hiningi itong matchup na to. Ever since nakita natin si King Kong sa TNC, if I remember correctly, that was Season 11. And unfortunately, tulad nga nung nasabi ng mga casters natin, napilitang mag-tank jungle itong dalawang
For a
player
while.
na to. Parang for the longest time, inisip natin, nakapag-adjust naman sila, they were playing good. Si Carl TZ nagkaroon ng adjustment period bago siya nakabalik ulit sa Assassin. Pero we all know na minahal natin itong dalawang player na to dahil sa kanilang mga assassin plays. Kung maaalala nyo, yung game nung Season 11, yung Blacklist versus TNC, yung funny ni King Kong, that was something else. And ngayon, si Carl TZ, nakikita na rin natin talaga bumabalik na yung mga damage junglers.
And I really do think that these people, I mean, Carl TZ, he said in interviews, he might not be prime assassin right now, pero I feel like they are definitely in their prime teams right now. I feel like they are teams that can definitely support what they want to do. It's still a question of whether or not, we're not even sure if Carl TZ is gonna assassin today. So,
Totoo.
Yeah, kasi sinabi naman niya before na parang kailangan pa ng work, yung kanyang Ling, yung Fanny, di ba? Parang imagine mo, sa kanya mismo nang galing. May self-admitted, self-aware, character development yung pinagdadaanan ni Carl dito. And aminado siya na kailangan pa niyang ayusin. Meanwhile, si King Kong naman na talaga nagpamalas na ng kanyang mechanical prowess.
Yes.
I touted him before as one of the best mechanically skilled player dito sa ating liga. Nakita naman natin last week na sobrang tindi at talaga maglaro ng assassin ito. Pero ang malupit kasi dito, sabi ni King Kong one time sa interview, sabi niya, gusto ko makalaban yung prime Carl TZ.
So kailangan ibalik ni Carl TZ ang kanyang prime because King Kong is waiting for him to be able to regain nga yung sinasabi nating prowess ni Carl TZ way back when he was younger. But medyo mag-shift lang tayo towards the gold lane because this is gonna be a duel between Kelra and Benny QT. We all know who the gold standard is.
Yep.
So now, we want to question Benny Cutie, kung kaya ba niyang erase yung standard na yon.
Alam mo, sobrang tagal na nitong laban na to. Nagsimula to nung muntik sila magkasama sa execration kasi di ba kung maalala natin, pareha silang galing ng execration. Ngayon, magkalaban na sila. And for the longest time, lagi may laban. Sino ba yung mas matinding mag-gold lane between Benny Cutie and Kelra? And I would say, they are very capable players in their own rights. It's just that medyo magkaiba talaga sila ng playstyle. Most of the time, nakikita natin si Kelra, the team plays around him. Si Benny, literal na nakalayo sa team
Bahala kayo.
Bahala kayo dyan. Bubuo ako ng bagyo dito. May low pressure area bigla sa isang side ng mapa.
And again, I think despite being undefeated right now in their standings, we're gonna have to look at their hero pool. Look at that. How is this possible? No shared hero pool between these two.
Galit sila sa isa't isa. Joke lang. feeling ko talaga identity lang.
Identity.
And binanggit mo Midnight kanina, no? How generally nag-revolve talaga yung playstyle around Kelra. But for Benny Cutie himself, we saw a segue play coming from Benny Cutie in week number 1. So, yung ganong kind of movement coming from him, yun talaga yung pinaka-inaabangan eh. Kasi, alam mo yung mga gold laners na magsisplit para makuha yung Lord. Si Benny hindi, isasagad niya yun hanggat kaya niya.
Oo, kasi sabi ni Objective, yung Lord, neutral objective yan. Ang main goal niya, ang objective niya sa buhay is patayin yung base. Kasi dun ka mananalo.
And actually, may nag-point out nga, ba't nagugulat pa rin kayo?
At this point in time.
At nangyayari yan paulit-ulit. It's gonna happen. It's Benny Cutie. The question is whether or not you can see it coming.
Oo. Si Benny Cutie kasi ang description ko sa kanya rito, a man of focus, sheer will. Mala John Wick to si Benny Cutie. Alam mo, pag nakita mo si Benny, pag pumapasok sa MPL Arena, stoic. Stoic talaga na parang gusto lang niya matapos yung game, tatapusin ko yung base, and makuha natin yung panalo. Ganun yung ganun yung quality na nakikita ko kay Benny Cutie.
Oh, and yung ganong pagiging ungrounded ni Benny Cutie is really what helps, I'd say, Team Liquid Philippines na paulit-ulit lang, compose, stay tayo sa kung ano yung gusto nating gawin. And when we go aggressive, we go aggressive.
Oo. Kumbaga, tuloy-tuloy lang ang pag-brew ng bagyo.
You know what's naisip ko kung bakit he doesn't go for like monikers that have gold in it? Kasi ayaw niya ng gold. Gusto yun na ng base. Pansin mo?
Tama.
Ewa.
Ang nakakatakot kasi dito, again, makakalaban ng Liquid. Siyempre, minsan may contradicting ideas ka. Kung meron mga split pushers, ang kalaban naman nila dito is yung Super Family na napakatindi, mag-group up. And I feel like for the longest time, even nung regular season, last season, nakita na natin to from Fnatic Onyx, yung capability nila mag-group up ng early game, utilize Kelra. Kasi nga, again, very similar pa rin sa naging playstyle Kelra nung nasa lumang team pa siya ng Smart Omega, na talagang all the plays revolve around the gold standard. Pero yun nga, ang nagiging identity talaga dito ng Fnatic Onyx is yung sama-sama talaga sila gagawa ng play no matter what.
Hanggat kaya nilang magsama-sama, talaga magsasama-sama sila. And kailangan din nating magsama-sama kasi in just a short while, magkakaroon tayo ng ability to see kung sino nga ba ang maglalaro ngayon. Kaya naman to our team intros, let's go! Let's introduce them!
Let's welcome up on stage our marshals taking care of business in this bout. It's Ems, Wilbert, Pat, and JJ. MPL Arena, what time is it? Making their way on stage, it's Super Friends, Kelra, Brusco, Kirk, and King Kong Sonics. Get loud for Fnatic Onyx Philippines! And their opponents. The cavalry gallops into the arena once more. Our reigning MPL champions aiming to continue their streak. Let's welcome Benny Cutie, Carl Teasy, Sanji, JP, and 40! It's Team Liquid Philippines! And their coaches, Fnatic Onyx Philippines own Coach Why Not? And Team Liquid Philippines Coach CJ.
It's time for the face-off. King Kong, Calra, step forward. Benny Cutie, Carl Teasy. This will be the very first 2v2 face-off. King Kong, Calra, ano ang palag nyo?
Galingan nyo kasi gagalingan namin.
Mas madami yung nanal ko.
Benny Cutie, Carl Teasy, ano ang palag nyo?
Magaling na kami, mas galingan nyo na lang. Kung face-off lang, talo na ako eh.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. It's the battle of the junglers and the gold laner. Which duo will come out on top? It's time to enter the Lanadon panel puzzle.
Magaling na kami, kaya mas galingan nyo. Those were the words of Bagyong Benny. But Fnatic Onyx still retaining their lineup from Week 1. Kelra, King Kong, Super Friends, Kirk, and Brusco.
Ito na yung the household ng Fnatic Onyx, the super family. Alam naman natin na nandun pa rin yung success nila na kaya nilang makakuha ng momentum ng early game, transition towards the mid game, and yung capability nila kumontrol ng lead, humawak ng objective, and again, yung relentless aggression na nananalo sila lagi ng 5v5 that ends up becoming the key or the recipe to success para ma-end nila yung game. But that's gonna be very hard to do against also the aggressive Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid obviously has been also a household name for very good reasons. They are our MPL Philippines Season 13 champions, and it just feels like second nature for them to win. Although admittedly, they did say there are a lot of adjustments that they have to make coming into the new meta. I feel like, you know what, they're on the right track.
Ako, gusto ko na makita rito talaga, promise, labanan ng assassin. Huwag na tayo maglokohan. Bawal mag-Fredrin, please lang.
Espadahan, for sure.
Pakipan yung Fredrin.
Para hindi na natin makita ang mga utility junglers, but as we head on to the Infinix keys to victory for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they need to show them why King of the Jungle is your title. Talking about King Kong, kailangan niya ngang i-flex ang kanyang moniker. But then for the side of Team Liquid Philippines, show them why the Young Goat is your title, and for both of them, they need to be able to disrupt both the jungler's farm and rotation route.
Yeah, actually nakita na natin to before. We've seen RSG completely destroy. Nung time na yun, echo pa sila. Yung jungling pattern ni Cartesi, and that ended up becoming the yung success ng nung strategy na yun for RSG. And also that happened with King Kong. Mahala natin last season. AP Bren, that time AP Bren pa sila, completely shut down yung Ling ni King Kong nung time na yun. So I do feel like there is a certain strategy that both teams can utilize para hindi magkaroon ng momentum itong dalawang team na to. Kasi momentum dependent ang Liquid Philippines and of course ang Fnatic Onyx.
That's right. Actually, if we're talking about momentum, you know what? Fnatic Onyx sila yung malakas kumuha ng momentum, especially in the early game. Lalo pag nakuha yung Fanny. I feel like it is such a good way for them to actually get ahead in the early to mid. The problem is, again, the late game. That's where they're facing a lot of challenges.
And I think really, that is the essence of having an assassin in your team. Kailangan makapag-snowball talaga yung assassin so that your team parang magkaroon ng easier time na, in a way, mag-dish out ng damage from all across the map. Kasi yun talaga yung strength na meron yung mga assassins natin. Especially now, na ine-expect na nga natin na magkakaroon ng assassin versus assassin here in the jungle.
Yeah, I would say mas may konting lamang lang din si Cartesi, not just because of experience, but also in terms of hero pool. Yeah, fine, sabihin na natin, wala yung Ling, Fanny, still needs to work on it, WIP, work in progress. Pero ang kinaganda kasi sa hero pool ni Cartesi dito is meron siyang mga Roger, meron pa siyang mga Alpha. Alam ko medyo maraming nagulat bakit bigla naging meta si Alpha. But also Team Liquid is one of those teams that utilizes these heroes. So feeling ko may lamang ng konti in terms of flexibility.
You know what? Non-tangible to. Yung lakas yung mga aura.
Cartesi.
Man, that's something that TL has always used. and they win with it.
Yeah, and really, yun yung pagiging young GOAT ni Carl TZ with all of the achievements in his belt. But then, as we head on to the draft, makikita natin na nasa blue side ang FNOP. But then, for Team Liquid Philippines, they'll be taking the second pick.
Right. Open, oh.
Gusto ko lang sabihin, open lahat.
Open lahat!
Open ang Ling, open ang Fanny, open ang Roger,
Bahala kayo.
open ang Julian.
Let's go.
Okay, Fnatic Onyx, walang Zask, walang Jusin, pero again, open ang Roger. Pwede nilang kunin to for Kelra, flex factor na rin. Pero Ling talaga, yung papakita ng King Kong. Alam mo si King Kong, ayoko sanang tawagin sinungaling siya, pero medyo sinungaling siya eh.
Ano ba?
Sabi niya nung una, parang di siya ganun kagaling. Yung kay KZ, yung ayos sa
Sassy.
assassin nila. Tapos, proceeds to
First
obliterate.
picking Ling.
Diba? Oh, and first pick Ling. Ngayon, kinuha ni Roger and Julian. Grabe, sinecure yung dalawang flex. Kasi nilalaro nila tong Julian sa mid lane.
Honestly, such a powerful 2 picks kasi you can, ang dami lahat pwede mag-jungle dyan and pwedeng none of them can go jungle.
Yeah. And now, Fnatic Onyx, knowing na maraming flex factor dito yung Liquid, I think Ruby would be a nice pick. Ruby and Luo yung kinuha nila dito. Ito na yung Super Friend Special. Nakakatakot to kasi may global map presence sa Fnatic Onyx dito. Meron silang macro advantage for their side. And dahil meron pang Ling, parang nakakatakot gumalaw sa mapa.
Oh, and then gusto ko lang din i-point out no na one of Kelra's heroes in this season ay ang pagpili sa Ruby in the gold. So definitely that's also a flex pick for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
And the powerful thing about it is basically any bush can be a Ruby bush. And pag nakalapit talaga si Ruby sa'yo, dire-diretso na yan minsan. Especially if there's someone else to follow up.
Oo, hindi na nga totoo yung spell niya. Hindi na nga I'm offended eh. Nakaka-offend nga pag tinamaan
Siya yung nang-offend.
Yung nasa bush ka lang na nanahimik, bigla mahihila sa'yo. Akala mo parang bawal kang mag-guard ng bush. Yun yung strength na pinaprovide ng Fnatic Onyx. Lalo pat meron silang hawak na Louis. Walang safe na bush dito for Liquid
The
Philippines.
bush is lava.
The bush is lava. Unless makapag-establish sila ng sarili nilang territory. Now, coming to the second phase, Hylos ban. Ayaw nila sa kabayo. Medyo galit sila sa kabayo. Ang isa sa mga bagay na kailangan natin tignan is yung flex factor din ng Cho for Liquid PH. Although di naman na masyadong flex kasi pinakita niya yung Tigreal. But this is definitely something that Fnatic Onyx might look forward to respect. Kasi si Sanford, siya nagpauso na ito pabalik eh. For the longest time, nung nasa next play pa siya, pinapauso niya na yung Cho XP na tank. Ngayon, it's very viable because of the Thunderbelt. So, baka kailangan isipin ng Fnatic Onyx na kailangan tanggalin yung Cho ng Liquid PH.
And even the Grok XP, yun na nga, itong dalawang binan ng Fnatic Onyx Philippines, si Sanford yung nagpakita nito in a different lane.
Ngayon, parehas wala na. First pick for Liquid PH. I think is to go XP para todo yung flex hanggang dulo. Kasi available pa yung Alpha, by the way.
Yes.
So, I feel like Glue, Terizla, maybe a Yuzong or Arlot for a Sanford. Anything would suffice.
Tama.
Ito na yung bagong flavor talaga ngayon. I feel like the XP laners have a fun time with this.
Nakangiti si Sanford.
Nakangiti.
Sabi niya, nakita ko to kanina. Alam ko na to.
Kala nyo, nakita nyo na lahat Let me show you what we're cooking in the kitchen for Liquid Philippines. Interested ako kung anong gagawin nila dito sa Ruby. I still feel like Ruby Gold is much nicer. Wala na rin kasi yung Claude. Kasi the other marksman that would be nice here is the Moskov. Ang problema mo sa Moskov is kailangan niya mag-purify against the Tig. Tapos may kailangan pang intindihin na Phobius. That will probably be using the Vengeance as the battle spell. So medyo malaki problema nung marksman dito if ever for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, iniisip ko din dito, like, what's the matchup gonna be like pag nag-roam Ruby to? So I feel like Gold Ruby makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And there you go. It's confirmed.
Insta-lock-in.
Okay. You know, to me, interesting kung bakit ang nangyayari ay Ling agad in the jungle, tapos may double fighter kang sides. So as nafa-funnel niyo yung Ling niyo, nasa kanya lahat ng resources as much as they could. And hindi niya kailangan mag-rotate as much in the both lanes kasi alam niya na hindi kayo ma-solo kill ng ganun-ganun lang.
Gusto ko lang sabihin, mag-e-enjoy si Sanji dito sa game na to.
Bakit?
Ang dami niyang spell na pwede niyang kunin. Nandiyan yung Last Insanity, nandiyan yung Minowan's Fury, minsan yung Tempest of Blades pwede niya rin kunin. Or, if gusto mo ng Sanji special, meron din siyang diversion.
Oo. Parang everything is limitless. But then again, that can also be a double-edged sword for Sanji. So kailangan makita natin kung paano nga ba pagaganahin ito ng koponan ng Team Liquid Philippines. This is Fnatic Onyx versus Team Liquid. Makikita na natin kung ano ang kaganapan sa game number 1 as the King of the Jungle goes up against the Young Goat. Kaya naman to our casters, please take us to the Land of Dawn.
Where else would we go
Welcome
but the
to
Land of
Mobile
Dawn
Legends.
for this best of 3?
Yes, sir.
A win streak on the line between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines. Leo and Naisu here calling the match. Joseph, what do you think? Both teams are rocking dive comps.
Yeah, both teams are, and I almost want to. I want to talk about what the panel did too. Like, yeah, for Sanji, I don't know. If I was playing the Valentina, I'd be like, do I want all these ultimate options? Or do I just want a couple? You know, which is better to have? All the options or just one or two?
It's like a kid in a candy store.
Exactly.
Look at all of that. Worst case scenario, you want the exports, right?
Yeah.
But as it is, we're taking a look at the emblem sets, and all I could really see, and what's bothering me is all 4 members of Team Liquid PH, save for Carl Teasy, are rocking flickers, man.
They are. And also to note, this is going to be a little bit different in a way of a version from Sanford with a Phoveus because he doesn't have Vengeance, right? He's rolling with a Flicker.
I wonder.
Instead, still the Brave Smite emblem though too. So, and again, it pairs well with the Tigreal. Like you both have these. Well, TLPH has tanky frontline. Oh,
you were saying
right when we were going to get to see something unfold. You know, we got to take a breather, of course, while they figure things out. But yeah, I think that's going to be a problem because Phoveus, like you mentioned earlier during that draft, he's kind of like the standout hero right now. Keeps popping up, and I think teams are going to be forced to either ban him out, pick him up at some point. But pairing up with a Tigreal, this makes things scary if the scaling happens in favor for TLPH. But I think, like they said in the panel, man, Fnatic Onyx has done a good job at playing to their strengths. You know, I know it's only week 2, and we have very, little data to go off, but so far so good, and I would say this super family, like we used to call them, has really got to a good, comfortable position, and they could, if we would have any 3-game series today, this could be it. I was thinking it was going to be the last one, but hopefully it's this last one for the day.
I'm hoping that Fnatic Onyx can take us there because between these 2 teams, they're the wild card.
Yeah.
They're the unknown element. We know what Team Liquid PH is capable of, and it's them that we actually need to get the helping out. They have a little hubbub with their tech.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure that the next minute and a half goes to fixing that. But yeah, you're right. Again, the 1-3-1 here, put on showcase by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. I'm hoping it works out because we know what Kelra is capable of with a marksman. Maybe even a mage here and there. He's known to have played the Rogue Harith and the Lunox here and there. But this time with a Ruby, like I want to see this work out. I want to see. Oh, wait! Oh, hell, hold up!
Familiar face.
Is this the solution?
The solution.
What's Marky doing here? Did he not just get announced for MPL Singapore?
I guess he's got his time. He's got a little bit of time, right?
I mean, it's just it's a while till their season starts.
I would say, is it a month or so? I'm trying to. Usually they start like weeks after us, if not a month or
a wee bit later. All right, we got the chop, and that means we're back in action.
All right, we're back to action. Oh, wait. I thought it was going to be a team fight. I guess they just, kind of disengaged from it. But I guess going back to the point, too, for Fnatic here, it's like, how do you make this time for King Kong? All right, hold on. Brusco. Wow, he takes a ton of damage. Has to flicker out defensively, too.
Call it a TKO.
That's tough, man.
He had to spend his flicker and got sent home, and he can't be in on time for the turtle.
He's just going to go and get as much health as he can and heal up with a motivational roar.
He's going to haul butt right now. Look at this.
I don't think he's going to make it in time. Yeah, they're better off just calling off. Carl Teasy knows it. TLPH gets the first objective here, and that's kind of the risk of anytime you pick up a Ling. He's so reliant on that purple buff, too. You got to make sure that the timings on everything follow suit with that.
Yep. Again, say what you will about how he's one of the more in-demand heroes. He keeps getting banned out in drafts, but I don't know if I'm going to say this right, but he's fragile.
He's fragile.
He's very fragile in the early game.
As some of you on the chat might be, well, that's not how you pronounce it. I pronounce it fragile. Or is it agile? F agile.
I hear it's of a French origin. But looking at it again, see, look, TLPH are taking advantage of that.
Oh, hey, Brusco, you got away with it once. It's not going to happen again. Gets punished.
I understand why even Super Prince isn't ready for it. There really isn't much of a front line for Fnatic Onyx to allow for the free hits off of those spells. And really, there's not much damage in Super Prince's kit just yet.
Yeah, they definitely need some more time here. And already with some of the delay they're doing, they're playing around it. Infernal Pursuit going to be used. Sanford jumps back in, looking for Kirk possibly. Woo! But he can't deal with this. Tempest Blade's going to be used under the turret, trying to pick up the kill. King Kong will help Kirk stay alive.
The human calculator did not take into consideration the turret. He could have gotten the 2v1, maybe, but against the turret.
Maybe if he had vengeance.
Maybe if he had vengeance. And so far, we haven't yet gotten the answer as to why 40 chose the flicker.
Yeah.
Maybe it's to close the gap. Maybe it's to chase, you know, a slippery Ling, or
Could be.
One could assume.
Could be a couple things. Again, it's still early on in the game, so we'll see how Sanford decides to play that out. But that time around, you know, his plan got snuffed out. So we're back to it. Turtle's going to be up here, though, 5 seconds or so. And I think this one, obviously, for Fnatic, they can contest it. Some early poking going on in the gold lane.
Interesting first pickup for Kirk here on that X-Borg. The Brute Force Breastplate. More often you would see an early War Axe or an early Immortality, if you understand that it's a dead lane. But here he picks up the Brute Force Breastplate. Might be the new direction for the X-Borg in the new meta game. Turtle already spawned. Carl TZ first to the scene. Brusco sees everything. And JP with an implosion!
JP jumps in. Brusco having a hell of a time on this Minotaur. Continues to get picked off and pointed at. Turtle for the taking here. King Kong, though, going to jump in, possibly get some information, but he's way too low. Not sure if he's going to get time. He'll find Sanford, though. Sanford again. This time, King Kong will pick him up. Tempest Blade's going to be dropped down, and somehow he gets the turtle, but is he going to be able to get away with his life? He can't. And Sanji took the last Insanity and gets the ranged attack with the X-Borg.
What's going on?
Mid lane again, Brusco finds a couple members, popping them to Fury. But he's going to have to back off. So both sides finding some form of win here or another.
Nothing comes for free. Team Liquid PH understood the assignment, and they took as much as they could on the way out. It was so close, too. King Kong could have gotten away with it for free if it wasn't for the love tap by Sanji. I think even Carl or Benny couldn't have finished the job, but no, it had to be Sanji. Look at that, 3 and all the kills so far in the first 6 minutes of the game for Team Liquid PH have gone in the hands of Sanji.
It's always why we always point out the San duo. You know, anytime we talk about Liquid Echo here, the way that they play, the way they move around as a team, they cover all the fronts. And Fnatic Onyx is a team that can do that too. You know, this time around, they'll get what they can across the map. Nothing too crazy, you know, in terms of a lead. Also, even in the items, kind of fall into place. These first items, you already talked about the Brute Force Breastplate there. Berserker's Fury now available for King Kong here.
Interesting direction for Benny Cutie. He goes for the Thunderbelt first, and then eventually go for the Sky Piercer. There it is already. Wow.
Just got that locked in. Could just be playing around the fact that you've seen it time and time again here, Leo. Like, how many times have they caught Brusco alone? You know, and if that continues to happen, whether that's JP, whether that's even Sanford pressing the situation, hell, whether it's Sanji, depending on the ultimate he takes, you can do so much by picking up an early Sky Piercer too for Benny Cutie.
Yeah, and it's not like he's going to be laning with Kelra anymore. Like, we're post-laning phase, so he can actually just go ahead and poke out and then take kills as he would. We haven't really seen much of a play from Super Prince yet, so once we hit the power spike, once King Kong says it's go time, and when Brusco finds a better position, all right, that's a flicker coming off a cooldown. Should be a good start. Last turtle spawned up already, upper quarter. Put out about half health. Neither team letting it go.
Carl TZ controlling it for now, but King Kong also around the corner. It's going to be Carl TZ that secures it up. Minoan's Fury into the last Insanity going to be used too. Sanji flickers out on the defensive, but how? King Kong will pick up a kill. They're forced back a little bit further, but they might want to pick for more. Sanford jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit onto the turret again. He finds the kill before going down himself, and they shut down Sanji on top of it. 3 down for TLPH. Benny Cutie on the hunt, looking for Brusco. but he's got the heal. And now the fight for the purple buff. Once again, the pull comes through from Kelra. Super Friends will pick up that one. FNOP punishing it, TLPH.
The young goat may have bitten off more than he could chew. Wanted to go for the Grand Theft Purple, but instead got killed. And now it's Fnatic Onyx PH's turn to clap back. Look at this, Joseph. It's their turn for the GTP.
They're going to go for it. King Kong around the corner.
He got it?
He got it as well. As you like to say, it's Grand Theft Purple.
Cyrek Perez now has 3 stars. Whew. He has 3 stars. He stole the turtle and then he stole the purple.
You better lay low for a little bit.
You know, time it out. Change the color of his car, you know what I'm saying? All right, about a minute until the Lord spawns. And for the first time, again, in this 8.5 minute bout, Fnatic Onyx have the lead. It's a small lead, mind you, but they're a scaling lineup. It's just bound to go up from here unless Team Liquid PH has something to do.
Mind you, the TLPH had a 1.5K gold lead, and everything that just kind of happened there diminished it completely. And so they're back on even ground. They're back on good footing here. You can see some of these second items being picked up too. Even King Kong picked up the Haas Claws. Help him sustain a little bit more. They know that they can play around the fact that Brusco is going to be a lot of that healing for them. You know, even the fact that he has the Flask of the Oasis now, he might have dealt with hell in the beginning of the game, but now he's a little bit more, you know, stalwart. He can actually set up the way he wants to.
He's a little more rotund. He's a little stout.
Yeah.
And again, of all the members of Fnatic Onyx PH, he's the one who can afford it.
Exactly.
He doesn't care. He's a roamer. He doesn't need any farm. He doesn't need any XP. He just needs the set. And so far, we haven't really seen much from Kelra and Super Friends. They're also building up quite a kit. So once they're ready, once they're all kitted out, I think maybe Super Friends needs one more item, whether that be a DG or an HC.
Yeah.
All the mages know what I'm talking about.
Divine Glaive.
And the Holy Crystal.
Holy
then
Crystal.
It's go time, right? I think Kelro is on his way to his 3rd item. He's already rocking a War Axe and a Hunter Strike last we checked. This Lord is not free. For neither team, it's not free.
Under half health here. King Kong's going to swing on in.
A 5th.
Was waiting for it. He's going to go in and reset a little bit. TLPH pulls it back out. Oh, Kelra checking the bush with the I'm offended.
That was a bold ult.
Yeah, not going to find anyone.
All right. This does put the Lord back up to 3/4 of its health. Called easy deep into the pit. Now it's at half once more. It's odd to see a Lord dance like this where everyone is just willing to show themselves. This is as honest as it gets for Team Liquid. And look at that. Nice wave left out by Fnatic Onyx up top.
So goes in actually a full reset. I mean, how many times do we actually see this, Leo? Like an actual Lord dance or tango, whichever you want to call it, but it's actually both teams just really feeling out the space to work with here. See Benny Cutie gets the information that Fnatic's getting in position. They got to get in position themselves.
Already a minute and counting for this Lord Shuffle. We'll call the Lord Shuffle.
All right, I like it.
And they keep going back and forth. Lord still here at about half health. The diversion play set up down. The long bush, Sanji and the Y. Lord at a 4th.
They might push it in one more time here. Sanford, front of it all. 4th health on there. Oh, JP! Be able to find the implosion he's looking for. The knockup comes through, but Benny Cutie will pick up a kill. Kelra falls in the exchange, and Kirk as well. Brusco trying to run. King Kong caught off. There's the Infernal Pursuit again from Sanford, but Sanji will pick up and clean up the kill. TLPH got everything in that fight, and the Lord.
And they did not have to concede a single member. TLPH knocking down Fnatic Onyx PH's door. They want your lunch money, and they're gonna take it. They might even take the game.
Okay, they got.
Oh no, there's just
one hit on the minion.
Woo!
But they got the Lord. They got a base turret.
Got a little carried away.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the Infinix replay here. It was a crazy fight again. How things got put into place. You saw it.
I see it.
You see it.
The knockups did Fnatic Onyx PH dirty, and they.
The Lord Shuffle.
You know what I call that?
What do you
a
call it?
symphony of CC.
Yeah.
It's a lot of crowd control from Team Liquid PH that came out at the picture-perfect moment. And you know what? Something else. I think I understand now why 4D picked up the flicker.
Why is it?
It's to close the gap and make TLPH's effective combat zone much, much larger.
Well, they're going to do it again. Punch it in their own last insanity against Kirk. Kirk Frogo armor already going to be popped. They got to deal with this Lord. It's only a fourth of the health.
It's over.
They lose that bottom turret. Base is going to be worked on. There's a huge pull from Kelra, though. With the I'm offended. They're going to force them back a little bit further. Temps of Blades already going to be used. Cardinal TZ will go down. The base still up for now. King Kong jumps in the front side. Do they still want more? TLPH stopped in the tracks from ending game 1, and they're still on the hunt as JP falls in the mid lane. They might be hunting Benny Cutie, but I guess Fnatic Onyx decides to just go ahead and focus on the turrets in the mid.
Fnatic Onyx PH making me eat my words. It's not over, Leo. It's not over. They take 3 free kills, and now they're reclaiming a huge chunk of the map. Tier 2 in mid. Gonna go down here. Joseph,
It's crazy.
I am flummoxed. I am baffled. I'm perplexed.
Hey, you know what else they heard earlier, Leo? They were saying, you know, you pointed out Kelra, Super Prince. You were waiting for that moment for them to come online, and that defense was both of their times. Kelra especially, finding 3 with the I'm Offended, forcing TLPH to fight in a position they didn't want to be in, is what helped them stay into this game here for Fnatic Onyx.
Makes sense now why they say it's our time, it's Onyx time. 30 seconds up until the next Lord spawns, and TLPH are sitting on a, I'd say at this point, relatively mum 2,000 gold.
Yeah.
Looking at the items, King Kong just picked up the Endless Battle, so he should be able to burst down Sanji if he chose to. Maybe even
BOD too.
Benny. All right, you know what? I think, give or take, Prince might be 1,000 or so gold away from a Winter Crown. He needs that, though. I'm telling you now, man, he needs that.
He does, especially defensively. Carl TZ picks up one of the items you mentioned earlier on, too. Divine Glaive now for this Julian from Carl TZ.
Oh, about another shuffle.
Go ahead and start up. Kelra goes in for the pull. They find a couple knockups on Sanford. He's got to flicker out defensively.
There's another use for the flicker.
There's another use, even if it's on the defense. Fourth of the health on the Lord here. Who's going to grab it? JP goes in. The implosion and Carl TZ will get the Lord, and now JP in trouble as King Kong looks for more. Diversion going to be used. They're looking for the cutoff on Sanji. They pull him with Kelra. They'll get the double. Can they possibly get another as Carl TZ falls? Benny Cutie versus the world of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. He bobs, he weaves, he runs for his life.
Oh no, the hunter has become the hunted!
But it's only him. He's going to wait patiently in the bush. Meanwhile, Fnatic Onyx Philippines will go ahead and work around. They've got to deal with the Lord that Carl TZ got earlier.
What a nail biter of a game so far. 15 minutes in, 13-9 off the back of a Lord secure. Fnatic Onyx PH have flipped the table on Team Liquid. Joseph, they made quick work of that Lord. Not just that. Again, King Kong committed Grand Theft Purple. There's nothing for Carl TZ to get if he does get out to his bush.
Takes what he can. Or takes what he can.
No, there's an orange left.
There's an orange left at that point. King Kong, really confident with the Ling pick too. You know, it was a little bit difficult, like I said, in the early game for them, even for Brusco, but this time around, Brusco, he hasn't died since what? I don't know, the 5th or 6th minute of the game.
That's not even the thing, like the fact that he keeps finding these sets too.
Yeah.
And he keeps everyone topped up.
He does it also against what JP has been doing time and time again. JP is the one a lot of times starting off with an implosion. And there's a great counter to it with this lineup from Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
And not to mention Kelra, such a tempo breaker. And speaking of breakers, what an ankle breaker diversion by Superfence. We keep looking for moments. We keep looking for big moments and plays from Fnatic Onyx. How about now? How about that diversion to the mid by Superfence that allowed them to take down Sanji, take down a majority of Team Liquid PH?
I guess even with everything happening this way, it makes you wonder, right? Like, how is this next Lord going to go? Because even the last one where they started the fight up, they started the control for Fnatic Onyx, but Carl TZ came in, and that's always something that they have to worry about. Because even if they win some of those skirmishes, some of those fights, they got to be able to lock down that Lord too. That's really what needs to fall into place here for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And I would say Liquid knows this. Like Liquid, the way that they're playing, the way that they're approaching these fights is with that in mind. And so that's the question here, especially for JP, on how he's going to utilize his implosion for this next fight up.
And he does have an immortality, so it's easier said than done!
He goes in, concealed, but they don't pull off the implosion. It was just some pressure here for that purple buff, even though Sanford takes half his health away.
That's unfortunate. You see what King Kong did? He committed,
he committed the
Tempest
retribution.
of Blades and the Retribution for
Doesn't have it.
nothing!
So now, do they stall out this Lord for enough time, even for 15 seconds for King Kong to have the Retribution? It looks like they will be able to do that. Because even for Liquid Echo, they got to be careful on how they approach this fight.
All right. Luckily, I think they do have time. The shuffle can commence. And I was going to say, to be able to get this Lord or to be able to win anything on the map for Fnatic Onyx PH, not just win the fight, but win parts of the map, they need to push his tier 1 down bottom. That's what King Kong is getting to.
Yep.
Yeah, just send a big fat wave down there and then go to the Lord. But I think TLPH aren't allowing for that. They're going for the Blitz.
They're going to force him here to fight. Once again, Kirk in front of the side here. Super Prince also trying to zone them out the best way he can. You got to watch out for JP. JP still holds on to the flicker and the implosion. He's going to go in. He's going to be able to find two. But King Kong will get the Lord. And now they're going to break out the fight. A huge setup from Brusco as they force them back a little bit further. Sanford goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. But JP will fall. Even with the Winter's Crown, Carl Teasy, it's not enough. It's a double for Super Prince. And 4 are taken out from TLPH.
Deja vu. It's just Benny left standing. And this time around, Joseph, Fnatic Onyx PH get the Lord.
That's all they needed to do there. What can Benny Cutie do? He's going to try to just
cut the wave.
Cut the wave, but he's got to go back to the base.
Oh no! There's a huge Lord up top. That's evolved. There's 3 members, make that 4. Fnatic Onyx down mid. Can Benny do this?
Benny, can you clear the minion out? Winter's Crown to keep it there a little longer. Sanji comes up. Benny Cutie's taken care of, though, as the base is going to be worked on. Brusco sets things up with Mew and Fury, and JP pops the opponent next. They're going to be waiting for Carl Teasy to join the fight alongside Sanford, but it's not going to be enough as the Lord is still up. They're focused on taking out Aura. Gets a Maniac. A massive play and turnaround as Fnatic Onyx PH take game number 1.
Call him the Filipino Maniac. Hellra is on point. Fnatic Onyx PH draws first blood in this best of 3. What a comeback victory.
What an amazing turn of events. An amazing team fighting from both these teams here. Phenomenal match number 1.
Cyric Perez with the steals. I wonder what the Infinite Game Tambayan thinks of that. Let's break it down.
Blockbuster at tuloy-tuloy na MLBB action. Yan ang nangyari sa game number 1 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines. So what a game!
Gusto ko lang sabihin bago natin breakdown yung game, no? Ang wholesome lang ng moment, lumabas pa si Hayes, na by the way, analyst ng Fnatic Onyx, if I'm not mistaken, or assistant coach. Lumabas pa siya, tapos nakangiti siya kay Brusco. And ano na naman, deserved din actually ng konting commendation kasi it was looking to be a Liquid game.
Yes.
Pero umabot tayo sa point na very critical yung naging Lord Dance ng Liquid dito. Nakakuha pa ng Lord si King Kong and it ended up being the crucial Lord steal mula sa Fnatic Onyx para balik na rin yung game laban sa Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, and with just that single Lord take/steal, yon ang kaganapan. But of course, our MVP is Kelra, the gold standard, who actually got a Maniac in that game with his Ruby. What a performance. Grabe, munti ka na maging the Filipino Savage ulit itong si Kelra.
And again, it's also attributing to what you can do as a gold laner, di ba? Yung flexibility niya, I think sobrang naging apparent dito. Hindi niya kailangan mag-shine, like hindi siya kailangan spotlight lagi. He is a team player and he showed it dito. King Kong was definitely the one that you had to watch out for here, where nabigyan talaga siya ng mahirap na moments din, in fairness.
Ako, alam mo yung maganda yung buong performance ni Kelra, napakalupit na kanyang mga set, yung capability, yung brawl capability ng isang Ruby sa team fight. Pero may mga moments na, dito mo makikita yung galing ng player. Yung last moment, yung nilalakad nila yung minion wave, ginamit pa niya yung first skill pang check ng right side of the bush.
Yes.
Kilala niya si Benny. Sabi niya, magkakat to. Sabi, piners skillan niya, for sure, nag-proc yung War Axe, nagkaroon ng passive stack yun. So alam nila nandun yung Roger. Pero alam nila, kailangan lang nilang i-guide yung minion wave, kaya dire-diretso yung lakad ng Fnatic Onyx. Pero again, ang daming moments dito na napakalapit from both sides. Even Liquid, yung mga setup dito ni JP na talagang pinipigilan nila sila King Kong na makaharap ng Retribution Steal, yung combo ni Cartesies to secure the Lord. And ito yung moment na talagang nag-secure ng game para sa Fnatic Onyx, yung missed flicker implosion ni JP. Unfortunately, hindi niya naabot yung Ling and pakasa na yung Defiant Sword ni King Kong dito. And pagbaba niya, sakto yung Retribution damage to secure the Lord here for Fnatic Onyx.
And while we were actually, during the panel, diba, we're talking about pros and cons of having a Tigreal versus the Minotaur.
Yes.
I think naging apparent dito why the Minotaur really did shine in those specific moments. And again, JP, not to take anything away from it, he did great.
Oh.
There were moments na paakala natin endable na.
Ang dami niyang kasalanan dito, kailangan niya magkumpisal actually. Kailangan niya mag-sorry. Pero ang lupit kasi yung mga flicker implosion, yung conceal flicker implosion doon sa may bottom lane, apparently hindi ata napansin ng Fnatic Onyx. Pero yun yung mga magagandang entry points na nahanap ng Liquid. It's just that, again, kailangan kasi nila i-end yung game. And it's very hard to do that against sa Ruby. Kaya kita natin kanina, si BeneQT medyo ilang na mag-tower lock kasi pwede naman siya mag-all-in eh. Kaso ang problema nila, kalaban nila, Ruby, Louie, Minotaur, Xborg, maiilang ka nga naman talaga mag-push or mag-tower lock kapag kaharap mo itong apat na heroes na to.
Yeah, and take note, walang Purify si BeneQT, so that made it difficult for him to just enter the back lines of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But then, speaking again about the Minotaur pick na, in a way, kung naunahan siya ng Tigreal, madaling ma-counterset. But because of the Ruby and yung paghigop na nanggagaling dun sa
yung duality.
Oo. Nagiging mas madali for him na, okay, hindi sila makakapag-set ng ganun-ganun lang.
And honestly, can we just go back a little bit? Because none of that would have been possible if Sanford was not creating so much havoc around the early to mid game na hindi niya napapansin, you know what? A lot of stuff were happening. So I think you have to commend the people who were actually, you know.
I mean, namamatay pa rin naman siya, pero alam mo yung attraction, hindi pala attraction, yung attention na napupunta sa XP na hindi nila nagugulo si Benny, hindi nagugulo si Carl, hindi ma-disrupt yung jungling pattern ng Julian, napapunta sa point na available or online yung dalawang jungler natin. Kaya naman nagkaroon ng labanan ng Retrian sa Turtle tsaka sa Lord. Nag-1-1 pa nga sila at some point na parang tigisa sila ng Turtle a piece. Pero at the end of the day, it was yung aggressive play style ng limahan ng Fnatic Onyx. Lagi nandoon yung diversion, lagi nandoon yung initiation din ni Brusco, the Minoman's Fury. And of course, yung Ruby din ni Kelra. But also props na rin kay Super Prince. Napakataas ng presence ni Louie dito. Alam naman natin gano'ng kahapde ang isang Louie. And again, yung global map presence ng Fnatic Onyx na nag-Squid Philippines. Kaya yan, nakaganyan sila. Parang sakit sa ulo ng Louie.
It really hurts.
It really hurts. Tama.
Pero you know what? Another thing that we have to look at is how interestingly, ito yung pinakadikit na laban. Hindi pa tapos yung series, pero this is the closest match we had so far today, where you literally could have flipped a coin and that would have determined the outcome. And I really like na, you know what, Fnatic Onyx PH, relatively a younger team compared to Team Liquid PH, are able to play at this level.
Yeah. And alam mo yung fact lang na parang nagsisiso sila. Okay, lead. Okay, Fnatic. Okay, Team Liquid babawi. Tapos ganun lang talaga yung naging tema. Kasi it was all about the aggression, the controlled aggression for both of these teams.
Dito yung ma-highlight yung sinabi ni Auntie Anara kanina. Very evident na nakakailang for BeneQT to push ng towers. Mas mataas pa yung damage output sa tower damage ni Cartesi over the Roger ni BeneQT. Kasi nga, may catch from the Ruby. Nandyan din yung punish. Pwedeng ka habulin ng Xborg with the last insanity flicker. So hindi ganun kadali for Liquid Philippines. Even though umabot sila doon sa base ng Fnatic Onyx, hindi mo rin masasabi na guaranteed end angle for Liquid. Kaya din naman pag-abot ng late game, doon na natin naramdaman yung parang prowess ng lineup ng Fnatic Onyx. Even though they don't have a marksman, it's just that medyo superior sila pagdating sa team fight. Kasi kung sustain ng labanan, lalaban yung Fnatic Onyx with an additional of insane amount of damage coming from the Louie, the Ling, and also the Ruby. Lahat.
Grabe din, no? Kahit wala silang marksman, the mere fact na yung passive ng isang Xborg, kapag puno yung flamethrower, nagiging true damage yung bawa. So kahit si Sanford nasa harapan, okay lang yon kasi alam nila na in a way, kaya din nating i-burst down even the tankiest member of the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and all of that combined is also an explanation kung bakit, what's that tower damage? Why was BeneQT not able to take out towers like he usually does? hindi siya makalapit eh. Pag lumapit siya, hilahin siya ng Ruby. Like you mentioned, like Export even will hit you. And that range is so critical in taking tower down.
Yeah, and that was just game number 1. But let's know more about our main stage host. Marakino, please take it away.
It's so much fun here. Kasama natin ang Battle Train! Kanina pa kayo, ang taas ng energy nyo. You know, we want to get to know all of you guys. What's your name?
I'm Pau.
Pau, taga saan?
I'm from Bulacan, but I'm studying at Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
Oh, represent! Ikaw naman.
Gin po, taga Bulacan.
Taga Bulacan din.
Opo.
Okay, ano ang favorite moment nyo so far dito sa Battle Trips?
So far po yung panonood po ng buong liga ng MPL. Puro digat.
Experience?
Ang experience ko po ay na-feel ko ang pagiging pro player. Kasi na-experience namin yung surrounding eh.
Gusto mo ba maging pro player?
Oo po.
Katulad
naman.
nino?
Siyempre ni Super Marco. Siyempre.
Super Marco, ikaw naman, kamusta yung Battle Trips today? Favorite moment?
Well, it's fun. It's like a field trip for esports. Yeah, we learn a lot, especially for the back end of esports na hindi lang siya all about the game. We also have the supporting, like the logistics, the broadcast, the ops,
What would you
marshals.
want to be if you're part of MPL?
Well, I also want to be one of the marshals.
One of the marshals?
Yes.
Alam mo, baka naman may hiring dito, baka makuha ka namin. Okay, paano nga ba kasi it looks like it's so much fun. You said na parang field trip. Kapag gustong mag-join ng ating mga manonood, how can they join?
Well, all you have to do is follow MPL and do the registration for the MPL Battle Trips on FB page.
After the registration, anong mangyayari doon? So nag-register sila, lahat ba sila makukuha? Paano pumipili?
It's up to you guys. Galingan nyo na lang sa pagsagot. Siyempre.
Galingan sa pagsagot?
Yeah.
May mga questionnaire.
Ang question din is,
Sample.
bakit, why you are deserving to be chosen sa pagiging battle
Anong sagot mo doon?
Ang naging sagot ko is, I am super fan. And then nag-adjust ako sa mga meta. Kasi palong-palo din ako maglaro ng ML eh.
Ganun ba?
Yeah.
Ikaw, anong sagot mo doon para may tips yung ating mga manonood kapag gusto nilang mag-join sa Battle Trips? For her naman.
Just answer honestly and sabihin nyo na gusto nyo matuto more about esports.
Are you guys having fun? Say it! We're having a lot of great time here. Kaya sa lahat ng mga ating mga manonood, join the Battle Trips. Go to MPL Philippines. You never know. You could be the one that I interview next. Magsisimula na ang ating laban. Let's throw it over to the panel. 1, 2, 3. Panel, pasok!
Ang saya naman ng experience ng MPL Battle Trips. Kaya kung gusto niyo rin makasama dito sa MPL Arena, just register in their form. But speaking of form, kakaiba yung form na pinapakita sa atin ng Super Family right now.
Again, it's very identical sa pinakita nila nung regular season, last season, na nandun pa rin yung Super Family. It's also very creative. Nandyan yung kanilang Ruby Gold alongside the Ling. So parang may, alam mo yun, kung idadissect mo ng mabuti yung laro ng Onyx, medyo isang pattern lang siya. Pero ang dami kasing variation. In terms of draft, in terms of strategy, iba't iba yung kaya ilabas dito ng Fnatic Onyx. But all the same, ang laro talaga nila yung samahan, yung family gameplay ng household
Lagi
ng
silang
Onyx.
lima, no?
Oo.
Even dun sa mga diversion play, nakakatawa kasi lima talaga sila. Wala man lang nagsisplit push. Well, si King Kong, sige. Kasi pasok natin sa game number 2, drafting phase. Dito natin makikita kung ano nga ba yung mga adjustments na possibly gawin ng Team Liquid Philippines so as to equalize this series.
And so far, I think na they don't really have to change that much, right? I mean, it was a pretty even fight. Actually, I commend Fnatic Onyx Philippines for their attempts. They're on the early part of the game. Na kahit medyo tagilid, na medyo lamang naman yung ELPH. Of course, it's disaster. I feel like they were able to actually get a lot.
Okay, tinanggal yung favorite Julian ni Carl TZ. So parang sinasabi na, well, wala na rin naman yung Fanny. Pero ano na to, it comes down to the Ling, the Roger, and maybe the Alpha. Kasi yung Alpha for the longest time, usually ito yung pinagsasagot talaga sa Ling. Kasi ang hirap labanan ng Alpha sa isang teamfight, lalo kapag may kasamang teamfight spell din or teamfighting hero dito. Like for example, yung mga Minotaur, yung mga Tigreal, kapag kasama ni Alpha, parang ang hirap, napakahirap labanan.
So either one of the three heroes and then possibly pwede nilang isamahan ng Edith kasi open din yung Edith now. But then gusto ko lang din balikan yung naging parang yung naging interview kahapon with Sanji as to why sobrang hilig niyang gumamit ng Zas. Kasi nga naman sabi niya hindi niya masyadong kailangang magpasama sa lane.
Exactly. You'll win out on your lane even without trying, to be honest. And that's the power of the Zas right now. So, obviously, one of the things that you also have to think about is, kasi napapahirapan mo yung kalaban mo eh. Mapaisip, anong gagawin natin sa Zas na to?
Hylos maybe for Bruno. Kasi available din yung ano dito, yung mga team fighting heroes. Pero ang kailangan mo talaga sa Zas yung ability tumakbo.
Oo.
Surprisingly.
Open din ang Juicin. Ngayon ko lang pala napansin.
Ooh, okay.
Actually, pwede rin laban sa Zask. Even though madalas natin nakikita talaga, no, minsan yung teams talaga nagpa-prioritize na kunin yung mga pang-counter engage. But Louis actually pa rin yung pipiliin dito ng Fnatic Onyx. Talagang macro advantage gusto nila. Same idea pa rin nung game number 1. Pero this time around, may flex factor dito yung Liquid Philippines. No? Even though nawala yung Julian, still we all know na si Carl TZ ay naglalaro din ng Roger Jungle. So it's gonna be very interesting kung naman yung magiging selection dito for Liquid pagdating ng second phase. Kasi mawawala halos lahat ng BeneQT heroes. If pipiliin ng Fnatic Onyx, pwedeng tanggalin yung Claude, pwedeng tanggalin yung Moscow, wala na kasi binandin ng Liquid. Pwedeng tanggalin yung sabi natin mga Ixia, mga ganong klaseng hero. And then Claude Ban.
Ako, ito na nga.
Carry din, actually, pwedeng tanggalin.
Yeah. But then if they were to do that, then medyo ma-open lang din naman yung mga heroes ni Sanford. Na kanina, by the way, binan ng Super Family. They've both banned the Cho as well as the Grok. So definitely, pwede pa din nilang in a way, examine kung pwede pa rin at pasok yun sa draft nila now.
And honestly, it's one of the ways where you can actually control the draft. You don't need to ban a hero or ban a hero straight away. Like yung ginagawa dito ngayon ng Fnatic Onyx page, they're trying to remove certain marksmen para they're trying to force BeneQT onto that Roger. It's pretty smart.
Well, may ano pa naman, may again may carry pa. Or kung gusto mo ng unorthodox, nandiyan pa rin naman yung mga click on the side of Liquid Philippines. Hindi nga lang talaga nung comfort with regards to their strategy. So, palulusutin na rin carry because they might feel like it's okay. Pero ngayon wala na yung Hylos dito for the side of Fnatic Onyx. Siguro talaga mataas lang yung priority dito for the Louis strategy. But still, the Mino is very much open para kay Brusco. Or pwede ka rin kumuha ng Grok dito or ng Cho. It's also very comfortable on the hands of Brusco.
There's a good chance that actually they could just redo that draft and it can work perfectly.
Exactly.
Against Team Liquid PH here. And what other changes do? If they do that, ang tanong doon, pag ginawa nila yon, anong gagawing response ng TLPH?
Well, wala na export. That's for sure.
Yeah. So kahit kumuha sila ng hero na in a way kayang mag-peel dun sa mga frontliners, medyo mas confident na sila right now.
Alpha.
Oh, is this one of those moments where Alpha's good?
Yeah, against the Rizla, against the Louis. Ang problema lang ni Alpha dito is yung hila ni Ruby tsaka yung sip-sip nung duality. Pero kasi again, sinabi mo na nga kanina, parang might as well ilagay yung Roger sa gold lane. Yeah. And then pick up the Grok. Hindi. Carry. Okay, Roger jungle. So, carry pa rin talaga pinili nila. It's good against the Rizla. Nakakatakot lang dito may Ruby tsaka Louis. Baka masipsip si Benny. Baka sipsipin yung bagyo. Naku, mamaya.
Oo. Maging low pressure area na lang pagkasipsip ng bagyo.
But I would say it's Mino game.
Plus the Louis combination. Plus, meron pang Terizla, so definitely yung area of effect sobrang laki for the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines should they decide to go with that Minotaur pick. But then, Cho yata.
Cho talaga.
Nila.
Well, Cho is nice against Roger Jungle and also the Edith. Ang problema kasi ginawang XP yung Edith. Unless, okay, never mind. So, it would be nice now that Cho is gonna be playing against Edith kasi kickable target. Si Edith ang kaya nila i-burst dahil ang dami nilang crowd control dito, dami nilang pang sip-sip, may penalty zone, may pang lock-in sila. Tapos may mga finishers sa side ng Fnatic Onyx. And do take note, This is a Cho-Louie combo. Kahit saan pwede manggaling yung kick mula kay Cho.
Bigla na lang may tatalon sa yung mga dalawang no? Two big heavy hitters and then it'll just go from there.
Oo nga, kaya nga, this is game number 2 for Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines. The drafts and the heroes are all locked in. Makakapag-equalize ba ang TL or tutuloy-tuloy na to ng Fnatic? Kaya naman, wag na tayong magmadali pa. Magmadali na pala tayo kasi nga naman to our casters, please take us to the Land of Dawn.
So nice, they did it twice. Fnatic Onyx Philippines drafts a very similar lineup from what they did in game 1, where they pulled a fast one over their opponents. Now there's match point.
Match point ahead of us here, and as you mentioned, I think, for Fnatic Onyx, what they did in the previous game, they might as well not change it too much. And I have to agree with the panel, on that fact of you have a Cho locked in with a Louis Yi, and you don't know where the kick's gonna come from. Like you one minute you feel like you're all safe, you're okay, but then here comes, of course, Brusco. And I feel like this is also maybe because of what he dealt with on the Minotaur the previous game. The beginning of the game wasn't so fun for him. He was just focused on, well, maybe this time, as soon as he hits that level 4, maybe even before, he's already, making moves.
And this lineup by Fnatic Onyx PH now not just adapts to what they learned from game 1, what that lineup was weak at, but what TLPH have brought to the table. Because again, you will happily kick Sanford and get a free pickoff, turning the fight into a 4v5. You would happily kick Benny Cutie, which I assume he would be playing with a Purify, to get that off and done with. And I think we're in for a more action-packed bout here, more than in game 1. Because again, game 1 had its peaks and valleys, and they had its back and forth. But now, I think we'll see more action from both sides early on.
Well, I think so too. Especially maybe this time around, Fnatic Onyx trying to set the pace themselves early on. It's the same sample. You have King Kong and the Ling. You want to get that confidence going. He kind of had to work back for it, of course, in the previous game. But again, it all starts with how the early game goes for them and leading into that first turtle. And even, looking at the emblems that they brought to the table, this is what I was saying. I think Brusco, even without the level 4, can already be a nuisance in terms of like the poke that he can provide on this Cho pick.
And of course, the double Brave Smite from Kelra and Kirk. Two seminal frontliners from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Talking about TLPH in just a bit, there's the aforementioned Purify on Benny Cutie, Brusco. Oh no, knocked up.
Yeah, he's
fine.
He's already he's able to get away, and that's the thing too. I think in a sense when you look back at game number 1, JP with the Tigreal had so many sets, and some of them worked for them, some of them didn't. But this time around, it's a little bit easier on the Edith, and that's why it was interesting that they swapped too. Midnight mentioned thinking Edith would go in the XP lane in the hands of Sanford, but even with that swap, Sanford having that Grok works great too with this, because we've seen that combination so many times where you have a lot of reliant CC available to you, crowd control available to you for this lineup from TLPH.
Yep. Again, talking about that switch up, it's not just Fnatic Onyx Philippines who adjusted, even TLPH, because it's so easy to think that, hey, this is JP on the Grok. For sure, they want that wild charge up and ready wherever he could be as a roamer. But no, they said, you know what, let's put JP on Edith so that it's just as quickly and easy for us to pick off with the 1-2 combo of the Earth Shatter Onward. Just like the Cho. Just like the Cho, who's now showing a little bit up in front of Carl TZ. And now the double laner in the XP role. Because look, Turtle's already spawned, and it's JP first to the scene.
Turtle's up, JP win for that level 4 too. But I think they can go ahead and start this up. Brusco just locking that in, has the Way of the Dragon available to him now, has also the Flicker. So they get the information here, and this is, once again, one of the great things about a Zask. You can just plant the little nightmare spawns in some of these areas that provide some vision, provide a little bit of poke as well. Kirk also holding on to the penalty zone. Could possibly set things up. Brusco's going to be able to jump in. They find the combo off. JP somehow gets the turtle. He's actually going to pop the Primal Wrath too, in for it. Super Fritz on the run. Sanford will throw out the wall. He'll flicker over the turret to survive, but the wild charge going to find them too. Brusco goes down. Kirk's going to pick up the kill himself, but Sanji already gets the double. And Kirk flickers on the defense, almost dragging Carl TZ with him.
Amazing trade for Team Liquid Philippines. They gave up 40 for the turtle and 2 kills, King Kong and Brusco. That's a buy one, take one for anything that the Sonics should be panicking about. There's a minute left before the second turtle of the game spawns. And so far, I think going into King Kong's mind right now, he's in recovery mode. Like, he should not have died that early.
Which is going back to the point I made earlier. You know, he wants to start things up. Brusco going to find multiple members in the bush. Colonel TZ goes in. Actually, it looked like he was surprised that much damage was done and was like, you know what, I'll go pick up the kill too. So Brusco gets punished that time around. And that's not a, you know, you don't want to have that happen every time you walk into a bush. You see 3-4 members of the cavalry there.
Not many heroes would survive. Yeah. Not even a Rome, not even a tank, not even a Uranus would have survived that much damage coming at you from that bush. So Fnatic Onyx PH learned that lesson the hard way. Not the time to be checking bushes. Not against a team like Team Liquid Philippines. There is some action up top. What is that? Kelra! Kelra!
Oh, Kelra? Okay, Bruce goes there too. That one's going to be okay. And I think this is like the slow burn with the gold lane Ruby that we've even talked about in the previous game. Need some time to build that up. And then, like we saw Kelra do in game number 1, change some things. King Kong flying around. Of course, going to pick up the Berserker's Fury. JP, though, going in too. Going to hold them up there. Brusco also now going in for the zone, and Diversion's going to be used. They find JP quite low. Tempest Blade's going to be used as well. King Kong will pick up the turtle. Looking for JP next. Kelra picks up the kill. Brusco going to blunder the flicker. Ends up going down. Benny Cutie now on the backside, focusing on Kelra. Sanford takes the brunt of the damage. Carl TZ will join the fight to pick up Kirk. Multiple members quite low here. Fnatic Onyx trying to run away. Benny Cutie also low, but King Kong won't be able to pick up the kill. Everybody gonna go reset that's left alive in that whole fight.
The marbles on this young man, King Kong, and of course, Friends. You see how much Friends was dealing with and how he just stood there like, all right, you know, I think I can just throw out maybe 1 or 2 spells more. And he definitely could have died from Sanford's Guardian's Barrier, but they stood their ground. And now because of that, it's a turtle apiece here. And I think King Kong is done with being in the back foot. He built his Berserker's Fury, as mentioned. And is this right? Is he up like 100, 200 gold from Carl?
Yeah, I think so. And again, you know, this is why King Kong, ever since he started playing pretty much in the MPL Philippines, he's done well to hold a lot of his own against some of the best junglers out there in the league. Right now on the top side, Kirk's going to be in trouble as he gets taken down. Bonnie of Smith not going to be able to help. Now Brusco goes in for the kick, but it's also a double for Benny Cutie. Kelra goes in for the pull on JP with the help of the turret, but still won't be able to pick up a kill. TLPH ends up getting everything out of it, but King Kong now joining the area. I don't think he's going to be able to find the pick-off. And so Fnatic Onyx, you know, they at least hold on to the turret, tier 1 on the top.
All that up top was Team Liquid PH. They've ballooned up to 2,000 gold, and there was nothing the Fnatic Onyx PH could have done. And so far, King Kong just rotated for nothing. He did get to drive by his buffs in a small camp, but that aside, Kirk and Brusco suffered the brunt of it. Now with the final turtle spawning in the lower quarter, I'd reckon Brusco would like to redeem himself after that little hubbub with that last one. And no, there's not much. King Kong tried.
Oh, he tried. Wow. Okay, JP too. Trying to make a play himself. Diversion going to be used just to get to safety in the mid lane. But, you know, again, I think they were just... See how quickly TLPH went for that turtle. They got it taken care of, and there was really nothing that Fnatic could do. What? While charge going to be used already. Fighting under the tier 1, though. They're going to flicker out from Kelra, and now they're going to be in trouble as Benny Cutie goes under the turret to pick up a kill. Kirk going to get zoned out by Sanford. And man, it just looks like they're making these small mistakes here where they're allowing TLPH to find those wins and turn things continually in their favor.
I'd reckon it's less than Fnatic Onyx PH's mistakes. It's just TLPH have created a catch-22 that allows for them to get away with what they want, regardless, right? I'm talking about Sanford on the Grok. Like, you can't CC him. So whether or not you have something to knock him up or stop him in his tracks, he is going to get in there without needing to use the flicker and get a solid wall charge. Look, flicker's off of cooldown.
Yeah.
He got in there and just compromised Fnatic Onyx's front line.
So I think that duo of heroes, that combination, Edith and Grok, is so deadly because it gives you such a, you know, on-use usage. Look at this, JP actually going to pop the conceal. goes in with the Ironward Earth Shatter. Not going to find the connection, though. Carl Teasy will, as he jumps under the turret. Picks up another kill as they find two. Fnatic Onic losing that mid turret finally, and TLPH picking up 2 kills.
See what I tell you? Catch-22, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's nowhere for me to go. I feel miserable for Super Brains. He knows that JP was there, and he had, what, a 33 1/3 chance to walk away, but he didn't even try.
And, you know, that math gets worse because of the fact that even if you sidestep the Earth Chatter and you avoid the whole conceal play, like you said, Sanford going to be wild enough just to wild charge wherever he wants, whether he has Flicker or not, and especially when you're fighting under turrets.
The numbers don't lie. They spelled disaster for Fnatic Onic PH in that moment, and now they're going to try the diversion play, moving up top. Lord spawn in the upper corner. This is the first one. Down to a 5th, down to a 10th.
They're going to drop it in. Brusco, JP secures the Lord again. Brusco taking so much damage from Betty Cutie as Betty Cutie pops off again. They pick up 2 kills around. Fnatic Onic not able to do anything. They try to make a play with the diversion, and they don't get anything. King Kong will just get his buff.
That's something. Silver lining, at least they're not starved. But you're right, Joseph, I think compared to game 1, this might be a smarter, wiser Team Liquid Philippines.
Yep.
Fnatic Onic not going to get away with their old tricks. Looking at the item build so far, Kelra is so behind.
Yeah, look at this. What, almost 3,000 gold behind.
What a strug.
What was the biggest difference too? Like, he just has not been able to do what he did at the previous game at this point. And part of it too is just Benny Cutie having a hell of a game. 5
Exactly.
on 4.
I guess it's just the mechanics and the dynamics between these two heroes. On a Roger and Ruby, he would have to get in there. On a carry, you just are at half health as soon as you fight.
Exactly, because they have to fight under the base turrets. Holy shields are going to be popping. King Kong joins the fight. They hold on to the base turrets, but I think that's all TLPH wanted to do. And again, going with the discipline. They'll see if they can still force this lineup, the options, the utility that they have to force a fight against Fnatic Onic. And Brusco also checking the sides. He has not been able to do much with this Cho pick at all.
I'd say he had maybe one good kick.
Maybe one.
In all of 11 minutes. Team Liquid PH approaching 8,000 gold ahead here. Lord coming up in about a minute and a half. And now this is the point where Ling mains all over the world will cringe. Slowly but surely they will starve King Kong of his purple. Look at that. Look at the energy drain from this King this Ling.
Leaving the little guy.
Left the little guy out.
Left the little guy. So now not only do you cringe, you just wince at the same time. It's and at the point they're just leaving JP there too. Like, JP will just stay there for a while because again, the whole game plan here is let's just wait for the Lord to come up, and they set up that little triangle too. You can see Kelra goes in for the I'm offended just to force JP out of there, and he'll most likely eventually just set up in another bush, doing pretty much the same thing. Kirk's gonna go ahead and clear the little minion out so they can at least get that timer going, but they're 30 seconds away from this Lord here, and King Kong is starving on the Ling this time around, and even Brusco's just faced with what seems like an impossible task unless somehow, some way he gets the kick of his life, and even then, he just has to accept the fact that even if he does, he's dead. So it's gotta be a good one.
Who do you kick is even the question, right? You want a free one on 40, you want one on JP!
Wild
Kelra!
Kelra sits you up! But yeah, as you said, the wild charges are just gonna be unleashed.
Hit him with a lariat! Right in his face, too. The power of nature fully charged. After the flicker, animation cancel, wild charge, and Fnatic Onic just have to hunker down. Like, there's no way they can contest.
This is such a contrast to what we saw in game number 1. And, you know, maybe it can be said, like, hey, Fnatic Onic, you know, you're down 8,000 gold, but maybe you can pull a Hail Mary in the base. But with the lineup that they have, I see it being very difficult. Very difficult for that to happen unless somehow, some way, if you remember the moment, if you guys watched game 1, when it was a push with the Lord, Kelra got a 3-man pull, Super Prince was able to pop some damage off. That might be what they need here.
It's very difficult, but not impossible. You already laid down the precedent. You know that they can do it, especially with a lineup like this, especially with Terizla on Kirk.
Yep.
So maybe, just maybe. Now the question is, can Brusco find a kick That's number one. They got to isolate one of the key members of TLPH to get away with this. And again, the purple denial.
But I think, again, as that's what worked so well in the previous game, even when they pulled those Hail Marys, they had Brusco on a Minotaur, able to pop up an AoE stun, if you will, with Minoan's Fury.
There's that.
This time around, it's Brusco only able to lock down one target.
You can't get glored.
You can't. And they go in, punch it into the base. Counter's low again. Turret's finally going to fall, but that's the kill. JP will go down as well. But already with one member down, Carlo Tizzi unleashing on Kirk. I don't think they're going to be able to defend this, and it looks like Liquid Echo alongside the Lord punching it on the base, and they'll take us to game number 3.
Ask and you shall receive. Two teams with a winning streak ain't gonna go down so easily. We're at 1-1. TLPH strikes back.
As we said, leading into the matchup, we thought last match be taking us to game 3. Well, also this one, and look at how it's fallen in place. What better way to have it? Again, one of the teams here is gonna lose their win streak.
Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan.
What
Talk
a
us through.
quick turnaround coming from the side of Team Liquid Philippines with one turtle and one Lord at his helm. Daddy JP, ibang klasika.
Alam mo, si JP feeling ko nangongolekta ng kasalanan sa totoo lang. Ang dami niyang highlights doon sa game na yun, yung mga flicker onwards niya, yung earth shatter niya. May attempt siya isang beses doon sa yung kay Kingdom sa may turtle. Didn't work out, pero nandun yung mentality, nandun yung mindset na as long as makahanap ako ng magandang set, hindi nag-hesitate yung Liquid. And even sa Sanford, kanina sa may middle lane, nahuli nila kagad si Kelra. It shows you kung ano yung mental state ng Liquid ngayon. Alam nila para manalo, walang tanong-tanong.
Kaya nga ang ating MVP ay ang Bagyo. Bagyong Benny, gayahin naman yung post sa likod.
Ano ba yan?
Tatlo. Game 3 kasi.
Game 3. Pwede.
Nice one. But I guess these things won't really be possible unless you have people like JP, right? Who just do what needs to be done. Walang pakialam if they go down. Just keep going, and then, because of that, the carry from Benny Q, he can do whatever he wants on map. And again, that's what makes Team Liquid so good.
I also like how Liquid Philippines prioritized rotating. Kasi ang gagawin mo laban sa Ruby is talagang i-fast ka naman yung lane mo para makalipat ka na mid. This is very similar to SRG's playstyle, honestly. Madalas natin nakikita si Innocent sa may mid lane. That's also very true with Liquid Philippines. Ilang beses natin nakita si Benny. Imagine niyo yung gold lane yung gumagak ng mid. 4 minutes in, yung gold laner gumagak ng mid lane kasi naka-fast clear yung kanyang lane. And ito yung idea ng Liquid. Kailangan natin makalabas ng mid game na mas mabilis yung tempo natin laban sa Fnatic Onyx. Kasi ang idea, ang composition ng Fnatic Onyx, pagdating ng mid to late game, malakas sila sa teamfight, malakas sila sa group ups. Why not utilize yung downtime nitong lineup na to, which is yung early game? Kapag tinignan nyo yung early game ng Fnatic Onyx, naghihintay sila ng items, naghihintay sila ng level. Ang Liquid Philippines, ang hinihintay lang cooldowns. Basically, yung cooldown ng battle spell ni JP rito, yung wild charge, and even yung pag-rotate ni Sanford towards the middle lane. Middle lane talaga ang focus ng Liquid Philippines, and also against JP, willing siya mag-dive. Kasi yung Primal Wrath, meron kang mechanic na pwede mong i-reset yung stack ng damage ng towers. And even though, sabihin natin, marami ka ng tinatangking damage, may shield kasi na sinusok dito yung Edit. Kaya naman walang takot yung Liquid Philippines sa pag-engage sa mga dives ng early to mid game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's just very little downtime para dito sa Team Liquid PH. Because ang big difference kanina, when Benny Cutie was on the Roger, may burst of skills ka, and then once that's done, you have to wait for it to cool down. Right? This one on the carry, just go. As long as nabigay na sa harapan mo. As long as nabigay na sa harapan mo yung target, you just keep going. You keep doing that damage. Kahit mo mirror match ngayon, di ba? Not mirror match. Same lineup yung Fnatic Onyx. Completely different result.
Yeah, and again, very nag-e-echo yung playstyle ng Liquid dito. Maganda yung flow. Ayos ba? Maganda yung flow ng laro nila na parang transition lang from mid, passive natin yung gold, dali natin si Benny sa mid lane. Lahat ng highlights kasama si Benny Cutie. Lahat ng highlights kasama nila yung carry, and it shows yung willingness ng Liquid na mag-commit. It's also very similar to how Falcons AP Bren won the previous series, na hindi sila takot mag-engage. Si JP ilang beses natin nakikita pumasok kasi alam nila nandyan yung follow-up. Kapag hindi sure yung team fight, okay lang. Disperse lang tayo kasi si Benny QT, anong ginagawa? Objective lang.
And you know, what makes this special talaga ay dahil nga hindi takot yung mga playmakers na mag-set. Even Sanford, we see him flickering in, casting his wild charge. It doesn't even matter kasi this is a damage Grok. So kahit damage siya, no, hindi naman siya kinukulangan ng physical defense kasi again, habang tumataas yung damage output ng isang Grok, danadagdagan din yung kanyang physical defense. So in a way, that makes him a sword na may setup na, may bawas pa.
That's right. Also, one of the things that were banned out in game number 1, right? Kaya hindi din na flex masyado yun ng PLPH. Pero kakita mo naman, lumabas na. Itong Grok, it was just a completely different game.
Ang hirap eh. If you're Fnatic Onyx, even though you want to re-engage, sabay-sabay tumatalon yung Liquid Philippines. Makikita mo nag-flick si JP, may biglang uod do sa gilid, tapos biglang may tatalon na lobo. Parang, saan ako lulugar? Kung ikaw yung Fnatic Onyx dito, kaya ang taas nung kill participation dito ng mga members ng Liquid Philippines. 93% for Sanji, si Benny QT 80%. Even though may mga teamfights siya na parang hinahayaan niya lang yung kanyang mga members na, sige, dyan lang sa harapan. Gusto ko lang naman ubusin yung towers ng Fnatic Onyx kasi habang lumiliit yung mapa ng Fnatic Onyx, mas tumatagal yung kanilang timing. Which is again, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, naghihintay sila ng power spike eh. Hinihintay nila na lumakas si Kelra, hinihintay nila na lumakas si King Kong. And tulad nga nung binanggit ng English broadcast natin, sinabi ni Leo na sobrang gutom ni Kelra na ang layo nung gold ni Benny QT sa kanya. At some point, parang 8 minutes pa lang, 2,000 na kagad yung lamang gold ni Benny QT rito kay Kelra.
And one of the reasons why they can't do anything in the early to mid is yung takot nga, the fear of a Grok jumping on you, flicker wild charge. Kaya pansin nyo, some of the early lords, parang ang layo nila, hindi sila makalapit because there's kind of that wild charge. If they do get picked up, sunod-sunod na kasi yun eh.
Tsaka imagine mo, link ka, nasa pader ka, parang feeling mo safe ka, bigla kang hahantingin ng Edith na alam mong may flicker. Nakaka-trauma yan eh. One time siyang gawin sa'yo, parang next time, parang ayoko nang pumunta dyan sa pader na yan, flickeran lang ako nung Edith. And ano to, parang may psychological effect na rin na even though you're playing a link, parang hindi ka ganun ka-comfortable na lumapit sa mga objectives ng Liquid Philippines. Kaya naman nakikita natin sila minsan very hesitant na pumunta sa turtle pit. Si Bruce ko na nga lang actually yung lumalapit doon. And even then, that won't be enough. Kasi if wala doon yung link, ang next target naman ng Liquid Philippines, guys, mag-isa yung Cho.
Oo, yung mga nasa harap na lang. And then kung babalikan natin yung naging game number 1, no, isa sa mga game-winning plays doon ay nung nakuha ni King Kong yung Lord because hindi siya agad naspatan or hindi umabot yung implosion ni JP. This is what they adjusted in game number 2. Kasi every single time may objective, lagi nang nasa harap both Sanford and JP na hindi na nila binibigyan ng space si King Kong na ulitin kung ano yung ginawa niya ng game number 1.
Kaya that last Lord, yung nakaabang lang si King Kong on the wall, right? That can't happen anymore. Great adjustment, and once more, just go to show yung veterancy. The veterancy really is apparent here.
I still think na medyo maaga yung, hindi naman medyo maaga, pero parang naipit din sila dun sa tank selection dito for Fnatic Onyx. Parang ang naging idea dito is talagang mag-focus dun sa naunang lineup nila. Would have preferred a Minotaur kasi parang mas teamfight oriented. Pero gets naman na pwede mo kasi tanggalin yung Cho mula sa side ng Liquid Philippines. If I remember correctly, pang fourth pick, yung...
Hindi pa, last ata.
Ano nga ba yung fourth pick ng Fnatic Onyx?
Fourth pick was...
We were asking for a Minotaur nung fourth pick. And then naglabas ng Roam/XP dito yung Liquid Philippines, which also tells you na ready rin yung Liquid Philippines dito. Kasi mga Sanford kanina, sabi niya, parang secondary roam na yung mga XP laners ngayon. Kaya naman viable din yung mga roam heroes on the XP, especially the Grok, even yung high-lows. Kasi aside sa napakakunat, si Grok, may damage output tulad ng nabanggit mo na kumukunat din siya. So, may ability siya mag-set, may ability siya mag-frontline. And kapag nag-rotate siya, alam mong nakakatakot yung rotation kasi hindi lang to about setup. Damage dealer din si Sanford. And napakabilis mag-clear ng Grok. Isang hampas, isang hampas lang yung minion wave, tapos lilipat na siya kagad sa mid lane.
Ang bigat nga ng bato na hawak ng isang Grok. But of course, mas mabigat kung ano nga ba ang nangyayari dyan. Kaya naman, Mara Aquino, please take us your short interview.
You know, we love highlighting our fans. At kasama ko dito, naku, mukhang hindi taga-Pilipinas to. What's your name?
Will.
Will, and you are?
Anne.
Okay, you don't look like you're from here. Where are you from?
U.S. originally.
U.S. originally, but currently?
Kuwait.
Kuwait! How about you?
Originally from Mindanao.
Mindanao, and you're also in?
Kuwait.
Kuwait.
Yes.
So you're a couple.
Yes.
How long have you guys been together?
8 years.
8 years.
8 years!
With 2 kids.
Now, is this your first time in the MPL?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
And how's the experience so far?
It's awesome.
So wait, you're from Mindanao, you're having a vacation. Did you go to Manila just to watch the game?
We actually stopped 2 days coming back just to come here.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yes.
Okay, so I can tell that you're with TLPH and you are AP brand. Okay, so how is it like watching your team play right now?
It's awesome. It really is.
Who's your favorite player?
Benny Cutie is my homeboy.
Benny Cutie is your homeboy. What do you want to say to him?
You are a phenomenal gold laner.
Phenomenal gold laner.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
Yes. How about for you? Who are you rooting for in this matchup?
Sorry, ma?
In this matchup, sino?
Echo.
O, sino favorite player?
Liquid. I'll go for Sanford.
For Sanford?
Yes,
O, ano gusto mo sabihin kay Sanford?
Sanford, galingan mo.
So, right
Pero
now...
wag lang kapag bread ng kalaban.
Oh, wag lang pagpran ng kalaban. I'm actually curious. You both play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? Rank.
Mythic, but only 25 stars.
Wow. Ikaw naman.
Mythic, but 23 star, I guess.
That's okay. That's pretty high. That's pretty good. Is that your bonding moment?
Or our fighting moment, yes.
What do you mean your fighting moment? What does that mean?
We both play mid lane, so a lot of times we'll end up on opposing teams in ranked matches.
That's the cause of our fight. In short.
So, that the cause of your fight when you're going up against each other?
When we play
if we try to
together,
duel.
yeah, the same team.
And then who's better? Who wins?
Depends, but usually me,
I play good, so
You play better.
Yeah. I play
heroes.
better.
Oh, but like what?
Zask right now.
Oh, Zask. He plays Zask. Do you play?
Vexana.
You know, it's so nice to see couples bond together or fight when it comes to Mobile Legends. It's so nice to have you here in the Philippines. It's so great from Mindanao. You're visiting Manila just to watch MPL. Now, your favorite team is about to go back into the fight, game number 3. So how about you help me throw it to the panel, all right? All right, panel, pasok.
Kung nag-aaway kayo what to use, maybe it's a good idea to use Carmilla and Cecilion. Kasi nga naman, couple kayo, sabi nga ni Midnight.
Banding pa din, basically.
Banding.
Banding pa din. Mas okay na mag-away sa Mobile Legends kaysa sa real life, di ba?
Yeah, basically mag-aaway kayo doon pag mali yung bato.
Tama.
Kasi mali yung Well, parang, ba't mo ko pinato rito?
Di ba in-absorb ka na? Yun na nga. Carmilla and Cecilion is a possibility. But then, this is our first game number 3 for today. Triple header ang nangyari sa araw na ito. But then, for game number 3, sabi nga ni Benny Cutie,
Ganun siya.
sabi ni Benny. Ano pa?
Salmot yan
Okay.
War cry.
Tama. Fnatic Onyx Philippines naman ang kukuha ng blue side. This is their first pick. So again, kanina, nung game number 2, it was Zask na first pick ng Team Liquid Philippines.
Ang kinagandahan dito this time around is, I think, Fnatic Onyx still has the chance of taking up the lane once again. Pero meron naman silang chance na i-flex yung kanilang variation this time around. Kasi Liquid, baka pagdating ng game 3, maano na sila parang makondisyon na, okay, mag-first pick lang yan, tapos biglang suddenly iba yung gawin ng Fnatic Onyx. So may surprise factor pa rin naman. Pero in terms of surprise, nandun pa rin kasi yung flexibility ng hero. Actually, yung diversity ng heroes na ginagamit ng Liquid Philippines in terms of individual roles. Kasi, again, look at Sanford. Ginagamit niya mga unorthodox XP laners. Hindi nga natin sure, baka mamaya may ilabas pa siyang bago. May mga bagong luma na bumalik dito sa Liquid. And again, Carl, bakit natin kanina, hindi lang assassin sa kanyang mga damage junglers. Even yung Roger.
Fighter.
Yung mga fighter junglers, actually yung Alpha talaga, hinihingi ko ulit. parang ano lang, parang revenge arc lang nung Alpha kasi hindi naging ganun kaganda yung Alpha performance sa last time. But there's definitely a lot of heroes that Liquid can consider going into this match against Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, Alpha definitely very situational. You're gonna have to look for situations where the Alpha does fit in. At the same time, I like what Fnatic Onyx doing. They're trying to go global. Just like us, we're going global, right?
Wow,
and
ganda nun
and at the same time, you know what? Maybe it's not always gonna be Loyi. Maybe you can slot the chip in somewhere there.
Ooh, chip!
And ang thing laging binaban yung chip. Kaya ang hirap din naman piliin. But kanina siguro nakita ko ay open yung Juicen. So maybe try to recalibrate. But then again, wala din naman kasing mali dun sa drafting phase for both of our teams. It was just the execution that made the others stand out. But then this is game number 3. Again, Fnatic Onyx Philippines in the blue side and Team Liquid naman sa blue.
Ooh, okay. Open ang Harith, Roger, Ling. So, panalo ang Liquid Philippines pagdating sa trade.
Yeah.
Kasi ang pwede ba lang makuha sa Fnatic Onyx is isa lang. Wala na rin yung chip. So, I feel like Fnatic Onyx, if gusto mo mag-link, bitaw mo muna. Kuha ka muna ng +1 like Roger, Harith, para at least bawasan mo yung 2 picks ng Liquid Philippines. There goes the Roger. Most likely gonna be going on the hands of Kelra. And ito ang question. Willing ba mag-link? Si Carlito.
Ling.
I'd say Harith first. Maybe Harith Val or Harith wala na rin pala yung Edith. Harith Tig, Harith Arlot. Or actually mamaya na siya din. Mamaya na si Daddy JP. May catch pa yan eh.
Oo. Dami pa pwede, honestly. And
Harith Hylos kaya?
Agad.
Pretty early.
Yeah.
Why not?
Harith.
Why not?
Na isa.
Why not?
Ling! Ayan na!
Work in progress. Woo! Makikita natin ano ba yung resulta ng training arc ng isang Carlito. Naku, na-miss ko yan. Na-miss ko yan.
Pag kayong hero, may Kimpi, oh.
Oo nga eh. Pag ano eh, no? Feeling ko talaga pag Kimpi, may something eh. Matagal na natin sinasabi ito, pag letter K, pag Kimpi, o diba lahat K?
Carl, King Kong.
Kid Knight, ay sorry.
Nice.
Ikaw yan eh. Ikaw na yan eh. Iba talaga.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know what? We also have to look at
Carto.
possible counters, right? I mean, there's a reason why, you know, sometimes you want to leave these picks at the later parts of the draft, right? Sometimes it can easily counter your hard counters to zeros. But look at that, high loss.
This is expected. Ninakaw na yung Valentina, ninakaw na yung high loss. Ngayon ang sagot ng Liquid Philippines. So far, wala tayong nahanap na counter laban dito sa high loss, maliban sa X-Borg. Pero you don't want to be picking X-Borg into this line of Liquid Philippines. Masyadong farm dependent. Kailangan meron silang X-Planer or Roamer or Mage na kayang lumaban ng early game. But we all know the strength of Valentina Hylos. Yan talaga ang kanilang kalakasan. Pag di mo sila kaya labanan, mama talaga sila sa early game.
That's right.
Definitely. Parang ito na nga yung sinasabi natin, Oyabak, na paulit-ulit yung buhay, tapos hindi nababawasan. But then, with the threat nga na hindi mag-X-boards, ano pa kaya yung makakapag-burst down dito sa hero na to?
Ooh, okay. Ayun yung Arlot. In terms of Mage, I still think like Lilia is viable. Pwede pa rin naman yung Vexana. Unless gusto ng Fnatic Onyx yung dito, yung either Paramis or Louis. I like this Angela Bando para wala yung Angeline combination. Pero grabe yung Blitz draft,
Very classic. Very classic. I like it. At the same time, what's the possible weaknesses of this lineup? That's what I'm thinking here for TLPH. Kasi obviously, you reveal your cores very early on, right? The jungle and the gold lane. What's going to be the answer here for Fnatic Onyx, right?
I think for the last ban, siguro XP. Kaso ang hirap na may Arlot na rin kasi yung Liquid Philippines. I think double down on the bans pagdating sa mages. Ooh, okay. Tinanggal pa rin yung Mino. Respeto pa rin kay JP. Although may Cho, may Kaja. Ano to? Okay. Re-engage. I like it. I like it in a way, in the essence na may pang-counter engage sila laban sa Roger, laban sa Hylos, can control some of the heroes on the backline. Also, nandyan yung possibility ng flicker engage. Ang worry ko lang talaga is kapag nag-full dive comp ang Fnatic Onyx, like maybe drop a Yuzong into this lineup.
Yeah. You know, the thing about this Aurora pick ay, in a way na prevent niya na mag-Hayabusa ng agad-agad si King Kong because open pa din yung Hayabusa for the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Or those are the powerful picks that you can use against very squishy lineups like this one, honestly.
Feeling ko Bane eh. Feeling ko Bane. Honestly, I like the idea of Bane here. Pero most likely, iba yung pukunin ng Fnatic Onyx. Maybe still, the...
Joy.
Oh, Joy! Okay.
Spicy.
Oh!
Look at that front line. Oh my goodness.
Full dive comp nga. Yung kinuha ng Fnatic Onyx dito.
It's gonna be pretty
Ang
fun.
hirap ng hero ni JP. Feeling ko, i-roam na nila yung Arlot.
Roam Arlot?
Or actually, may Tig. May Tig.
Yeah.
May Tig rin si JP.
Okay.
Tig versus Joy would be nice. Kasi ang kailangan mo lang gawin dito is patayin mo yung Joy pa ulit-ulit.
Pag ganun, kailangan mauna yung TLPH. You have to go first, right? That's a
There it goes.
lineup that needs to go first.
And you know the thing about the recent adjustment with the Joy ay kapag nagpo-proc yung ultimate niya, hindi na siya CC immune.
Yeah.
Unlike before.
Oh, it's gonna be a hard game for King Kong if that's the case. Pero just looking at the lineup of Fnatic Onyx, ang taas ng ang taas ng dive energy or dive score. Kumbaga, ang hirap naghanap ako ng word pero
Is this a midnight index thing?
all in.
The dive score?
All in ng Fnatic Onyx and Liquid Philippines, kailangan nila mag-buy time para makaharap ng farm dito yung Link pati na rin yung Harit.
Yeah, buying time at the same time trying not to die. Because again, very glass cannon lineup if you think about it, aside from the Tigreal, which I think you had a good idea there. Maybe XP Arlot, then go for, or Roam Arlot, then go for like a glue, something like that. But no, they go straight for the set, straight for the fight.
Oo, and ito yung kailangan nating makita right now, no? Na yung paulit-ulit na pag-engage. Again, we've mentioned this in game number 2. Parang yung paulit-ulit na pag-engage, both coming from JP and Sanford, yun talaga yung nagiging key na ginagawa dito ng side ng Team Liquid Philippines. But then, again, this is game number 3. The series decided, the game decider. Kaya naman, to our casters, please take us to the Land of Dawn.
It would be my pleasure, Antianara. Rockhart, Midnight. It's an honor. Welcome back to the Land of Dawn.
Almost.
How about we take a detour to the MPL Arena first?
Yeah, almost jumping in there, but we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, of course, to jump in for the final game of the match. Finally, a best of 3 going 3 games here for day number 2.
All the way for the streak, man.
All the way. Yeah, actually, just that's what's at stake at this point. I mean, you know, of course, you want to maintain that streak as much as you want, and I don't know, either of these teams can make it, but we saw the drafts, man.
Talking about the draft, we saw Fnatic Onyx Philippines bring back the joy. Joseph, do you concur?
I concur with that. They brought it back. I don't concur with that. I like it. Like
they did bring it back, but why?
Exactly. Like I see that they brought it out, and I don't know. Those were complete curveball picks that weren't even in the top 10 picks of my head right now. Like
The Barats has always been like a solid, you know.
Yeah, but like
it's one of those few expilators that actually confirm a CC.
That's
like
okay,
that takes you out of the equation if he hits you with a Tonus Welcome. But the Joy, though.
Yeah, the Joy is a complete curveball that I just did not hope or expect for.
All right, we got the chop off of the Dutch angle. Now for reals, let's get into game number 3, the decider in this best of 3 bout. One of these teams walking away with that win streak intact. Team Liquid Philippines versus Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Can I just say, I think despite this whole Joy situation,
yeah,
I think momentum sides with our defending champions. Do you agree?
I think so, man. I mean, just looking at the lineup here, it looks like we're going to get a little more time to talk about this, especially because the bases are covered. And every time I look at a team that has a very good distribution of damage, physical, and magic, and then you've got a lot of utility available to you too, that's where I'm leaning towards, you know, and when I look at the lineup that on the other side Fnatic Onyx has, it's kind of up in the air. And maybe, again, we haven't seen too much of Joy at all, and even in other regions and whatnot, but maybe it ends up being this kind of niche pick. And there are teams that have those niche picks up their sleeve. They pull it out, especially when it's down to this, you know, for game number 3.
Yeah.
I think Joy still scales up pretty quickly. Like, her damage potential can actually be quite scary in the early game. I'm just worried that maybe they're a little too squishy in the early game. Like, maybe they're going to get caught in problems. I know they have a Hylos, but you know, you're really reliant on that setting up the front for you.
Okay, real quick, let's run through the draft here. Talking about Fnatic Onyx, PH's baffling picks. The Roger, the Valentina, the Hylos, that's par for the course. Again, the current meta game.
Yep.
But then in their last picks as the blue side, they pick up the Barats and the Joy. So I think, on the contrary, it's not that they're soft. It's not that they won't last long in fights. It's just they might not be dealing the damage that they want to where they want to.
Okay.
If by any chance Brusco misses the Glorious Pathway, what do? What if it doesn't go where they need it to, or they don't have the initiative to say this is where the fight happens?
Yeah. Maybe
they're at the mercy of Liquid.
They are, and maybe this is also just an opportunity for Brusco, I would say, because, again, Game 2 was tough, man. Tough for him for that Cho. Maybe this is just the time that he gets a little redemption in this game. He's got the Hylos. We already talked about even earlier today in the other series that, you know, you have kind of that on-demand stun that you can use, and then Glorious Pathway. You just drop it down. And, you know, if you think about it, if you can lock down... Is that, by the way, our viewers don't know what Vinny Trece is, right?
Oh, Vinny is a
popular
pop group. A Filipino girl group, yeah.
Yeah.
And Trece, I would assume, is that that woman's name. Yeah, so
it's her.
Yeah, so she might be like the 9th
Is that the meta right now? Like everybody just says Beanie and then their name?
Beanie Naisu, Beanie Leo.
Oh, is that? All right.
Yeah.
Well, going back to my point.
Of course. Resume.
You drop the Glorious Pathway, and maybe this is a great time for those electrifying beats to be used. And then when I say squishy too, I'm just worried that King Kong, if you're talking about the matchup where he's got to force himself into those objectives, like I almost feel like he's just going to drive by. Like pop the beats, drive on in, try to get the objective, then back out.
And that's what I'm saying, wherein they don't deal the damage where they want to.
Okay,
not the amount, not the kind, because that's good coverage, right? You have magic, you have physical.
Yep.
And then, what if you just can't stand? What if you just can't be around the dance? You know what I mean?
Can't enjoy the music. Wow, look at that, by the way. Great to see.
It's MCL night.
It's MCL night. Have you, when was the last time you joined MCL?
I don't remember. Good question, I don't remember. It's always during game nights. But folks, we'd love to see you, and see you, we will. We are here at the capacity crowd, jam-packed here at Green Sun Hotel, the current home of the MPL Philippines for Season 14. And, of course, as with anything that's worth waiting for, Game 3 will be upon us in just a bit. But for now, we'll go into a quick break. He's Joseph. Nice to Rezabek. I'm Leo. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 14. We'll be right back.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Maligayang pagbabalik dito muli sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Ako si Auntie Nara, and together with me are Midnight and Rockheart. But the draft has been set. All of the heroes, we already see them. And this is the deciding game for this series for both Team Liquid Philippines and their opponent, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kanina kasi Falcons eh.
Ako, masaya ako, napagbigyan ako sa ating wish na magkaroon ng game. Kasi naging mainit yung laban. Nakita natin yung mga, yung mga engages sa magkabilang side, yung mga comeback ng game number 1, yung mga malulupit na steal ng mga junglers natin. And all in all, it's just, great MLBB.
Talaga, ang init ng MLBB action na parang, saan na kami titikin? Ang daming nangyayari.
Yeah, and I expect na maging similar to despite, having a little bit of variance in the draft now. I feel like definitely the last picks were really interesting. Like the Joy coming into this one, honestly, I did not see that coming, right? You have to really think like, what purpose would the Joy actually do here? Like, right? That's something we were actually discussing while the camera was off.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like parang naubusan din ang option dito yung Fnatic Onyx na maghanap ng assassin for King Kong, and nakahanap na, it's just that nakahanap na magandang sagot yung Team Liquid dito, no? Pero nakita na natin din to last week. I think si King Kong pa nga yung lumaban sa Joy. I think that was MP the King for Blacklist International. And ramdam natin na parang medyo kulang talaga yung Joy, especially nung nawala yung CC immunity sa kanyang ultimate.
Yes.
Nag-enjoy si King Kong doon sa game na yun. Nag-perform lang siya magdamag. Yung teammates siya parang binabalagbag niya yung Joy. And I think this is highly likely to happen again in this game. It's just that, again, may X factor dito yung Fnatic Onyx. It's the Hylos. Walang natural way ang Fnatic Onyx to answer yung Hylos dito sa... sorry, walang natural way ang TLPH na sagutin yung Hylos dito ng Fnatic Onyx.
Kasi hindi din sila nakakarry, so walang tank shredder, wala din sila X-board. So yung mga ganong kind of concept. And again, gusto ko lang din ibalik talaga doon, no? Sobrang crucial ng fact na merong CC immune before yung Joy whenever she casts the ultimate, but now na gone na yun, medyo magiging madali for them to be able to lock down that Joy. But then without further ado, kailangan na nating bumalik sa Land of Dawns. Kaya naman, casters, please take it away.
Say his name and he appears. Welcome back to game number 3. Finally, and can confirm, yes, it is still indeed the right draft. Back in mid, JP getting a good chunk of damage. And yeah, no, I think for the first time in this whole series, Naisu,
yeah,
Fnatic Onyx is playing with a lineup that actually goes online much faster.
Yeah, it does. You know, and again, part of that too is the ultimate options that Super Friends can take here anytime you have this Valentina. And he's got quite a few options. Whether he could even take JP's Implosion if he wants to set things up. So it kind of layers things. And they're actually going to start this turtle already. Carl TZ gets wind of it. Now they go in. JP can go in.
Nakita Eudora kasi it pairs well with the Jawhead. Akadita probably. We haven't seen it as much. And then sa Rome, siguro a Diggy because Diggy is my favorite hero.
Oo nga, no? Parang nabura sa planeta si Diggy.
Yeah.
Kailan siya huling na-pry? Parang season 12? Season
12.
13, hindi tayo masyadong...
Hindi, not as much.
Hindi
Yeah.
tayo masyadong nakakita ng Dick. Well, kasi dati nun, puro setter pa yung heroes. Although hanggang ngayon naman, puro setter pa naman yung heroes. Pero na-nerf kasi. Yung, I think yung damage din.
Yes, yung damage ng ticking time bomb. And ang tagal na ng cooldown talaga ng ultimate niya. As in ang OA, 67 seconds yata. Ganun na katagal.
Tsaka, if I'm not mistaken, binawasan yung duration. I think 2 seconds na lang.
Yeah, hindi na kagaya ng dati na.
Yeah, Times Journey. Namiss ko sabihin yung Times Journey.
Times Journey.
Ano ba may mga nakakamiss na... Yung real world manipulation, gusto ko ng nakakabulol yun eh. Kaya nga yung technique ni Leo.
I don't miss that. Yeah, I don't
diba,
miss
yung
that.
technique ni Leo, ginagawa niya RWM eh. Sarap nga pakinggan eh, diba?
May gusto din sinasabi si Renmar dati, Star
Shatter?
Hindi. Starfall?
Falling Star Moon. Ibang ano?
Hindi. Starfall daw yung ibang... Alam ko na yung Falling Star Moon. Ito naman. Okay. Yung Falling Star Moon kay Esmeralda yun.
Ano yung Star ano?
Star something.
Star.
Star.
Star bar
I'm a
ng buhay mo. Star ng buhay mo. Ganun.
Star ng Pasko.
Star ng Pasko. Ano Star?
Basta may... tatanungin
Ano yung
natin si
Kichange?
Renmar mamaya. Hindi. Ibang
Hindi
term.
siya.
Ibang term sa ultimate ng real world manipulation. Star something.
Sa inyo, anong pinakamaangas na pangalan ng ultimate?
Grabe naman yung sa inyo.
Okay lang. Trivia lang.
That one's welcome because it's so welcoming.
Pwede ka, boss.
Pwede.
Boop.
Nakalimutan ko yung sagot ko. May sagot ako eh.
Sige.
Ikaw muna.
Siguro sa akin ay, ang favorite ko talagang ulti na binabanggit, Numenon Blast.
Ay oo, ang ganda.
Nom Nom Blast.
Nom Blast.
Ikaw?
Ako, itong spell na to, nung una, gusto ko yung version niya.
What?
Pero narealize ko parang ang ganda nga nung bago, Netherrealm.
Netherrealm.
Ang angas kasi pakinggan.
Cult Altar before.
Ngayon Netherrealm na siya. Ang angas lang kasi.
Okay. Ang angas din nun, pero may maangas din tayong tanong because we wanna know, are utility junglers truly dead?
Ready. 3, 2, 1.
No.
I feel like no. Frederick's still viable.
Ito naman sabi 3, 2, 1, tapos di nagsalita.
Oo nga eh.
Ang hirap naman.
Naghahanda na siya kanina pang
Kami
higil
lang
yan
eh.
Kanina pag gusto ko saltaan yun.
Para sa akin kasi, I feel like utility is not really dead. It's just that yung top 3 utility talaga nag-fall off sa meta for a lot of reasons. Hindi sila nag-utilize ng Thunderbelt.
Yes.
It's very slow-paced. And they don't scale that well into the late game. Lalo ngayon, may mga items like Sky Piercer, yung glowing one, auto pickup na pag inisip mo medyo napakadaya kasi meron kang effect nung original na glowing one, tapos meron ka pang necklace of Durance. Some of these utility junglers really love.
And also, nagsiscale yung damage ng glowing one based on the level and the HP of your opponent.
Tsaka ang pumatay talaga ng utility junglers actually si Lord. Kasi yung hampas niya may penetration na.
Hindi na kagaya dati. Kasi dati, pwedeng hawakan ng utility junglers for a long time yung Lord. But now, it really scales also with the HP. Kaya kung makikita nyo, nagkaroon ng time before na uso pa din yung utility junglers, pero marksman na yung humahawak ng Lord kapag Lord dance.
Yeah, meron pa nga na-cancel lang sa sa advanced server, yung may anti-heal pa.
Si Lord?
Yung Lord, oo. Parang ano na nga
Patawad po.
Parang yung utility jungler, inaapakan talagang gano'n Parang Fredrin.
Yeah.
2 years kang first pick.
Exactly.
Ayan ang sagot mo, hindi ka
My answer is, I think no. I feel like there are certain situations where I feel like they can still do well. I think Bakshas still has a slot there somewhere and the Fredrin. Although, obviously, in the highest play, there's a lot of play around. And again, the glowing wand is so good. Used by utility junglers, but also against them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know, interestingly enough, no, I think I saw Falcon's AP Bren use a utility jungler recently.
Yeah, yung Fredrin.
Fredrin.
Yeah, I think,
They
again,
won.
It's still viable.
One game,
It's still
yeah,
viable. Pero
true.
ano na siya ngayon, parang super dependent sa matchups.
Yes. Kaya naman, speaking of matchup, kailangan na nating pag-usapan kung at this point in time, meta pa ba? Hindi pala meta pa ba? Meta na ba ulit ang double fighter, but specifically Ruby in the gold lane?
Meron akong isang malapit na trivia. Ang pinakaunang nakita kong Ruby gold lane dito was Donut. Na ngayon
NXP.
wala na siya sa NXP pa sila. Actually, hindi pa nga siya na-explain nun eh. Ano pa lang, nasa amateur pa sila. Nag-Ruby gold lane na sila. Yung ano pa siya nun, naka high and dry. Na ngayon, Master Assassin na. Ang daya kasi nung damage output niya. And before nun, ano pa, Haskell pa nun Ngayon, parang last year, may nag-try din naman. It was still viable. It's just that yung scaling niya is hindi linear. Parang ang bilis siya mag-fall off. Now that they've changed the component of yung lifesteal at spell bump na ginawa nilang na parang lifesteal, tapos ginawa pang pinagsama pa yung War Axe tsaka Bloodlust Axe. It just made Ruby so much better. Lalo pagdating ng mid-game kapag hawak niya na yung level 4. It feels nice to camp gold lanes with Ruby kasi essentially, hindi ka nababaog Kasi ang ginagawa ng Ruby, dinadala niya yung kampi niya sa gold lane
That's right. Honestly, it's so easy to set up. It's really more linear, more streamlined to be a Ruby now compared to before where you could have made it work, but it was so difficult. But now you can just lock it in anyway.
And alam mo, nagkaroon dati ng mga tutorials na nakikita ko all the time na yung Ruby, Assassin Emblem yung ginagamit. Tapos full damage. And weirdly enough, not only does it hurt, it has a lot, as in a lot of lifesteal.
Yeah. Shoutout pala kay Nacho, no? Yung TikTok creator. Feeling ko marami na-inspire.
Yes.
Dun sa Ruby gameplay ni Nacho ba? Nachos? Ewan ko kung may S pa sa TikTok creator siya. And ang daya kasi, imagine mo, kompleto sa Recados kayo. Meron kang crowd control, meron kang damage, meron kang sustain, and nandun yung ability na mag-TikTok play, yung flicker set ng isang Ruby, yung mga unpredictable plays na nagagaling sa gold lane. And kung maalala nyo, si Echo dati talagang, gustong-gusto niya ginagamit yung mga double fighters. Ruby does fit into that criteria na ang kinaganda sa isang Ruby gold lane is you don't have the downside ng double fighters na nagsiscale down. Kasi si Ruby, kahit sinong katapat niya, basta mahuli niya nung hook combo niya, kaya niya mang one hit
Also depends on the willingness, right? Like you mentioned, it's certain teams to have that flavor, that spicy attitude, or that mental approach to a game where you have to really maximize it. Because if you don't maximize it, if you just play around, you just keep walking around, and you're not decisive, it's gonna bite you back.
Yeah, and paulit-ulit natin binabanggit, no? But I think one of the main reasons as to why sobrang nagiging viable yung Ruby ay bumabalik tayo sa era na core yung jungler. Nandun na ulit tayo sa era na yon. But of course, speaking of era, kailangan nating malaman kung ano nga bang era na ng ating host na si Mara Aquino with Marky. Kaya naman, Mara, please go interview with us.
Nakita ko si Marky sa audience, hindi ko palalagpasin to. Kailangan ma-highlight ka namin. Natutuwa kami kasi pag meron na iniwan kami, tapos biglang babalik dito. Kamusta ka na, Marky?
Okay lang po. Chill lang muna sa Pilipinas.
Chill lang sa Pilipinas. So, babalik ka ba? Nasa Singapore ka nun, di ba?
Opo.
Nandito ka ngayon kasi off-season or babalik ka ba doon? Anong ganap mo?
Off-season po.
So, babalik ka sa Singapore para sa anong team? Same? Different?
Evil po. Different team.
Different team?
Opo.
Sa Evil naman?
Opo.
Same position?
Same pa rin po.
O, kwento mo. Ano bang pinagkaiba for you, ng Philippines and Singapore?
Siyempre, pag Pilipinas, alam na matik ng malakas talaga lahat ng mga player.
Speaking of malakas, what do you think about Season 14 right now? Kasi maraming malakas ngayon. 2 weeks pa lang, nagpapakitang gilas na yung ating mga koponan. Sino yung mga teams na nai-impress ka?
Unang-una, Omega eh. Kasi natalo nila yung Bren eh.
Nagulat ka ba?
Opo.
In your perspective, kapag ikaw yung nag-a-analyze, bakit nga ba parang napaka-successful ng Omega ngayon? Pasok yung playstyle nila sa ganap ngayon.
Ano po kasi, meta po ni Chuck, yung mga hero niya napapasok na ngayon. Hindi katulad dati. Kaya nananalo rin sila. Tsaka nakuha nila yung tamang timplan talaga nila.
Maaga pa. Pero kung meron kang, let's say, top 3 ngayong Season 14, which teams would that be?
Bren pa rin po, tsaka Team Liquid. Tapos...
In order.
Bren, Liquid, tsaka Omega.
Omega! So, balik na sila sa last on days.
Oo.
Okay, alam mo, ito yung pinagkakaguluhan ngayon. Nagiging topic natin to every single time. Yung top junglers. So, Marky, in your perspective, sino nga ba yung mga top junglers natin? Kasi ang dami na namin tinanong. How about you? What do you think?
Kyle TC, tsaka si po.
Carl and Kyle.
Tsaka si Demon Kite po.
And Demon Kite. Okay, so let's talk about now yung dalawang kupunan ngayon. TLPH, Onyx. I have a feeling who you're supporting, pero sino nga ba?
Siyempre po, Onyx.
What do you think about the new lineup of Onyx? This new Onyx. Kasi galing ka sa Onyx, dami yung nagbago. What do you think about this new lineup?
Di ko masabing solid agad sila kasi may nabago eh. Yung tank tsaka XP nila eh. Pero yung tatlo solid pa rin. Di ko alam, siguro matagal pa, mga 2 weeks pa. Di pa ako nagagandahan sa playstyle nila eh.
What else? Ano pa ba? Okay, kung hindi ka nagagandahan, ano ba yung kulang so far? Na you want to see change, improve?
Siguro yung, sa tingin ko, kulang pa sila sa communication nila. Tsaka yung team bonding, ganun.
Out of everybody, name one player na talaga na-impress ka.
Siyempre po, Kelra.
Siyempre si Kelra. Okay, ano bang gusto mo sabihin kay Kelra right now? He's watching.
Good luck at patuloy mo rin galingan araw-araw. Alam mo namang malakas ka eh. Malakas ka na sa akin.
Good luck din sa'yo sa Singapore. Ano naman gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga viewers natin? Let's ask them to support you in Singapore.
Supportahan niyo po kami yung Team Evil tsaka si Boyet po. Kasama ko po si Boyet kasi din.
Nice. And when can we expect to see you and support you and watch you sa Singapore? Kailan?
Sa September 7 po.
September 7.
Apo,
So,
first laban namin.
first laban, September 7. Let's support Marky, Team Evil, and Singapore. Ngayon naman, let's talk about more things that's happening here with the panel. Panel, pasa.
Good luck, Marky and MPL SG, and karo-roster reveal mo lang ata kagabi. Pero ngayon, nandito ka ngayon sa MPL Arena. So, sobrang interesting to me na makita na even with Onyx performance right now, no, hindi pa din to yung 100% according to Marky.
Yeah, professional opinion lang, no? Kumbaga, si Marky nakakita siya ng nakakita siya ng high-level gameplay. So, nagigets niya kung ano pa ba yung mga kulang. And to think na may ganung mga, may mga ganung improvements pa yung Onyx. Nakakatakot actually isipin
What more?
What more could we see come out from Fnatic Onyx? And of course, yung support ni Marky sa kanyang dearly beloved friend na tinuturo niya rin dati. Nabanggit na rin ni Kelro to before. Nandiyan pa rin naman yung support niya sa kanyang kapwa gold laner.
Yeah, Marky's been through a lot, right? He's been through the phase where the Philippines was just starting to build the lakas ng Pinas. So I feel like if anyone knows what he's talking about, That's my boy Marky right there.
Grabe yung contribution ni Marky, not just here in the MPL Philippines, but also soon in the MPL Singapore. Kaya naman, ngayon, meron tayong panibagong pag-uusapan. Hindi pa tapos ang mga diskusyon natin.
Ano ba yan?
Kaya nga sa lahat ng nanonood out there sa ating social media platforms, ang tanong ko ngayon, sa tingin niyo ba, gana ang Grok in the XP lane?
I mean, personally, ako, I've been experimenting on this for quite a while now. Pero nung pinulot ni Sanford, there's a lot of things na ginagawa niya that makes sense. Again, yung kaninang early rotations na hindi siya nag-stay na lane. It's more of the rotation. And again, it rings to me, it rings parang a sound idea na sinabi sa akin ni Sanford na parang yung XP laners ngayon, Roam 2.0.
Yes.
Parang hindi sila very greedy sa gold, hindi sila very greedy sa mga lanes. Ang kailangan mo lang gawin is talagang ma-make sure mo na nakaka-transition ka. Uso kasi talaga ngayon yung lane transition eh. Kahit 4 minutes in, it's also maybe the reason why SRG was so strong back then. Si Cram, palipat-lipat ang lane. And I think the Grok and the Cho even embodies that. Kasi ang bilis mo mag-clear, ang bilis mo mag-rotate, and nakakatakot pag nag-rotate ka. May isang malaking set. Parang may pangalawang roam talaga
ka agad.
yung kakampi mo.
And really, I think yun din yung mga reason as to why kung bakit kapag nalulugi yung koponan na merong Roam 2.0 sa XP, hindi na nakikisama yung XP sa pagkiklear ng upcoming minion wave. Kasi gusto niya na lahat ng resources mafa-funnel towards those who need it more. So that's the jungler, that's the gold lane, and even the mid laner.
That's why, whether or not Ghana, I think, is mostly yes, because it won, right? Number one, it won a game already. It won multiple games, actually. Number two, teams love that because of the flexibility. You can put it on Roam and obviously XP now. And if it goes on XP, if you can't ignore it in Roam, lalo-lalo pag hindi mo pwedeng hindi pansinin yan pag XP yan.
Yeah, that's actually a very strong point, no? Kasi especially after MSC, sobrang daming flexible heroes. Ang pinakaunang nakita natin was yung Edith. Tapos ang nangyari si Arlott. Then lumabas yung Ruby. And I think Grok is next to the list alongside Joe.
Yeah.
Kasi yung mga explainers ngayon, ang uso sa kanila is, Therese lang nga lang yung second phase kasi hindi naman flexible. Pero even yung Therese na nakita na natin, flinex ng Falcons AP Bren sa roam position. So I think yan talaga yung storya ng meta ngayon na yung roam and XP interchangeable talaga. Kaya ang nagagandaan ako sa sinabi ni Sanford gets na gets nila. Although ano ba lang siya parang gut feeling. And I feel like the meta really is heading towards that direction. Yung flex factor sa draft.
Kaya nga, yun yung nakakapag-catch off guard parate sa mga drafterists. Drafterists? Ano yun? Sa mga nagda-draft sa ating mga teams. Kasi the moment na ma-tunnel vision sila into thinking na that specific hero is just for one role, yun na yung maiipit sila when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, to answer the question, maybe if you're Sanford, double yes. If you're
Oo
Sanford,
naman.
diba? If you're Sanford, double yes. Considering the meta, maybe yes, maybe no. We still have a lot of games to sample it from. Kumbaga, di pa enough yung sample size eh.
Si Sanford pa
Sanford lang for the longest time. Echo/Liquid lang yung talagang mahilig pull off ng Grok XP. But now, I think parang yung mga teams, pwede mo i-convince din talaga na maybe there is something in this specialty na nilalabas ng Liquid.
Nibor, you know what to do.
Sinibor ka agad eh.
Pressure mo naman yung bata. Kanina pa lang natin pinag-uusapan na he has big shoes to fill. Now you have a big hero to use. And alam mo, siguro isa din sa mga reason as to why, to me, nagiging effective yung Grok XP. Kasi never kayong magkukulang sa setup, number one. And number two, never kayong magkukulang sa physical damage. Kaya lalong-lalo na yung Grok XP and Edith Roam, to me, nagme-make sense. Kasi either way, Edith will be able to dish out magic damage kapag naghubad siya nung kalasag. So, by that sense, na ma-maximize nyo yung potential ng parehas na heroes and na-ensure nyo na at the end of the day, hindi kayo magkukulang in terms of crowd control.
Yeah, tsaka isa sa mga underrated na values with Grok is aside dun sa fact na nakakatakot siya makita lalo kapag may one charge flicker, yung yung check push capability lang niya na meron kang CC immune hero na kapag hindi enough yung damage nyo, pag pinasok kayo sa bush, medyo suicide eh, di ba? Na parang pag pinasok kayo sa bush, tapos trinay yung patayin yung Grok, pag di enough yung damage, may wild charge siya palabas eh. So parang, especially in this meta, no, sobrang importante humawak ng mga bush. We've talked about this a lot of times. Sobrang importante yung vision in the current meta kasi wala na ngayon mga utility junglers. Dati makakita ka ng Fred Rain na magda-dash in sa bush, walang pake sa mundo. Kasi wala namang papatay sa kanya.
Ngayon, hold niyang siya lang eh.
Oo.
He can do it on zone.
Ngayon kasi may mga damage junglers na eh. Kaya nga uso na yung rotation sa mid. Kasi nangyayari yung mga damage junglers umiikot sa mid, force ng mga battle spell, tapos i-hold yung mga bush. Sobrang importante ng pag-hold bush dito sa current meta natin. Kaya usually nakikita natin yung mga XP, yung mga roam, nakatayo lang para silang pader doon sa mga bush, lalo sa river.
So ang moral of the story, the bushes are lava. And kung nakikipag 5-man ka sa ranked games, I think, dapat chine-check mo lahat ng bushes as much as you could, especially if you are a roamer or an XP laner. Especially now in the meta, na hindi na natin masyadong i-expect yung mga junglers to do that for you.
Alam mo, one thing na gusto ko i-highlight dito actually is yung current change. Hindi natin masyado na-highlight eh. Pero almost all of the teams do this, na after 5 minutes, yung jungler na nag-take over ng XP lane.
Yes!
Kasi ano yun eh, yun yung sinasabi ni Auntie kanina na parang instead na parang mag-funnel tayo ng gold sa XP, bigay mo na lang sa mga cores mo, sa jungle tsaka gold. Kanila na lahat yan.
Ganda, boss. Pero bago natin ituloy yung pagiging maganda, kailangan muna natin mag-take ng very, very short break. Kaya naman stay tuned, huwag kayong alas. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 14. Maligayang pagbabalik dito lang sa Infinix Game Tambayan at isang magandang buhay sa ating lahat. Ako nga pala si Auntie Nara at kasama ko ngayon si Midnight at si Rockheart para sa huling laro ng huling serye ng second week at second day ng MPL Philippines Season 14. Kumusta?
Kapa, marami pa akong baong discussion dito kung may tanong pa kayo.
May mga tanong pa ba kayo? Mag-comment na kayo below. Comment na below. Pero bago ang lahat, kailangan daw kasi natin magkaroon ng medyo pakulo. May paandar tayo.
Ano yan? Kanina pa tayo may pakulo dito.
Sa sobrang dami na. Okay, it's time for face-off. Kaya naman, Auntie Nara, Midnight, and Rockheart, ano ang palag nyo?
At may ganun. Ulitin mo.
Ay, sorry, ulit.
Sapa ako.
At Auntie Nara, Midnight, Rockheart, anong palag nyo?
Ikaw muna. Ikaw naghamon eh.
Ikaw naghamon eh.
Kayo po. Ang palag ko sa inyo ay 6'1" ang height ko.
Wow.
Sample nga, sample.
Sample. Wala na.
Masyado kang malaki.
Sorry.
Masyado kang malaki. O, Rockheart, ikaw, anong palag mo?
I'm 34 years old.
Ginamitan tayo ng Thunder's card.
Wala.
OG.
Tama. Vampira po kasi si Rockheart. Nakita niyo ba? Hindi.
Ba't sinabi mo, wala ka pa dito, nandito na ako?
Oo. Wala akong palag doon. Oh, Midnight, anong palag mo?
You are my cred. Joke lang. You are my ako.
Boss, mahirap yan.
Matindi ako, Rumetri.
Sample nga.
Sa Turtle, tsaka sa Lord. Alam nila burrito yan.
Okay.
Basta pag sinabi ko, akin to. Promise.
Okay. Sige. Maayos ba ang palag namin? Hindi ko kasi alam kung maayos yung palag namin. Pero kayo, anong mga palag nyo dyan sa comment section? Mag-comment na kayo. Total, mahilig na rin naman tayo mag-comment and to notice all of the players. So, ito na yun eh. Ito na yung panahon para sabihin sa atin kung ano nga ba yung mga ma-offer natin into the league.
Yeah, alam mo, para contextualize lang, no? Masarap kasi yung yung nakikita mo, kahit yung mga kasos palag-palag, di ba? Yung mga, dati may mga bandos pa tayo, mga pa 5v5. Si Burrito, nagpa-post pa ng mga palag-palag yung Zas niyan, ni Burrito, di ba? Pati yung niyayabang niya, yung Zas niya naka-Sky Piercer.
Oo. Nung bagong labas yung Sky
Yung bagong labas yung Sky Piercer.
What's funny, ang tagal nang nagsasas ni Burrito. Bago pa mauso yung Zas, nagsasas na yan.
Guys, si Burrito may 1,000 games sa Silina tsaka Kagura.
Ay, we. Hindi ko yun alam. Ayun,
Ang dami, yan, talaga. Hindi ko alam ba't na-hot seat si Burrito, no?
Pero punta naman tayo sa English desk. In case everyone didn't know, Naisu used to be top PH Gord.
Oo. Ano yan, naalala ko di pala last season, parang season 12.
Nung nauso yung Gord.
Nung nauso yung Gord, laki nakangiti si Naisu. Tapos sabi niya, I'm so happy, man.
Ako nasabi ko na kanina yung favorite hero
Grabe yun.
ko. Grabe yun. Nang sabi ko na kanina yung favorite hero ko, kayo, ano mga favorite heroes niya? Sa akin, Degi. Sa inyo?
Ling.
Yung word.
Pero ako, like 1,200 games pa lang.
OG si Rocket. Alam mo ba si Rocket na nagturo sa akin mag-Mobile Legends? Kung may creation ako, si Rocket ang creator ko.
Okay. Totoo ba yan? Okay.
Kasi dati, ako, nagsimula ako ng ML, tapos sila nasa ibang 5v5. So parang, nahila kaming lahat dito, tapos parang, uy, okay tong saya nito ah. Ako, ginagawa ko dati, nag-stream ako. So, sad sila, nagpaturo sa akin.
Naalala ko kasi may kinakas pa siya. Minotaur pa noon, luman-luma pang ML yun. As in, parang season 2, season 3 na Mobile Legends.
Buhay na ba?
Oo, mo naman. Tapos sabi ko, Carl, sino yung nagra-ravage? Sino may ravage? Sabi niya, hindi, si Minotaur yan. Yan, Minowan's Fury. Yun yung tinuturo niya sa akin yung yung mga spells. Hindi pa ako marunong ML legit.
Different game.
Hindi pa ako nag-ML noon. Kaya ang malupit doon, wala talaga ako alam sa Mobile Legends. Nag-start yung season 1, season 2, di naman ako nagkakaspa nung time na yon. Si Carl talaga yung nagpipilit sa amin na parang, magkas ka na dito, men. Ganyan ka OG sa Rockart. Ganyan ka OG.
You're here. Anong season na? Nandito ka pa rin?
Season 14 na. Ito ka pa rin?
Kasunod to.
Ito na nga, ano ang palag nyo? Mag-comment na kayo below, please. Di man namin makikita yan right now kasi nakasalang kami. Pero malay mo naman, makita natin yan in quite a while. But then, speaking of everything fun that we have been doing here in the MPL Arena, alam nyo ba na si Benny Cutie ang isa sa 7 manlalaro na nagkaroon ng 15 kills with 0 death?
Ooh.
And that just happened yesterday.
Yeah.
15-0-3 ang standing ni Benny Cutie. But then other players who achieved this, Rockhard, sino pa yung mga ibang players?
Dami.
Nandito ka kasi yan eh.
Wow! Wow!
May MPL free hits.
Free hit ah.
MPL free hits.
From ano pa? Intervene pa yon. Si Lebron nung MPLPH Season 2. Ayun. Nag-15-0 din yan. Ayos ka.
Hindi ko pinaya yung andito ka na kasi nun.
Si Carl TZ10, MPL Philippines Season 5. Haji, MPL Philippines Season 6. KDA Machine, Haji.
Yeah.
This was really the time na jungler si Haji. JP even, MPL Philippines Season 6. Jungler pa ba si JP nito? Parang...
Season 6... JP... Ano nga siya? Mage.
Mage ka ba nun?
Mage.
Tinanong na lang.
Ano si JP?
Nandiyan si JP.
Dumaan no? Mage pa siya nun, di ba?
Okay, malalaman natin yan. Si Drix also H2O. Ang dami palang entry ni H2, 2 MPL. Season 7.
Wow, wala dati.
Nung season 5, panel meta yun.
Tama.
Panel meta yun.
By the way,
ito na nga.
Good time.
Ang dami nang nangyayari. Good times sa kapag reminisce na tayo kasi nga ilang seasons na nga rin naman. Pero nandito ka pa rin. But now, kailangan nating malaman, no? Kailangan nating balikan yung mga nangyari kanina. Games 1 and 2. Game 1, it was FNOP who took the first blood. But then for Game 2, Team Liquid Philippines yung, kumbaga, bumawi. But now, as we head on to game number 3, will we see the same kind of aggression from both of these teams? Kasi ako feeling ko, oy.
I mean, for sure, I think they're still looking to play their strengths. It's just, I think, na-figure out ng Liquid Philippines yung strength nung draft ng game number 1. Kasi yun yung yun yung problema minsan kapag same strategy yung gagawin mo ng magkasunod na games. Syempre, pagdating nila sa player booth, nag-uusap-usap yung mga yan, na sabihin ni coach, galit siya na parang dapat kasi ganito ginagawa niyo. Hindi ko na parang magsalita sa TikTok. Pero naalala ko kasi lagi si Coach Lucky na parang dapat ganito ginawa niyo eh. Hindi naman yan eh, ganyan. Dapat may sagot kayo eh. Dapat tupakan niyo lang. Just use your strength. Yun siya mag-English yun eh. Use your strength. Tiwala yung sarili nyo.
Honestly, yeah. That's actually right. At the same time, I think for Fnatic Onyx, mas sila. They have to do this more. Kasi in game 1, obviously, Team Liquid still played a really, really good game. That was pretty clean. Fnatic Onyx had to actually rely on some really, really spicy strats to get the win. And I think they have to do that again here.
Yeah, and ang nakita nating trend talaga, no, kung sino yung nauunang magsimula ng gulo, siya yung nananalo. Wow, gulo. Okay, wala lang. Thinking out loud ba? And kasi yun naman talaga, no, right now, nung na-interview si Chakno kahapon, isa sa mga binanggit niya that sets OMG apart ay yung parang all-commit mentality na parang okay lang, Chak Mamba mentality talaga at its finest.
And yun yung siguro magandang definition ng yung namamba ka na ba? Yung parang biglang, yung hindi mo ina-expect na sesetan ka, biglang flicker, tapos onward or
nahuli ka
wild
na pala.
charge. Kasi alam mo, may hindi ako makalimutang moment kay Chakno. One time may Irital siyang nakita sa river, winolan niya lang, tapos yung Irital parang akala niya di siya i-go. Binundol siya eh. Tapos biglang nandun yung Omega na parang, para kayong mga, para kayong mga kabute na bigla-bigla kayo nagpapakita sa mapa. And I feel like last season nakita natin yung RSG, doon din maglaro. Liquid as well, biglang may 4 na tao sa mid lane. Falcons EP Bren, again, very committed sa kanilang mga plays. And I think that is a good example of like how a good team should move. Yung kapag may nakita kayong potential play, whether or not it'll pay off, just go. Mamaya mo na pagsisiyan after ng game. Diba? And kasi kapag may ginagawa ka, of course yung enemy mo, yung kalaban, magre-react naman.
Yes.
And if makakatakbo kayo, takbo lang kayo. What matters is, pag may play yung team, just go for it.
Just go for it nga naman. And speaking of going for it, makikita na nga ba natin si Yin sa MPL Philippines? Kasi in our 14 seasons, si Yin na lang yung hindi nagagamit dito.
In fairness naban na si Yin one time. I think it was NXPE versus Onyx game, game number 1 nung season 9. Season 9. Naban na siya one time, pero hindi pa siya napipick. Imagine mo, nag-Lyla na, nag-Mia na si Todak, ano pa ba yung mga weird na, may Hanabi na.
Nagjo-Johnson dati.
Todak binata Hanabi, no?
Johnson Odette.
Yeah, that was good times with Johnson Odette nung medyo later parts of season 7 ba yun?
Yes.
Si Vexana, naging meta. For the longest time. After 12 seasons, naging meta si Vexana.
Ang tagal nating hindi nakitang magamit si Vexana. But then, yun nga kasi to me, the meta is always revolving. Evolving. Ay, umiikot. Revolving. Evolving. Ibig sabihin, what was the meta this week might probably not be the meta next week. Ganun siya kabilis umiikot talaga. As in, to the point na minsan, if hindi ka makaka-keep up, mabibigla ka na uy, gana pala to.
Ang naalala ko nung S8, pinakaunang Zilong na nakita ko sa history na MPL. I'm not sure if that was the first, pero yung Zilong ni Lebron.
Probably the first since season 1, 2, gano'n.
Yung Zilong ni Lebron. Tapos ang sumunod doon TNC. Season 9. Si ano nga ulit yun? Explainer dati ng TNC.
Parang naalala ko, parang sa SD ba natato?
No. Yung explainer dati ng TNC galing Archangel. Nakalimutan ko na. Tumatanda na yung brain cells.
Brain cells are not braining today.
Okay lang yun. At least nakita na natin si Zilong. Yun ang thought. And even, to me, interesting din, parang for the longest time, nawala si Roger temporarily in the meta.
Nawala din si Lancelot eh.
Tapos biglang, wow, he's back.
Yeah. Sino ba pinakaunang nagbalik ng Roger Jungle?
Pili ko yung, feeling ko sila...
Omega no?
Oo actually.
Omega Roger Gold, ginagamit na sa ibang bansa, si Innocent. Pero yung Roger Jungle, I think ang unang gumamit si H2.
Here, back.
Dito sa Pilipinas. Parang unang nag-try. Unang nag-try, tapos after nun, try na yung Nathan Jungle. Kaya naalala ko si naalala ko si Manjin nun. Parang, ayan na tol! Sumisigaw siya nun eh. May spill pa nun eh. Nakalagay sa phone niya, may spill pa siya binabasa. Counter kasi sa Lance.
Tol, yun.
Good times.
Sabi ko sa'yo, men.
Hindi ko pa rin talaga maalala yung explain ng TNC dati.
Nangyari.
Tingnan nyo nga kung 2 minutes.
Yun na nga.
Good times.
Good times, good times. And it really was a trip back to memory lane. But then, again, babalikan ulit natin yung nangyayari right now. As of the moment, what is happening to the entire game. Kasi, alam mo, in just from MSC to now, MPL Philippines Season 14, that's what, 2 months? Ang laki talaga ng pinagbago, no? Kasi even then, parang nakikita na natin yung emergence, pag-usbong in Tagalog, ng mga assassin jugglers. Pero now, ito na talaga full bloom.
Teka lang, doon ako na-power pag-usbong eh. Na-translate mo yung emergence.
Pero tama naman, di ba?
Kasi siya isang bloom.
Okay, tama. Sige, tuloy.
Pero, I think totoo yung sinabi mo, no? I think this is the biggest change that we've had for just one patch. Isang patch lang naman yun.
Yes.
Kasi parang before, well, 2 years nagtagal yung utility jungler. Talagang try yung patch niya parang ibalik yung mga assassin junglers. Hindi siya nangyari. Pero I think this is the biggest leap. With just one patch, ang dami nangyari. Lumusot yung Hylos, lumusot yung Jawhead, lumusot yung Zask. Nagkaroon tayo ng variation sa gold lane. Tapos bumalik yung mga damage junglers. With just one patch, I think malaki yung factor na inintroduce yung Skypiercer. And then yung revamp, and yung combination ng different items such as War Axe with Bloodlust, Glowing One, and Necklace of Durance. Tapos yung Thunderbelt talaga, yung Thunderbelt, I feel like that is gonna be a big talk of the town for quite a while. Kasi medyo
ang laki.
Naalala ko dati nung M3, talk of the town yung mga infinite scaling abilities eh. And Thunderbelt is an infinite scaling item kasi continuous yung stacks. So I feel like that's gonna stay in the game for a while until talagang magkaroon ng adjustment na medyo mapapababa yung effectivity ng Thunderbelt.
Honestly, for me, that's the next to get nerfed.
Thunderbelt.
I don't think tatagal yan. Pero at the same time, yes. I think we saw that kanina where nagsabay-sabay yung proc ng Thunderbelt, ng Endless Battle. May
1,000. Isang kagat ng Roger.
Yung Roger kanina, grabe.
£10.
It was insane.
Oh, eto, magandang tanong to for you because this is my first season in the MPL, right? So, ang tanong ko, of the 2,060 games played in the MPL Philippines, mas matagal pa to, 2024 pa lang tayo ngayon, dito 2016 na. Which one is the most memorable for you? Ako na lang muna. As an audience pa ako at the time. So, bago lang ako nanonood ng MPL noon, but the first match I watched was between Blacklist International and Execration, Season 7.
Ano to, Grand Finals?
Yes,
I have a question. Bakit ka napanood nung specific game na yun?
Nakita ko lang sa TikTok. Tapos parang, wow! Ang galing.
Ang galing?
Hindi kasi naglalaro na din ako before ng ibang games. Yeah.
Ang dami. Ang daming qualified eh. Yung M5 Grand Finals, Game 7. Well, aside doon sa controversial Diggy game. Tapos yung long game din ng ng SGD Onyx. Feeling ko, ang number 1 candidate ko yung Bren Execration. Yung 52 minutes.
54 minutes.
Yung 54 minutes ka nag-Uranus.
Sino? Si Kenji ba yun?
Hindi, si ano yun? Si Renzo.
Sabi pa ni...
Yung set ni Chuck Mamba.
Oo.
Yung nag-cement sa kanya na Chuck Mamba talaga siya. Yung nakahanap sila ang malupit doon, it could have ended 18 minutes in kasi sobrang laki ng lead ng Bren Esports ng time na yung Granger pa si Cartesi nun. Tapos, umabot sa 54 minutes. Yung Esmo tsaka Uranus sawang-sawa na sa isa't isa.
Ayaw na kasi.
Ayaw na. Doon na uso yung Eternal Dance eh. Na parang, wag na kayo magpansinan, please lang.
Ito si Wolf pa mismo nagsabi, Hindi ko ma-imagine anong pakiramdam na 54 minutes kang pumipindot ng Uranus.
Ano daw pakiramdam?
Yung second skill, yung...
Paikot-ikot lang yun eh.
Ano daw pakiramdam? 54 minutes ka nag-Uranus, ikot yung hero mo.
Hindi ko din alam. Hindi ko pa nararanasan yung 54 minutes. Kasi alam mo, relatively talaga, I'd say shorter yung times na nalalaro yung MLBB right now. Parang rarely do we see teams reaching the 30th minute mark most of the time. Parang last week nung chinek ko, 15 minutes yata yung average.
Yeah. Mas malala pa nga nung utility junglers kasi yung late game medyo awkward. Gold laners lang talaga yung
magbubuhat,
reliable. Ang problema nun, ang dali patay ng mga gold laners. Na kasi meron kang multiple sources of damage. Sometimes even yung ibang XP laners, like for example, kapag in-XP lane mo yung Ruby, or yung mga Terizla na may damage output din, ang daming source of damage. So, ang dali manalo ng mga team fight. And dati, kahit manalo ka, maka-wipe out ka ng 5, patay naman gold laner mo, hindi ka rin maka-push. Ngayon,
Yes.
basta maubos yung 5, sisigaw yung mga tao, and
Oo, kasi ang daming pambawas.
Oo.
And alam mo, nagkaroon din kasi ng adjustment na yung mage users, yung mga magic damage users, equal na yung nade-deal out na damage sa turrets. Unlike before na physical lang yung basis. Pero ano muna tayo dito? Segue ng very, very light. Kasi nandito tayo sa Infinix Game Tambayan Challenge kung saan we will guess the item. Ano kayo yung mga ipapag-guess na
Okay,
item?
game. Mahina.
Asan po?
Tayo ba? Tayo maghula?
Medyo mahina ako dito. Ay, Divine Glaive. Basic.
Ito naman, di pa ako nakakasalita
KJ, no? KJ.
Parang jungle item to na luma.
Hindi, Divine Glaive.
Ay, Divine
Ano yung
Glaive, Divine Glaive.
Hunter's Knife?
Parang,
O yung
parang,
upgraded?
pwede.
Yung upgraded. Ano nga yung upgraded? Scarlet...
Phantom?
Something short din eh.
Share ko lang, may quiz kami dyan dati.
Ay, oo. Shoutout pala kay sa Best Human of 2020.
2019.
Kay 2019 to 2020 kay Zen Angeles.
Siya ang nagpa-quiz sa inyo yan.
Literal, may papel.
Yung sinasabi mo, something short din eh.
Yun nga, basta ganung kulay din eh.
Nakalimutan ko na eh. Basta naalala ko pa yung mga...
Starlight Shard!
Shard, there you go.
Hindi ko sure yun.
Oo, ewan ko. Basta Divine Glaive yun, promise.
Night. Basta yun. Tama ba, Divine Glaive?
Ano pong tamang sagot?
Pakilagay na lang dyan. Pakilagay na lang dyan
ano po?
sa
parang,
headline.
Don't leave us hanging. Wow.
Pero nakakamiss yung mga dating item, no?
Yung dami-daming...
Yung mga Beast
kulay
Killer.
ng espada, oh.
Ito talaga,
Kasi
yung...
iba-iba pa yung item based sa damage.
Yung mask.
Yung mask ang pinaka nakakamiss.
May mga pangalan pa yun, iba-iba pa pangalan nun eh.
Di ba nagkaroon ng time na may
Courage
nauso
mask.
yung 5-man mask?
Actually, medyo similar sa Ret Ray ngayon. Yung,
Ay, sorry,
sa
hindi pa
Rome yung name ng mask ngayon.
Tama ka, di ba? Onyx, Season 4.
Yeah.
Tagal na.
Onyx vs. Sun Sparks.
5-man mask?
Oo, parang inimbento ni Baloy. Ako sila matulog. Tapos tinesting nila sa...
Sa game, hindi sa scrim even.
Siyempre.
I mean, tinesting nila, pero 3 lang daw sila nun. Di sila sure kung gagana yung 5.
Eto, so ano po ito?
Divine Glaive yan. Pili ko, zoom in pa ng konti.
Paki-reveal po.
Sobrang zoom in naman ito.
Divine Glaive yan, promise you.
Divine Glaive nga. Ayun.
Okay. Next item.
Ewan ko sa hirap.
What is the next
Okay, ready
item?
pa.
Ano yan?
Ano to? Alam ko to. Si Albert.
We.
Si Albert.
Si Albert.
Wow. Next item. Ilan pa po?
Zoom in pa,
Ilan
zoom in
po
pa.
tayo?
Zoom in konti para mahirap talaga.
Okay, ang ganda.
Tama.
Si Albert nga. Oh, Carl. Ay, alam ko to.
Blood
Kayo muna.
Ito sobrang zoom in naman masyado.
Di ba yung Blood Wings? Hindi ko alam eh.
Ikaw, Carl.
Feather of Heaven? Parang feather eh.
Further ba yun?
Hindi, joke lang.
Oh, ikaw.
Parang Blood Wings.
Blood Wings ba to? Teka lang. Hindi yata. Blood Wings ba?
Kulay orange eh.
Item ba to?
Oh.
Baka
Mga hero pala yan ah.
Sige, try natin Blood
Final
Wings.
answer,
Oh, sige,
final answer.
Blood
direct.
Wings.
Mukha ni Balmond.
Blood Wings nga ata to.
Oh.
May bilog pala na sa ilalim, no?
Okay, next item.
Sa bagay, binago nga pala to. Ay,
Ano yan? Athena? Athena Shield.
mahirap to ah.
Teka,
Medyo mahirap to ah.
Parang shield siya.
Namiss ko tuloy yung
Athena
yung Twilight.
Shield ba to?
Hindi ko alam. Ano ka?
Athena Shield, tingin ko.
Heptasis to, di ba?
Hindi na magay itsura ng Heptasis.
Pwede. Basta ako,
Baba
Heptasis.
ng...
Oh, Heptasis daw siya. Anong sagot nyo? Comment nyo muna below.
Ikaw, ano sagot mo?
Athena.
Athena Shield?
Yes.
Talaga?
Okay.
Yung baba.
I-reveal na natin to in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nagdesisyon yun.
None of the above.
Okay. Magaling.
Okay.
Magaling.
Next item.
Magaling si... Ayan ang Heptasis. Yan ang Heptasis. Huwag na tayo maglakuan.
Heptasis ba yan?
Heptasis yan, boss.
Kulay.
Ay, hindi. Paano na pala yung Heptasis, no?
Kulay blue.
Ano na bang direction yung Heptasis?
Paganito.
Kaliwa, no? Oh, Heptasis ka yan.
Okay.
Kasi dati yung Heptasis pa kanan eh.
Sige, final
Heptasis daw. 3,
Sunla yun, o, diba? Pakaliwa na siya ngayon eh. Dati pa kanan eh.
Okay, next
Mamaya pixel
item.
na lang papakita
Next item,
dito.
lahat na ng item.
na. Parats pa na joke.
Ano yan? Hindi siya mukhang emo. War Axe.
Ano to?
Parang...
Ano to? Parang ano to? Yung cancel, hindi pala. Sabi ko sana yung cancel po, yung cancel throw ni, ni Johed, pero malayo.
Rock Potion?
Ano to?
Malefic Roar.
Parang baril. Mali.
Ganda ng zoom, ang ganda ng zoom.
Ganda ng
zoom in mo dun.
Okay, next item, please. May tusok.
Tusok.
Carl TZ, the joke.
Siret.
Enumerate mo lahat ng physical damage item. Endless battle.
Sirit ako dito.
Endless battle.
Masyadong...
Sige, endless battle po. Next. Ay! Galing mo, boss, Iba ka.
Siyempre.
Next.
Baka matanggal tayo dito pag hindi.
Ayan yata Athena. Or Radiant.
Antique Kiras.
Basta mukhang kalasag. Ang galing mo, Next slide, please. Next slide, presentation. Immortality.
Emo yan, emo.
Emo.
Pagkulain mo din sila.
Kayo ba? Ano?
Kayo ba, guys?
Yung mga nagko-comment, teka lang,
Teka lang!
Emo.
Ay, emo na yan,
Lollipop.
Ang ganda ng zoom in. Bago kasi yung icon eh. 'Di ba?
Lollipop,
Kakaano lang ito,
HD,
ano to eh, MSC revamp to eh.
Clock of Destiny. Okay, para sa huling
Last na?
laban, huling item para sa gabing ito. Ano po ito?
Pag yan, potion Ay? Potion nga.
Huh?
Di ba yan yung mage potion sa Hindi.
Kulay blue.
Imposibleng lightning truncheon to eh. No?
Malaking.
Piling ko yan yung yung mage potion, di ba? Hindi.
Lightning
Blue lang pala,
Truncheon
blue lang.
sa akin, sige.
Lightning truncheon, sige.
Or Winter Crown.
Wala na. Ano na lang,
May
blue na
dilaw
lang.
ba yun?
Blue na lang yun eh.
Blue lang yun.
Blue na lang yun.
Okay, sige,
Piling ko
Lightning Truncheon.
Oo.
Final answer po.
Ay! Nakakamiss to! Anong pangalan to? Wizard Boots to, di ba? Wizard Boots. Ito yung
Hindi ko naman naabutan yun.
Ito yung passive ni Katot Kacha dati. Yung kapag may kapag may assist ka, meron kang plus 50 gold.
Cute.
Plus 50 gold. Tinanggal yung item na yun eh.
Ito, MPL logo. Ay, hindi na. Iba na pala.
Nakakamiss yung mga ganun, yung mga yung mga lumang item, mga courage mask.
Ngayon kasi parang medyo nakaset na talaga eh. Especially with like yung mga ganun utility items na set na yung gagamitin per hero.
Oo, ang dami na po nating pinag-usapan sa gabing ito dito lang sa Infinite Game Tambayan. This is Antianara, Midnight, and Rockheart. Kaya lang, huminga muna tayo ng malalim. Mag-stay lang tayo dito sa stream dahil MPL Philippines Season 14 will be back after a short break.
Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas!
Real na ang pagbabalik natin dito sa Infinix Game at Tambayan. Once again, my name is Antianara. Together with me tonight are Midnight and Rockheart. Na mukhang paninitigilan natin ang pangalan mo, Midnight. But of course, due to technical issues that will not allow us to continue the game in a proper manner. And of course, in order to maintain tournament integrity, the third game between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines will be remade and redrafted. Again, the third game between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines will be remade and redrafted para ma-ensure natin na talagang sumusunod tayo sa integrity ng ating liga.
Ito na. Hiningi natin ng Game 3, sumagat-sagad tayo. Aabot ata tayo sa oras na. Depende, no? Depende. Pero alam mo, pabor dyan ng
It's
Fnatic
Onyx time.
It's Onyx time. Diba?
Anong oras na rin kasi?
Oo nga.
Pero alam mo, para matulungan lang tayo ng slight, no? Alam kong marami pa tayong kasama dito sa MPL Arena. Kaya kailangan nating makadinig ng mga tunog. Cavaliers at mga Onyx fans, nandito ba kayo? Wala na. Okay lang, nandito ba kayo? Narinig mo namin, okay lang.
Nakapokus na sila, yung energy nila nasa mata na eh. Parang ang dito, ready na sila sumuporta. Pag once makita na nila yung draft at yung game mag-start, doon na sila magkaka-energy.
Magsisimula po ulit tayo sa drafting phase. So we are back to the drawing board. Whatever we said kanina, including the discussion on the Johed and Zaz, true stone na. Real na po, hindi na po to fake.
Ito na yung magiging huling match natin ngayong araw. Once again, Fnatic Onyx dito sa may blue side. And critical na naman dito yung exchange ng ating dalawang coaches and ng mga drafters kasi once again, pag blue side, nandiyan yung Zast, nandiyan yung Roger, nandiyan yung Ling, and pati na rin yung iba't iba pang heroes like the Harith. Marami pang flex option, even yung Hayabusa.
Oo.
Fanny, don't forget the Fanny.
Oh, yung Fanny, yeah, you're right.
Of course.
So, ang dami pangang options. Pero ito na! Magpupunta na tayo sa drafting phase ng game number 3 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines. Again, we are back at the drawing board. Sino ang makakakuha ng series decider na to?
Is this true, Stone?
It's true!
This is true, Stone! Eto na, blue side, ang Fnatic Onyx once again, King Kong. Pwede niyang ma-prioritize yung kanyang Ling on the side. And very interesting, talagang ayaw lumabas ng Liquid dito yung Fanny ni King Kong. They don't want to give away such a strong hero on the side of Fnatic Onyx, especially with the prowess on the mechanics dito sa player nito. Pero wala rin naman yung Zask. Same pa rin naman nung last draft, wala yung Zask, wala yung Johan.
Their opponent, TLPH, paano magpa-pan out ang mangyayari here in game number 3 considering that the lineup of FNOP really has a lot of crowd control. And meanwhile, for TLPH, kailangan lang nilang ma-maintain yung damage output that they have. Kaya wag na nating patagalin pa MPL Arena, and to our online fans, let's head on over to our casters.
Finally! Game 3 is upon us!
Welcome to
Fnatic
Mobile
Onyx
Legends.
Philippines facing off against Team Liquid PH. As explained by our panel from the Infinix game Tambayan, it's a redraft.
It's a redraft.
A chance for both teams to reset completely. And folks watching from home and everyone here in the arena, thank you so much for staying with us.
Yeah, again, thank you for your patience because we have been anticipating. This is our first game, or first match going 3 games, and it took us a little longer to get to it, but hey, we're in it now. So both teams, different drafts than what we saw before, but also, Carl TZ being on that Ling still, get to see that too. The Edith is picked up. There's a couple changes here, though.
Yeah, some things remain the same, like Carl TZ getting his hands on the Ling, and I guess TLPH having their own kind of...
The Edith.
And the Aurora, that's stuck. But on the other hand, Fnatic Onyx, they changed quite a bit. Now, Sanford,
I think he's going to get caught here. It's a couple shots, looking for the first blood. Oh! Whoa! Sanford's actually going to survive. I thought he was one hit away and he'd be able to get taken down, but no.
That may have been to Fnatic Onyx detriment. I'm not so sure if that's the communication that Kirk had with King Kong, because maybe if he got it now in trouble mid!
That's it. First blood going to the hands of Carl TZ. So, yeah, like you were saying, I think it is detrimental because even on that, what ended up happening is first blood going over TLPH, able to punish.
Yeah, maybe if King Kong went back into human form, could have gotten one more basic attack in, got the job done, but instead, it's Liquid who gets the first blood. Up top, though, I'd say Keller's doing a great job of keeping Benny Cutie at bay here. Our panel is right. Very few gold laners in the current metagame can actually make a clip work. Now once more in bottom lane.
Again, Sanford going to jump in. Doesn't have the level 4, though, just yet. Sanji also trying to get that available to them so they're ready for this turtle fight. It's going to be started up, though. Both teams getting in position. Gold laners still staying together. There's the flip on through from JP. Tempest Blade's going to be used as well. There's the freeze, the lockdown. Kirk's going to fall. Sanford's still up for now. He's going to try to retreat from this. Turtle's still for the taking here, but TLPH is kind of low, so they might reset it for now.
There's not quite an XP laner like Sanford's Cho. He was deep inside the orange buff pit, and that really was a thorn in the side for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. The first time we saw that was when they played in Malaysia in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 APAC, and now it's working once again. Turtle up.
They're going to go for it. King Kong, though, will secure it, so good usage as well with the wall from Kirk, and just going to stop him in the tracks.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines found the perfect timing. I think they read the map, saw that Carl TZ was way off, taking buffs, farming up, and they said, you know what, let's lean hard on it. I think TLPH thinks that we're reeling from that last fight. Let's go for the turtle. A score for Fnatic Onyx. Checking out the items real quick. Yep, this does confirm the assumption that Kelra is winning that lane. He is up by 200, 300 gold away from Medicutie, and look at this. Sanford deep in. Look at that cut.
That's what that XP lane Cho allows you to do. cut pretty confidently, especially running, you know, the concussive blast, working against a Grok.
He's so agile.
He's everywhere.
Look at. Oh. There's a combination of only fast implosion.
Again, implosion going to be used. There's the pick-off, this time in the hands of King Kong. Great usage, once again, the setup potential they have here. Kirk also has the wild charge. He's going to force the fight in the mid lane. Tempest Blade's already used, but they force it once again as Sanford's going to fall. Double kill for King Kong. Scaling up very quickly here on the Roger.
And suddenly the gold lead swings. Fnatic Onyx Philippines looking at 1,000 gold ahead now, 4 minutes in. What was Liquid thinking?
I'm not sure.
Something tells me maybe they're just leaning hard on it, thinking that they can shock Fnatic Onyx into submission, but Fnatic Onyx, despite what happened, again, folks, we would like to thank you all for sticking with us. That weight may have weighed heavy on Liquid now. Because again, they're a very momentum-based team. They're very aggressive. And look at this, Sanford being down on Kirk. Up top, it's the same story.
Yeah.
Liquid can't push forward.
Working on it too, and also, you know, Benny Cutie just picked up, I believe it was, the Blade of Hepsi. So he has that now on this Clinton. That's kind of the thing you want to watch out, the matchup of the gold lane, how that's going to develop over time. Because like you said, things swinging in favor of Fnatic Onyx at this point. Turtle's going to be up. See if TLPH can actually secure themselves one. They're going to secure at least positioning if they can. They got to rely on JP here, especially on the Edith. Same thing is going to keep happening though. Brusco, especially with this Tigreal, will face that front side and be a threat.
Yep, he's lethal, especially since Super Prince now has his hands on the Primal Wrath. Looking at the items, Corrosion Scythe on Kelra, the aforementioned Blade of Heptases on Benny Cutie. Not much can happen here to the gold lead, not unless something happens. And there it is!
There it is, top side, Benny Cutie gonna get work done. That's that usage. Once again, Kirk with a wild charge, picking up the kill on the top side. Down a number though. Turtles for the fight here.
This is tough. Again, you gotta keep your eyes on Brusco. Bro, here we go. The combo from JP. On Kirk.
Okay, turret. Turret secured. There's the jump in with the implosion again. They get the knockup on two. King Kong will get the turtle. Tempest Blade's gonna be used to try to get out. Brusco's gonna get punished as he goes down. JP one hit away. The Primal Wrath gets the form back after using it and will still live.
That was unfortunate. Fnatic Onyx could not get anything on the clapback. Save for maybe a push. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's a technical knockout. You know, you send back a majority of Liquid, and then you score a push up top, in mid, up now 3,000 gold. You know what? In hindsight, that's a win for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, great. Again, shift in this favor. They're going for it. The jump in from Sanford goes in with the Way of the Dragon. It was King Kong. They kicked, but he rolls on out of there. It is completely fine as Calro picks up a double. Liquid Echo getting punished here. TLPH again fighting and fighting and fighting, but they lose the battles.
That was odd. How did King Kong doesn't even have what you would assume is a Thunder Belt, which would help him survive? No. His only real defensive items are the cooldown ring and the tough boots. What?
Yeah. It's
the turtle shield? Maybe that was lingering post take?
A whole lot of questions, you know, here.
Sheer mechanics. Sheer mechanics.
Mechanics, prowess. Still, look at the fight for this.
No one home.
Brusco, not going to find the implosion that time around that he was looking for. And the fight for the buffs are going to start here, especially with the lead that Fnatic Onyx has built themselves up to this point. So you're wondering, TLPH, what do they do about it? It does feel like they're leaning hard into a lot of these engages, trying to do things here. Now in the mid lane, trying to go for the tier 1. Brusco going to get sidestepped, not able to find anything off of that, but still the turret stands.
Interesting what Brusco was doing. I think he was just limit testing. You see that? He pulled the trigger on the conceal, but he does not have the implosion. I wonder if he knows that Liquid PH knows, or do they? You know what I mean? Like,
it's like a fake out. You're trying to fake him out.
I mean, he has the Sacred Hammer, right?
That's
like
true.
that could have displaced him. Oh, could have
Just
been
testing it.
Could have been the effect he was looking for, but nonetheless, Lord's up. Again, about 4,000 gold ahead. Fnatic Onyx PH is 8.5 minutes in. JP looking for a combo.
JP gets the combo off, but he's going to be alone. Primal Wrath going to be used too into the implosion. They find the perfect target as King Kong goes down, but there's the response. Carl, TZ, Sanford, and JP traded for King Kong. And now Fnatic Onyx down to jungler. They won't be able to get the Lord, but they'll continue to move around the map. especially protecting Kelra here, having an amazing game on the carry.
Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent, Louis Vuitton, expensive.
All of them.
That was a trade.
Designer.
That was a trade that you would never take. I mean, Liquid Base didn't know. So if it was King Kong they were gonna find, by all means. But with those three in exchange, they could have thought that out better. But now, looking at the items, Carl TZ is just 200. You know what? Maybe it was worth it because Carl TZ is like down 100. That's equalized.
He's not down too much, but look at this. Lord's going to be started up, taken out. Who's going to get it? King Kong will. Sanford taking a couple shots. He's just going to be fine. Can go through that wall, but hey, easy objective here, Fnatic Onyx.
So far, so good. Again, I think Fnatic Onyx, besides the whole economy situation, there's a huge lead on Kirk, about 1,000 between him and 40. There's also a lead on, that's where we... Kelra, the Filipino Savage, is up by about 2,000, Joseph?
2,000 gold.
2,000, so that's why Benny Cute is keeping himself scarce. That's what you should do, though, as a gold laner. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, look how many kills he has, too, and also interesting build that you see here coming out from King Kong. He did just pick up the Thunderbelt, so he's got that now available, and they can punch in at least, to the knock on the base turrets here with his first Lord pushing in because of the lead that they've gotten themselves. Sanford jumps in with the Way of the Dragon. Flicker combination, gonna find it. King Kong, they take him out of the picture. Still gotta deal with this Lord here, but these base turrets will stand tall for now. The tier 2s do fall though. Still on the bottom side, it's gonna be worked on by Carl TZ. And Fnatic Onyx make their way downside. That might be all they get though.
They threw 3 ults and a flicker just to kill King Kong. I'd say that was worth it. I mean, it stopped Fnatic Onyx's march into their base. They cleaned the house. That's no tier 2s, no outer turrets for TLPH, but this should open up this buff.
Oh, again, JP taking a ton of damage. Look at that from Kelra. Again, Kirk wanted to make a play, fails the flicker with the wild charge, so they won't be able to follow up on that. But man, still the damage from Kelra, you gotta respect it.
I mean, bad to worse, right? Sure, you flubbed the flicker, but you got away with a potential buff choke and a free kill on the JP. It's amazing how we forgot to mention how Kelra has just been slowly pushing forth. And the fact that now he has a wind of nature, he can potentially protect himself from Carl, from Sanford, from Benny. His only real threats are JP and Sanji, which that Purify will fix.
Yeah, it's not often that you see Benny Cutie get in this position, so far behind. He's, what, 3,000, I think it was? 3,000 gold behind?
Yeah, at this point.
Just now picking up the Malefic Roar, man. And, you already mentioned it. Kelra's got pretty much all the items that he really needs. He's still going to build on the last ones to lock it in here. But, at this point, you can play a little more aggressive now, especially when you have the Wind of Nature. But even if you take that out of the picture, the way that Kirk, albeit not the last wild charge, but he can kind of have room to breathe there. You have Brusco there to help you out too, and a lot of those penalty zones, or not the penalty zones, a lot of the implosions have been great setups so far for Fnatic Onyx that TLPH hasn't had an answer for.
And that's what put them 4,000, 5,000 gold ahead of our defending champions, is they're so good at these split-second decisions that a singular burst from 3 or 4 members of Fnatic Onyx could end a fight single-handedly. Oh, amazing
Sanford
positioning by 40!
There's the setup of an implosion to save him. Tempest of Blade's going to already be used. Waiting on, there's the Wind of Nature proc. He holds on to it a little bit longer. Sanford goes down in the exchange. The plan was to get Kelra, and they threw everything at him and couldn't take him down.
9 out of 10 gold laners anywhere around the world would have died, but not Kelra, not the gold standard, not the Filipino Savage. He remains deathless. 5-0-4. And Joseph, look, save for everyone but Benny. They threw out their ult to try and get Kelra.
They threw everything at Kelra, and now Lord's going to be started up here. King Kong holding it at mid-health. Still, though, Carl TZ is a threat. He's just around the corner. They're going to go ahead and trade it out. The rest of the team is back up. Sanford now healthy here. Fight for the Lord. Who's grabbing it? It's Benny Cutie somehow secures the Lord. Can they secure the fight? Sanji flickers into the Guardian's barrier. He gets cut off, and he goes down. Objective secured, But can they stay together? King Kong on the hunt. Benny Cutie forces the fight, takes a shot to the face, tries to bob and weave out of it, but gets outclassed and outgunned. And that is a bad case for the Cavalry here.
What's a lone sheriff to do against a legitimate werewolf? Fnatic Onyx PH, they're looking to end!
They're looking to end it here. Sanford trying to buy as much time as he can, but that's not going to help, as Fnatic Onyx will go ahead and win the series 2-1.
Sonics rejoice! Fnatic Onyx Philippines' win streak continues. They take down the defending champions 2-1. Philippines submission.
I'd say too, man. That was a redeeming third game, I'd say, for Brusco. You know, he really struggled in the series. Like early on, he was always focused on obviously the role of a roamer.
Him and Kirk and him. Yeah.
But great game 3 for him there. I think he had a lot of key implosions, and yeah, like you mentioned, Kirk.
Talaga, laging nandito yung suporta ng parents mo. Now, I have to point out, tinalo nyo ang isang koponan na nag-world tour din. Always going to grand finals in different countries. How does it feel? Tinalo nyo ang PLPH, tinalo mo si Carl PZ. Ito ba yung laban na ine-expect mo mula kay Carl?
Di ko po alam. Daming pas eh.
Now, eto. Di ba maraming pinag-uusapan ngayon sa mga top jungles, di ba? Tinalo mo isa sa pinakamahusay na jungles in the world. Sino nga ba ang susunod na target mo? Sino yung target mo? Susunod?
Kahit sino na, kung sinong makalaban namin.
Kahit sino na. Alright. Now it's time to announce the MVP of the game. Can you guys guess who it is? Tama. Sinigaw nila. In unison na. Congratulations to, let's take a look at the screen. Kelra! Quickly, anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans?
Thank you sa mga hindi umuwi dyan, sa mga nag-antay. And thank you sa mga suporta. And wag yung...
Ang bango mo. Ang bango mo.
Siyempre, gamit ko yung DNY perfume eh.
Oh, syempre.
Bili na kayo.
At ito na. It's time. May sinasabi. Ano daw?
Oh.
Ano daw?
Follow the NY Fragrance page.
Oo nga, ang babango nila. Now, it's time to announce ang ating lucky fan na bibigyan natin ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. Hi. Come on. Hello. Hello. Thank you for staying. What's your name?
Then,
Glenn. Okay, nandito ang narinig namin kasi favorite team mo, Fnatic Onyx. Who's your favorite player?
Kelra.
Kelra, tabi ka kay Kelra. Tabi ka kay Kelra. What do you want to say to Kelra right now?
You are awesome.
You are awesome! Kelra, anong gusto mo sabihin? You're awesome daw.
Siyempre, thank you. And natutuwa ako kasi may mga fan ako na ganito na tumahanga sa mga play na ginagawa ko. And huwag mo kakalimutan mag-aaral
Said don't forget to study, okay? So we're gonna do something very special because we really appreciate you coming here, staying the entire time. How about you bow with Kelra? And Kelra, can you hold his hand while you guys take a walk of victory? He's gonna help you, okay? Don't be shy. All right, congratulations once again. Bigyan ng diamonds! Fnatic Onyx, you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory! Congratulations once again to Juan, ang ating lucky fan of the day. Once again, all you have to do is stay the entire time here in MPL Philippines Season 14, and we choose one lucky fan to get 3,000 diamonds. We know that was long, but this is gonna be short. We're gonna break it down for you with our panel. Pasa.
What a game coming from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And grabe yung confidence ni King Kong na nasabi na niya kahit sino na ang kanyang makakalaban. But our game MVP is none other than the gold standard, Kelra.
I mean, Mars, right? The explanation is gonna be short. Essentially, kung anong ginawa ng Liquid PH nung game number 2, it was successfully replicated by Fnatic Onyx nung game number 3. Fast rotations from both side lanes. Ang naging talagang punterya ng Fnatic Onyx dito is yung middle lane. Kung may heat map nga tayo dito, feeling ko
Gitna
ang
lang.
init ng ang init ng mid lane eh. Para tayo naglaro ng brawl. Sa totoo lang. And yung Fnatic Onyx na bad trip na parang sabi, sige, limahin na natin to.
Yeah, essentially, I think at certain points of the game, I feel like Team Liquid PH tried to go for a play, but even with a really good set, they actually were denied multiple times here by Fnatic Onyx. And I think we talked about this before the panel started. I feel like the carry is super underrated here right now, I think. Yeah.
Tsaka again yung willingness ng Fnatic Onyx mag-commit, especially with Kirk, Brusco, ang dami natin nakitang magagandang sets mula dito sa initiator na to. Yung talking point na binanggit natin kanina na parang may pangalawang roamer sa team mo, essentially nahirapan din yung Liquid PH dito dahil nakalink sila, and again, nabanggit natin yung problem with the Clint kanina na ang daming dive with Fnatic Onyx, nagkukulang sila sa damage. There's no real reliable good set coming out from Liquid. Even though nakakuha sila ng magandang early game, it's just bound. This is just bound to happen. Pagdating ng mid-game, if Fnatic Onyx did what they did, which is again, clear the sides, rotate to mid, makakakuha ka ng biglang advantage. Kasi kapag nag-transition na yung Fnatic Onyx from mid lane, lamang na lamang talaga sila sa rotation.
Oo, and what Fnatic Onyx Philippines did here in game number 3 is really to give Team Liquid Philippines a taste of their own medicine. Grabe na ginamit yung Grok against Sanford. And yun pa yung isa sa naging primary reasons as to why medyo nahirapan din naman yung Team Liquid in being able to bounce back. And sobrang cherry on top talaga na ginamit nila right now, the Tigreal, yung combination ng dalawang heroes na to, yung only crowd control in a way, yun yung nagpahirap sa TLPH.
It really wasn't easy to do that as well. You have to be very specific, very good at timing your implosion combined with the wild charge wall timing. That's not easy. They made it look easy, but a lot of people actually missed that combo and they layered it pretty well.
Yeah, and hindi lang yun hindi lang yung combo, actually yung target selection din.
Yes.
Fnatic Onyx. Again, it's very similar to what TLPH did nung game number 2. Kahit sinong makita nila sa may bandang unahan. Kaya among problemahin ni Kelra at ni King Kong yung target sila. Kasi if mapapabagsak mo or if mapuforce mo lang at least yung battle spell, yung mobility spell, let's say yung mga Shunpo, yung kanyang Jeet Kundo, even yung Onward tsaka Primal Wrath ni JP dito, you're essentially done with the team fight kasi yung Ling tsaka Clint, kailangan nila mag-reposition para sa mga upcoming team fights. But then again, you have the dive, following up from Fnatic Onyx. Tapos yung Clint, alam naman natin na medyo malungkot yung early game damage yan. Kailangan talaga niya ng oras unless makakuha ka ng early game momentum, which they didn't take. Kasi si Kelra pa nga yung nakakuha ng kill sa may top lane. Of course, with the help of other heroes, pero essentially na-shutdown kagad yung window sana ng TLPH to work with the mid game.
And overall, you know what? It was a lot easier to execute as Kelra, as King Kong, if you have such a reliable front line as well. Yeah, I feel like obviously Kelra's MVP there, but the front line was super underrated. I feel like they deserve a lot of praise as well.
Yeah, and ang ganda talaga ng overall nagiging hubog ng meta natin right now. No? Nandito na tayo sa panahon na whoever strikes first, sila usually nakakakuha ng panalo na before, kung sino yung unang maging quote-unquote impatient, sila yung napapunish. Right now, things are very different. Things are looking very different. And speaking of different, mukhang nagbago rin naman ang kaganapan natin here in the standing still. Smart Omega standing strong at the top of the food chain, and the Fnatic Onyx are slowly trailing behind them.
Grabe, no, parang for the longest time, yung top 4, lagi nating naging joke na nga to na parang ang dami ng seasons na similar yung top 4. This is a big shake-up. S14 is proving to be a different MPL. Na ngayon, nakakagulat, number 1 yung Omega.
Talagang OMG!
Oo, mapapa-OMG ka talaga. And I feel like that's the epitome of why we hold these tournaments in the first place. Kasi pag nagsimula yung season, panalo na yung dyan, panalo na si ganyan, panalo si ganyan. They always ask for those predictions. But then again, we give these players a chance to shine. We give these players a chance to change history and their team's names and their legacy.
And speaking of the lineup, I think meron din tayong isa pang pakulo na ginagawa here in the MPL arena na talaga nga namang isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit kinakailangan nating magpunta dito lamang sa Green Sun Hotel sa Makati. Kasi nga naman meron tayong fun-sick laban na kanina, ay even in the previous days, nakikita natin na dito nagpapakitang gilas yung mga MPL fans na meron silang ability to go 5v5 against co-fans.
Oo, yung mga fans ng ating mga ng mga professional teams ay may chance din maglaro. Mamaya papakita natin yung standings in just a bit. But basically, if fan ka, pwede kang sumali dito again sa Pansik Laban, which is labanan ng mga fans, essentially. And ito yung current standings for week 2, day number 2.
Alam mo yun, no? May mga pa sila, may mga representatives pa sila. And they also have their own shoutcasters, by the way. So, it's really fun to watch when you're on site.
Alam mo, yung nangyari sa Pansik Laban, right now, day 2, ito yung kinaibahan. Ito yung opposite ng kung ano yung nangyari dito sa mga server natin.
Oh my goodness.
Lahat ng nanalo today, talo na sa Pansik Laban.
But now, Aurora, sila ang nauuna dito sa ating Pansik Laban. Sila ang currently number 1 sa ating standings, wherein FCAP ang currently na kailangan pa nating makakita ng more fans to come. Kailangan pang mga palo. Punta lang kayo dito sa MPL Arena.
Diba? Mainit yung nyo rito, mainit yung pagbili nyo ng ticket kasi aside sa mga kanood kayo ng mga malulupit na laro, pwede pa kayong magpakitang gilas sa mga fans. Make some friends along the way, you know, and maybe makahanap ng mga ka-RG sa after ng MPL.
Oo nga. Important yun kasi dapat, kung gusto mo talaga magpataas ng points, I'd say, hindi ka dapat solo naglalaro. Kasi ang hirap mag-solo queue. Ba't parang napaganyang karakart?
I'm hurt. Tama lang. Tama naman kayo. I feel like this game is definitely designed to maximize communication, di ba?
Yes.
And pag na-build nyo na yung trust, ang dami nyong pwedeng gawin.
Definitely. And ang daming nangyari sa araw na ito. And we all had fun. On behalf of Rock, Heart, and Midnight, my name is Auntie Nara. This is the Infinix Game Tambayan. And see you tomorrow dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 14.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas!
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي أنزل على عبده الكتاب ولم يجعل له عوجا قيما لينذر بأسا شديدا من لدنه ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا حسنا ماكثين فيه أبدا وينذر الذين قالوا اتخذ الله ولدا ما لهم به من علم ولا لآبائهم كبرت كلمة تخرج من أفواههم إن يقولون إلا كذبا فلعلك باخع نفسك على آثارهم إن لم يؤمنوا بهذا الحديث أسفا إنا جعلنا ما على الأرض زينة لها لنبلوهم أيهم أحسن عملا وإنا لجاعلون ما عليها صعيدا جرزا أم حسبت أن أصحاب الكهف والرقيم كانوا من آياتنا عجبا إذ أوى الفتية إلى الكهف فقالوا ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا فضربنا على آذانهم في الكهف سنين عددا ثم بعثناهم لنعلم أي الحزبين أحصى لما لبثوا أمدا نحن نقص عليك نبأهم بالحق إنهم فتية آمنوا بربهم وزدناهم هدى وربطنا على قلوبهم إذ قاموا فقالوا ربنا رب السماوات والأرض لن ندعو من دونه إلها لقد قلنا إذا شططا هؤلاء قومنا اتخذوا من دونه آلهة لولا يأتون عليهم بسلطان بين فمن أظلم ممن افترى على الله كذبا وإذ اعتزلتموهم وما يعبدون إلا الله فأووا إلى الكهف ينشر لكم ربكم من رحمته ويهيئ لكم من أمركم مرفقا وترى الشمس إذا طلعت تزاور عن كهفهم ذات اليمين وإذا غربت تقرضهم ذات الشمال وهم في فجوة منه ذلك من آيات الله من يهد الله فهو المهتد ومن يضلل فلن تجد له وليا مرشدا وتحسبهم أيقاظا وهم رقود ونقلبهم ذات اليمين وذات الشمال وكلبهم باسط ذراعيه بالوصيد لو اطلعت عليهم لوليت منهم فرارا ولملئت منهم رعبا وكذلك بعثناهم ليتساءلوا بينهم قال قائل منهم كم لبثتم قالوا لبثنا يوما أو بعض يوم قالوا ربكم أعلم بما لبثتم فابعثوا أحدكم بورقكم هذه إلى المدينة فلينظر أيها أزكى طعاما فليأتكم برزق منه وليتلطف ولا يشعرن بكم أحدا إنهم إن يظهروا عليكم يرجموكم أو يعيدوكم في ملتهم ولن تفلحوا إذا أبدا وكذلك أعثرنا عليهم ليعلموا أن وعد الله حق وأن الساعة لا ريب فيها إذ يتنازعون بينهم أمرهم فقالوا ابنوا عليهم بنيانا ربهم أعلم بهم قال الذين غلبوا على أمرهم لنتخذن عليهم مسجدا سيقولون ثلاثة رابعهم كلبهم ويقولون خمسة سادسهم كلبهم رجما بالغيب ويقولون سبعة وثامنهم كلبهم قل ربي أعلم بعدتهم ما يعلمهم إلا قليل فلا تمار فيهم إلا مراء ظاهرا ولا تستفت فيهم منهم أحدا ولا تقولن لشيء إني فاعل ذلك غدا إلا أن يشاء الله واذكر ربك إذا نسيت وقل عسى أن يهديني ربي لأقرب من هذا رشدا ولبثوا في كهفهم 300 سنين وازدادوا 9 قل الله أعلم بما لبثوا له غيب السماوات والأرض أبصر به وأسمع ما لهم من دونه من ولي ولا يشرك في حكمه أحدا واتل ما أوحي إليك من كتاب ربك لا مبدل لكلماته ولن تجد من دونه ملتحدا واصبر نفسك مع الذين يدعون ربهم بالغداة يريدون وجهه ولا تعد عيناك عنهم تريد زينة الحياة الدنيا ولا تطع من أغفلنا قلبه عن ذكرنا واتبع هواه وكان أمره فرطا وقل الحق من ربكم فمن شاء فليؤمن ومن شاء فليكفر إنا أعتدنا للظالمين نارا أحاط بهم سرادقها وإن يستغيثوا يغاثوا بماء كالمهل يشوي الوجوه بئس الشراب وساءت مرتفقا إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات إنا لا نضيع أجر من أحسن عملا أولئك لهم جنات عدن تجري من تحتهم الأنهار يحلون فيها من أساور من ذهب ويلبسون ثيابا خضرا من سندس واستبرق متكئين فيها على الأرائك نعم الثواب وحسنت مرتفقا واضرب لهم مثل الرجلين جعلنا لأحدهما جنتين من أعناب وحففناهما بنخل وجعلنا بينهما زرعا كلتا الجنتين آتت أكلها ولم تظلم منه شيئا وفجرنا خلالهما نهرا وكان له ثمر فقال لصاحبه وهو يحاوره أنا أكثر منك مالا وأعز نفرا ودخل جنته وهو ظالم لنفسه قال ما أظن أن تبيد هذه أبدا وما أظن الساعة قائمة ولئن رددت إلى ربي لأجدن خيرا منها منقلبا قال له صاحبه وهو يحاوره أكفرت بالذي خلقك من تراب ثم من نطفة ثم سواك رجلا لكن هو الله ربي ولا أشرك بربي أحدا ولولا إذ دخلت جنتك قلت ما شاء الله لا قوة إلا بالله إن ترني أنا أقل منك مالا وولدا فعسى ربي أن يؤتيني خيرا من جنتك ويرسل عليها حسبانا من السماء فتصبح صعيدا زلقا أو يصبح ماؤها غورا فلن تستطيع له طلبا وأحيط بثمره فأصبح يقلب كفيه على ما أنفق فيها وهي خاوية على عروشها ويقول يا ليتني لم أشرك بربي أحدا ولم تكن له فئة ينصرونه من دون الله وما كان منتصرا هنالك الولاية لله الحق هو خير ثوابا وخير عقبا واضرب لهم مثل الحياة الدنيا كماء إن أنزلناه من السماء فاختلط به نبات الأرض فأصبح هشيما تذروه الرياح وكان الله على كل شيء مقتدرا المال والبنون زينة الحياة الدنيا والباقيات الصالحات خير عند ربك ثوابا وخير أملا ويوم نسير الجبال وترى الأرض بارزة وحشرناهم فلم نغادر منهم أحدا وعرضوا على ربك صفا لقد جئتمونا كما خلقناكم أول مرة بل زعمتم أن لن نجعل لكم موعدا ووضع الكتاب فترى المجرمين مشفقين مما فيه ويقولون يا ويلتنا ما لهذا الكتاب لا يغادر صغيرة ولا كبيرة إلا أحصاها ووجدوا ما عملوا حاضرا ولا يظلم ربك أحدا وإذ قلنا للملائكة اسجدوا لآدم فسجدوا إلا إبليس كان من الجن ففسق عن أمر ربه أفتتخذونه وذريته أولياء من دوني وهم لكم عدو بئس للظالمين بدلا ما أشهدتهم خلق السماوات والأرض ولا خلق أنفسهم وما كنت متخذ المضلين عضدا ويوم يقول نادوا شركائي الذين زعمتم فدعوهم فلم يستجيبوا لهم وجعلنا بينهم موبقا ورأى المجرمون النار فظنوا أنهم مواقعوها ولم يجدوا عنها مصرفا ولقد صرفنا في هذا القرآن للناس من كل مثل وكان الإنسان أكثر شيء جدلا وما منع الناس أن يؤمنوا إذ جاءهم الهدى ويستغفروا ربهم إلا أن تأتيهم سنة الأولين أو يأتيهم العذاب قبلا وما نرسل المرسلين إلا مبشرين ومنذرين ويجادل الذين كفروا بالباطل ليدحضوا به الحق واتخذوا آياتي وما أنذروا هزوا ومن أظلم ممن ذكر بآيات ربه فأعرض عنها ونسي ما قدمت يداه إنا جعلنا على قلوبهم أكنة أن يفقهوه وفي آذانهم وقرا وإن تدعهم إلى الهدى فلن يهتدوا إذا أبدا وربك الغفور ذو الرحمة لو يؤاخذهم بما كسبوا لعجل لهم العذاب بل لهم موعد لن يجدوا من دونه موئلا وتلك القرى أهلكناهم لما ظلموا وجعلنا لمهلكهم موعدا وإذ قال موسى لفتاه لا أبرح حتى أبلغ مجمع البحرين أو أمضي حقبا فلما بلغا مجمع بينهما نسيا حوتهما فاتخذ سبيله في البحر سربا فلما جاوزا قال لفتاه آتنا غداءنا لقد لقينا من سفرنا هذا نصبا قال أرأيت إذ أوينا إلى الصخرة فإني نسيت الحوت وما أنسانيه إلا الشيطان أن أذكره واتخذ سبيله في البحر عجبا قال ذلك ما كنا نبغ فارتدا على آثارهما قصصا فوجدا عبدا من عبادنا آتيناه رحمة من عندنا وعلمناه من لدنا علما قال له موسى هل أتبعك على أن تعلمني مما علمت رشدا قال إنك لن تستطيع معي صبرا وكيف تصبر على ما لم تحط به خبرا قال ستجدني إن شاء الله صابرا ولا أعصي لك أمرا قال فإن اتبعتني فلا تسألني عن شيء حتى أحدث لك منه ذكرا فانطلقا حتى إذا ركبا في السفينة خرقها قال أخرقتها لتغرق أهلها لقد جئت شيئا إمرا قال ألم أقل إنك لن تستطيع معي صبرا قال لا تؤاخذني بما نسيت ولا ترهقني من أمري عسرا فانطلقا حتى إذا لقيا غلاما فقتله قال أقتلت نفسا زكية بغير نفس لقد جئت شيئا نكرا قال ألم أقل لك إنك لن تستطيع معي صبرا قال إن سألتك عن شيء بعدها فلا تصاحبني قد بلغت من لدني عذرا فانطلقا حتى إذا أتيا أهل قرية استطعما أهلها فأبوا أن يضيفوهما فوجدا فيها جدارا يريد أن ينقض فأقامه قال لو شئت لاتخذت عليه أجرا قال هذا فراق بيني وبينك سأنبئك بتأويل ما لم تستطع عليه صبرا أما السفينة فكانت لمساكين يعملون في البحر فأردت أن أعيبها وكان وراءهم ملك يأخذ كل سفينة غصبا وأما الغلام فكان أبواه مؤمنين فخشينا أن يرهقهما طغيانا وكفرا فأردنا أن يبدلهما ربهما خيرا منه زكاة وأقرب رحما وأما الجدار فكان لغلامين يتيمين في المدينة وكان تحته كنز لهما وكان أبوهما صالحا فأراد ربك أن يبلغا أشدهما ويستخرجا كنزهما رحمة من ربك وما فعلته عن أمري ذلك تأويل ما لم تسطع عليه صبرا ويسألونك عن ذي القرنين قل سأتلو عليكم منه ذكرا إنا مكنا له في الأرض وآتيناه من كل شيء سببا فأتبع سببا حتى إذا بلغ مغرب الشمس وجدها تغرب في عين حمئة ووجد عندها قوما قلنا يا ذا القرنين إما أن تعذب وإما أن تتخذ فيهم حسنا قال أما من ظلم فسوف نعذبه ثم يرد إلى ربه فيعذبه عذابا نكرا وأما من آمن وعمل صالحا فله جزاء الحسنى وسنقول له من أمرنا يسرا ثم أتبع سببا حتى إذا بلغ مطلع الشمس وجدها تطلع على قوم لم نجعل لهم من دونها سترا كذلك وقد أحطنا بما لديه خبرا ثم أتبع سببا حتى إذا بلغ بين السدين وجد من دونهما قوما لا يكادون يفقهون قولا قالوا يا ذا القرنين إن يأجوج ومأجوج مفسدون في الأرض فهل نجعل لك خرجا على أن تجعل بيننا وبينهم سدا قال ما مكني فيه ربي خير فأعينوني بقوة أجعل بينكم وبينهم ردما آتوني زبر الحديد حتى إذا ساوى بين الصدفين قال انفخوا حتى إذا جعله نارا قال آتوني أفرغ عليه قطرا فما استطاعوا أن يظهروه وما استطاعوا له نقبا قال هذا رحمة من ربي فإذا جاء وعد ربي جعله دكاء وكان وعد ربي حقا وتركنا بعضهم يومئذ يموج في بعض ونفخ في الصور فجمعناهم جمعا وعرضنا جهنم يومئذ للكافرين عرضا الذين كانت أعينهم في غطاء عن ذكري وكانوا لا يستطيعون سمعا أفحسب الذين كفروا أن يتخذوا عبادي من دوني أولياء إنا أعتدنا جهنم للكافرين الكافرين نزلا قل هل ننبئكم بالأخسرين أعمالا الذين ضل سعيهم في الحياة الدنيا وهم يحسبون أنهم يحسنون صنعا أولئك الذين كفروا بآيات ربهم ولقائه فحبطت أعمالهم فلا نقيم لهم يوم القيامة وزنا ذلك جزاؤهم جهنم بما كفروا واتخذوا آياتي ورسلي هزوا إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات كانت لهم جنات الفردوس نزلا خالدين فيها لا يبغون عنها حولا قل لو كان البحر مدادا لكلمات ربي لنفد البحر قبل أن تنفد كلمات ربي ولو جئنا بمثله مددا قل إنما أنا بشر مثلكم يوحى إلي أنما إلهكم إله واحد فمن كان يرجو لقاء ربه فليعمل عملا صالحا ولا يشرك بعبادة ربه أحدا أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ياسين والقرآن الحكيم إنك لمن المرسلين على صراط مستقيم تنزيل العزيز الرحيم لتنذر قوما ما أنذر آباؤهم فهم غافلون لقد حق القول على أكثرهم فهم لا يؤمنون إنا جعلنا في أعناقهم أغلالا فهي إلى الأذقان فهم مقمحون وجعلنا من بين أيديهم سدا ومن خلفهم سدا فأغشيناهم فهم لا يبصرون وسواء عليهم أأنذرتهم أم لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون إنما تنذر من اتبع الذكر وخشي الرحمن بالغيب فبشره بمغفرة وأجر كريم إنا نحن نحيي الموتى ونكتب ما قدموا وآثارهم وكل شيء أحصيناه في إمام مبين واضرب لهم مثلا أصحاب القرية إذ جاءها المرسلون إذ أرسلنا إليهم اثنين فكذبوهما فعززنا بثالث فقالوا إنا إليكم مرسلون قالوا ما أنتم إلا بشر مثلنا وما أنزل الرحمن من شيء إن أنتم إلا تكذبون قالوا ربنا يعلم إنا إليكم لمرسلون وما علينا إلا البلاغ المبين قالوا إنا تطيرنا بكم لئن لم تنتهوا لنرجمنكم وليمسنكم منا عذاب أليم قالوا طائركم معكم أئن ذكرتم بل أنتم قوم مسرفون وجاء من أقصى المدينة رجل يسعى قال يا قوم اتبعوا المرسلين اتبعوا من لا يسألكم أجرا وهم مهتدون وما لي لا أعبد الذي فطرني وإليه ترجعون أأتخذ من دونه آلهة إن يردني الرحمن بضر لا تغن عني شفاعتهم شيئا ولا ينقذون إني إذا لفي ضلال مبين إني آمنت بربكم فاسمعون قيل ادخل الجنة قال يا ليت قومي يعلمون بما غفر لي ربي وجعلني من المكرمين وما أنزلنا على قومه من بعده من جند من السماء وما كنا منزلين إن كانت إلا صيحة واحدة فإذا هم خامدون يا حسرة على العباد ما يأتيهم من رسول إلا كانوا به يستهزئون ألم يروا كم أهلكنا قبلهم من القرون أنهم إليهم لا يرجعون وإن كل لما جميع لدينا محضرون وآية لهم الأرض الميتة أحييناها وأخرجنا منها حبا فمنه يأكلون وجعلنا فيها جنات من نخيل وأعناب وفجرنا فيها من العيون ليأكلوا من ثمره وما عملته أيديهم أفلا يشكرون سبحان الذي خلق الأزواج كلها مما تنبت الأرض ومن أنفسهم ومما لا يعلمون وآية لهم الليل نسلخ منه النهار فإذا هم مظلمون والشمس تجري لمستقر لها ذلك تقدير العزيز العليم والقمر قدرناه منازل حتى عاد كالعرجون القديم لا الشمس ينبغي لها أن تدرك القمر ولا الليل سابق النهار وكل في فلك يسبحون وآية لهم أنا حملنا ذريتهم في الفلك المشحون وخلقنا لهم من مثله ما يركبون وإن نشأ نغرقهم فلا صريخ لهم ولا هم ينقذون إلا رحمة منا ومتاعا إلى حين وإذا قيل لهم اتقوا ما بين أيديكم وما خلفكم لعلكم ترحمون وما تأتيهم من آية من آيات ربهم إلا كانوا عنها معرضين وإذا قيل لهم أنفقوا مما رزقكم الله قال الذين كفروا للذين آمنوا أنطعم من لو يشاء الله أطعمه إن أنتم إلا في ضلال مبين ويقولون متى هذا الوعد إن كنتم صادقين ما ينظرون إلا صيحة واحدة تأخذهم وهم يخصمون فلا يستطيعون توصية ولا إلى أهلهم يرجعون ونفخ في الصور فإذا هم من الأجداث إلى ربهم ينسلون قالوا يا ويلنا من بعثنا من مرقدنا هذا ما وعد الرحمن وصدق المرسلون إن كانت إلا صيحة واحدة فإذا هم جميع لدينا محضرون فاليوم لا تظلم نفس شيئا ولا تجزون إلا ما كنتم تعملون إن أصحاب الجنة اليوم في شغل فاكهون هم وأزواجهم في ظلال على الأرائك متكئون لهم فيها فاكهة ولهم ما يدعون سلام قولا من رب رحيم وامتازوا اليوم أيها المجرمون ألم أعهد إليكم يا بني آدم ألا تعبدوا الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين وأن اعبدوني هذا صراط مستقيم ولقد أضل منكم جبلا كثيرا أفلم تكونوا تعقلون هذه جهنم التي كنتم توعدون اصلوها اليوم بما كنتم تكفرون اليوم نختم على أفواههم وتكلمنا أيديهم وتشهد أرجلهم بما كانوا يكسبون ولو نشاء لطمسنا على أعينهم فاستبقوا الصراط فأنى يبصرون ولو نشاء لمسخناهم على مكانتهم فما استطاعوا مضيا ولا يرجعون ومن نعمره ننكسه في الخلق أفلا يعقلون وما علمناه الشعر وما ينبغي له إن هو إلا ذكر وقرآن مبين لينذر من كان حيا ويحق القول على الكافرين أولم يروا أنا خلقنا لهم مما عملت أيدينا أنعاما فهم لها مالكون وذللناها لهم فمنها ركوبهم ومنها يأكلون ولهم فيها منافع ومشارب أفلا يشكرون واتخذوا من دون الله آلهة لعلهم ينصرون لا يستطيعون نصرهم وهم لهم جند محضرون فلا يحزنك قولهم إنا نعلم ما يسرون وما يعلنون أولم ير الإنسان أنا خلقناه من نطفة فإذا هو خصيم مبين وضرب لنا مثلا ونسي خلقه قال من يحيي العظام وهي رميم قل يحييها الذي أنشأها أول مرة وهو بكل خلق عليم الذي جعل لكم من الشجر الأخضر نارا فإذا أنتم منه توقدون أوليس الذي خلق السماوات والأرض بقادر على أن يخلق مثلهم بلى وهو الخلاق العليم إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول له كن فيكون فسبحان الذي بيده ملكوت كل شيء وإليه ترجعون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا وقعت الواقعة ليس لوقعتها كاذبة خافضة رافعة إذا رجت الأرض رجا وبست الجبال بسا فكانت هباء منبثا وكنتم أزواجا ثلاثة فأصحاب الميمنة ما أصحاب الميمنة وأصحاب المشأمة ما أصحاب المشأمة والسابقون السابقون أولئك المقربون في جنات النعيم ثلة من الأولين وقليل من الآخرين على سرر موضونة متكئين عليها متقابلين يطوف عليهم ولدان مخلدون بأكواب وأباريق وكأس من معين لا يصدعون عنها ولا ينزفون وفاكهة مما يتخيرون ولحم طير مما يشتهون وحور عين كأمثال اللؤلؤ المكنون جزاء بما كانوا يعملون لا يسمعون فيها لغوا ولا تأثيما إلا قيلا سلاما سلاما وأصحاب اليمين ما أصحاب اليمين في سدر مخضود وطلح منضود وظل ممدود وماء مسكوب وفاكهة كثيرة لا مقطوعة ولا ممنوعة وفرش مرفوعة إنا أنشأناهن إنشاء فجعلناهن أبكارا عربا أترابا لأصحاب اليمين ثلة من الأولين وثلة من الآخرين وأصحاب الشمال ما أصحاب الشمال في سموم وحميم وظل من يحموم لا بارد ولا كريم إنهم كانوا قبل ذلك مترفين وكانوا يصرون على الحنث العظيم وكانوا يقولون أإذا متنا وكنا ترابا وعظاما أإنا لمبعوثون أو آباؤنا الأولون قل إن الأولين والآخرين لمجموعون إلى ميقات يوم معلوم ثم إنكم أيها الضالون المكذبون لآكلون من شجر من زقوم فمالئون منها البطون فشاربون عليه من الحميم فشاربون شرب الهيم هذا نزلهم يوم الدين نحن خلقناكم فلولا تصدقون أفرأيتم ما تمنون أأنتم تخلقونه أم نحن الخالقون نحن قدرنا بينكم الموت وما نحن بمسبوقين على أن نبدل أمثالكم وننشئكم فيما لا تعلمون ولقد علمتم النشأة الأولى فلولا تذكرون أفرأيتم ما تحرثون أأنتم تزرعونه أم نحن الزارعون لو نشاء لجعلناه حطاما فظلتم تفكهون إنا لمغرمون بل نحن محرومون أفرأيتم الماء الذي تشربون أأنتم أنزلتموه من المزن أم نحن المنزلون لو نشاء جعلناه أجاجا فلولا تشكرون أفرأيتم النار التي تورون أأنتم أنشأتم شجرتها أم نحن المنشئون نحن جعلناها تذكرة ومتاعا للمقوين فسبح باسم ربك العظيم فلا أقسم بمواقع النجوم وإنه لقسم لو تعلمون عظيم إنه لقرآن كريم في كتاب مكنون لا يمسه إلا المطهرون تنزيل من رب العالمين أفبهذا الحديث أنتم مدهنون وتجعلون رزقكم أنكم تكذبون فلولا إذا بلغت الحلقوم وأنتم حينئذ تنظرون ونحن أقرب إليه منكم ولكن لا تبصرون فلولا إن كنتم غير مدينين ترجعونها إن كنتم صادقين فأما إن كان من المقربين فروح وريحان وجنة نعيم وأما إن كان من أصحاب اليمين فسلام لك من أصحاب اليمين وأما إن كان من المكذبين الضالين فنزل من حميم وتصلية جحيم إن هذا لهو حق اليقين فسبح باسم ربك العظيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان وله الجوار المنشآت في البحر كالأعلام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كل من عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذو الجلال والإكرام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يسأله من في السماوات والأرض كل يوم هو في شأن فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان سنفرغ لكم أيها الثقلان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفذوا لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يرسل عليكما شواظ من نار ونحاس فلا تنتصران فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فإذا انشقت السماء فكانت وردة كالدهان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيومئذ لا يسأل عن ذنبه إنس ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يعرف المجرمون بسيماهم فيؤخذ بالنواصي والأقدام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان هذه جهنم التي يكذب بها المجرمون يطوفون بينها وبين حميم آن فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ولمن خاف مقام ربه جنتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ذواتا أفنان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما عينان تجريان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما من كل فاكهة زوجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان متكئين على فرش بطائنها من استبرق وجنى الجنتين دان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهن قاصرات الطرف لم يطمثهن إنس قبلهم ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كأنهن الياقوت والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان هل جزاء الإحسان إلا الإحسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ومن دونهما جنتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مدهامتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما عينان نضاختان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما فاكهة ونخل ورمان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهن خيرات حسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان حور مقصورات في الخيام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان لم يطمثهن إنس قبلهم ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان متكئين على رفرف خضر وعبقري حسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان تبارك اسم ربك ذي الجلال والإكرام بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور الذي خلق 7 سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فارجع البصر هل ترى من فطور ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلناها رجوما للشياطين وأعتدنا لهم عذاب السعير وللذين كفروا بربهم عذاب جهنم وبئس المصير إذا ألقوا فيها سمعوا لها شهيقا وهي تفور تكاد تميز من الغيظ كلما ألقي فيها فوج سألهم خزنتها ألم يأتكم نذير قالوا بلى قد جاءنا نذير فكذبنا وقلنا ما نزل الله من شيء إن أنتم إلا في ضلال كبير وقالوا لو كنا نسمع أو نعقل ما كنا في أصحاب السعير فاعترفوا بذنبهم فسحقا لأصحاب السعير إن الذين يخشون ربهم بالغيب لهم مغفرة وأجر كبير وأسروا قولكم أو اجهروا به إنه عليم بذات الصدور ألا يعلم من خلق وهو اللطيف الخبير هو الذي جعل لكم الأرض ذلولا فامشوا في مناكبها وكلوا من رزقه وإليه النشور أأمنتم من في السماء أن يخسف بكم الأرض فإذا هي تمور أم أمنتم من في السماء أن يرسل عليكم حاصبا فستعلمون كيف نذير ولقد كذب الذين من قبلهم فكيف كان نكير أولم يروا إلى الطير فوقهم صافات ويقبضن ما يمسكهن إلا الرحمن إنه بكل شيء بصير أمن هذا الذي هو جند لكم ينصركم من دون الرحمن إن الكافرون إلا في غرور أمن هذا الذي يرزقكم إن أمسك رزقه بل لجوا في عتو ونفور أفمن يمشي مكبا على وجهه أهدى أمن